The Godfather.
This that. This that. This that jumpin', yeah. This that jumpin', start like 23. This that jumpin', 2-4 like Kobe. This that jumpin', shoot my shot, then beat. This that jumpin', right around song of my trees. This that jumpin', start like 23. This that jumpin', 2-4 like Kobe. This that jumpin', shoot my shot, then beat. This that jumpin', right around song of my trees. I be ballin' in music like Kobe. I'm the greatest to ever do it, they don't know it. Straight from the streets where the shots came blowin'. I came from the bottom where they hate to see you blow. Mama always told me I'ma shine so I glow. I came from the block where I stood 10 toes. Came a long way, now I'm on the top floor.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Turtles Take here on 1252 Sports Entertainment Chicago. We are joined tonight by our special guest and network brother here, Angelo Ace Camacho. Angelo, how we doing tonight? I think Angelo's on mute.
Angelo's muted. Oh,
it's two nights in a row I did that. It's 2 nights in a row. It's been a minute.
Angelo, how we doing?
I said good. That I'm a little nervous for tonight's draft because I feel like the Bears are going to mess it up somehow because they usually do.
You were just impersonating Ryan Pace fumbling his way through the draft.
Yeah, exactly. It was planned.
That's exactly what I thought you were doing.
Vince, how we doing tonight?
The whole time.
I'll let you know after pick 20 or 4 or 6 or 8, wherever.
I'm betting eight is where they're going to jump up to.
I think it'd be 9 more than 8 because I think Carolina has more to gain by staying at 8 and taking a tackle. But we'll see. I've heard they trying to move up to 4, trying to move up to 6, trying to move up to 8. Like they said, the draft starts at pick 3 because you already know what 1 and 2 is. But where does San Francisco go? If they go Mac Jones.
Wouldn't it be wild if some crazy shit happened and the Jaguars were like, hey, we'll give you the first overall pick and next year's first pick for Aaron Rodgers. And Rodgers went down to Jacksonville and played some football.
You know what would be even crazier? You wouldn't have to do that because Jacksonville's got 2 first-round picks. They got 2 1s and 2 2s.
You're right.
What if I gave you our second first and our second this year and a first next year for Aaron Rodgers, and then they still have the first pick? They could either draft somebody, they could trade it, they could draft somebody, they could take Sewell, the tackle, they could do whatever they wanted.
How about that news, though, boys? Like, out of nowhere at 3 o'clock today, just nonchalantly, Adam Schefter drops a tweet that Aaron Rodgers is about to leave Green Bay. Like, it's not a huge thing. That's fucking crazy. My
theory is that Ryan Pace paid off somebody to leak that story to distract everybody from the fact that we were like 4 hours away from Ryan Pace screwing up another draft. And everybody started talking about Aaron Rodgers instead. But you know what? I'm going to stay positive.
That's all we can do, right?
At least for the first part of this show.
Yeah, because if they don't, I think
the Bears are going to fix their problems this year. I think this is the year we get it right.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Real quick, guys.
I'll bring the foam hat out for nothing, okay?
Right.
Absolutely. Got the Bears foam hat going.
That's right.
Real quick, guys, before we get into this, just want to say thank you for joining us here on 1252 Sports for our first ever live draft show. We're going to have coverage tonight as well as tomorrow at 6 p.m. We're going to start a little bit early for our normal Friday show so we can get to the second and third rounds with you guys. So thank you for joining us here. And before we get into it, tonight's show is brought to you by our sponsors, the Jonathan Darren team and Nick and Ivy Brewing. We're going to take a quick second here to watch a video here from the Jonathan Darren team at Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group before we get into it.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Darren, licensed real estate broker with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group in Homer Glen. Are you looking to buy or sell? Have you been disappointed in the past? The Jonathan Darren team with Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group focuses on providing you with a concierge level of service during the process of buying or selling. We are a service-oriented team with a fresh and professional approach to selling real estate. Our goal is to combine knowledge, skills, and passion to exceed our clients' expectations, and most of all, we truly care. We are a knowledgeable real estate team focused on offering expertise and innovative solutions for our clients. The Jonathan Darren team has 5 full-service real estate brokers and a dedicated full-time marketer servicing all of Chicagoland. We will customize a detailed plan around your timeline for a sale, purchase, investment, estate, or other needs. Real estate transactions can be stressful, but don't need to be. Let us handle it for you. Visit our website, homesbyjdt.com, or call 708-308-1938 today. Expect better in real estate. Choose the Jonathan Darren team.
All right, guys, and we're back again. That was a quick word from our sponsor, the Jonathan Darren team with the Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group. If you guys are looking to buy a home in the area, definitely hit him up. He's the best. As we've said many times, he's helped our buddy Fat Mike out a couple times on some home purchases. Definitely go give John Darren and his team a call if you're looking to buy a home in the area.
Down south, he's definitely who I'm going to get in contact with to get me my home down there in the city.
Absolutely. So yeah, guys,
Go ahead.
we're just getting things kicked off here, and the draft's getting ready to start. I mean, this is like Christmas for football fans, right? This is one of the biggest days of the year.
Christmas, your birthday, New Year's Eve, everything, Thanksgiving, big feast of Thanksgiving, all rolled into one.
Unfortunately for Bears fans, it's like Christmas and walking downstairs and seeing your mom kissing Santa Claus, right? Because the Bears always seem to ruin my day afterwards. It's going to be you're right. I'm going to try to stay positive.
No, let's stay positive at least until as long as we
at
can.
least until Roger Goodell gets on the stage to announce the draft.
I have a couple things to say
started.
before we get super locked in here to the draft. It hasn't actually started yet. Jacksonville's not on the clock yet. Before we do, I just want to say, first off, my new Turtles Take flag. I got a second one too. It'll be set up probably by next week's show. Setting up a whole streaming room, but my beautiful fiance had these made for me. So got that on the new show. And secondly, man, it's so nice to see people at the draft. If you guys see me looking up, I'm looking at my TV so we can follow the draft. It's full of people. It looks like it did in Chicago. It's in Cleveland. So a lot of, the visuals are kind of the same with the stadium and then right outside it. They got a full set. They got Greeny hosting it now because Trey Wingo got the axe at ESPN. So Greeny's hosting it this year, and he's got Louis Riddick and Mel Kiper, and I think they got Booger on there too for whatever reason.
Yeah,
but
I'm not a big Booger fan.
Not at all. But so it's very nice. I thought the draft was missing that last year. It was very boring. Roger did a great job doing it out of his basement and doing everything he could, but they didn't have the normal. ESPN goes all out on the draft. They got the recaps, the videos, the stats, all the stuff, all the behind the scenes guys, Adam Schefter, Sal Palantonio, all them guys, they're working, getting all the stories up to the minute picks are in. So it's very cool to see that on TV again. It's we speak on this show a lot, just another piece of that normalcy that we're used to.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see, the chest bumps with Roger Goodell.
Yeah,
some slick handshakes. He's vaccinated now, so
yeah, I think they said that he could handshake, he could hug, he could interact with the players because he's fully vaccinated. So.
Yeah, he was talking about that earlier with Greeny. He said he's fully vaccinated, and he said he missed that interaction every year with not only the players when they get picked, but the reaction of people when guys get picked too. Especially as the draft goes down right now, you know what most of the picks are, but and it brings me to my next question to you guys, and Angelo, we'll start with you. Every year there's that team that it's that first wow movement or okay, didn't see that coming. Mm-hmm. Who do you think, and I know it's hard to pinpoint, but who or where in the first round does that happen this year? Where is that first time, Louis Riddick and them guys go, all right, not where I would have went with that pick, but let's go over it anyways.
So if the Aaron Rodgers news didn't break, if that would have happened at number 3, I'd have been like, hell, that's nuts.
Right.
But now you're kind of like anticipating that happen, right? You've seen earlier that they had the 49ers offered a trade and the Packers turned it down. Now all of a sudden Rodgers is pissed off, doesn't want to be in Green Bay. I think that's going to be the wild moment is at number 3, either Rodgers goes to San Fran or they pick Mac Jones. But I think everybody's expecting him to pick Mac Jones, right? So
yeah, I would
if
say.
it's not Aaron Rodgers, I would say it's the Bears moving up to – I'm confident it's going to be like the 7th or 8th pick. And piss me off. So I think it'll be.
Man, where do you think these guys? Where do you think that wow moment comes from first?
I think that wild moment's definitely our guy Allen in the chat was just saying Trey Lance going to San Francisco. I think the wild pick also is going to be the Bears moving up. Unfortunately, I've talked about it. I've given my opinion on it. I think they should stay where they're at and go offensive line. But that would be the smart move. That would be the logical thing to do. And unfortunately, we're talking about the Chicago Bears here, guys.
Right.
There's nothing logical about what this team does draft day, at least in the first round. And I think Ryan Pace has showed that to us time and time out that, I'm going to go after this guy with conviction. Well, the conviction's great, but it would be nice if you hit on one of those big first round picks. You look at guys like, obviously, everybody goes to the Mitchell Trubisky trade up one spot, but not even so much that. You look at guys like Kevin White, who couldn't even stay healthy enough to
We said we were going to stay positive.
Feel the season.
Can we, though? That's positive. The problem.
There's nothing positive about Kevin White.
There's nothing positive about
it's
what
hard
the Bears
to stay
have done
positive
the last 5 years in the draft, if not longer. That's the shitty part is like,
right.
What's Ryan Pace's track record been? He's had, 2 decent first-round picks? Roquan Smith and one decent first-round pick, right? And before that, he drafted a receiver who was hurt in college, came out and was hurt.
Right.
Then he drafted Mitch Trubisky, who we're going to sit him the whole first year and plays after 4 games.
I'm pretty sure every fan base could do this, but it just feels like it's a Bears thing. If you look back at those picks, they got Kevin White because Dallas in front of them was like, do we want Kevin White or do we want Amari Cooper? I think we want Kevin White. And at the last second, they were like, you know what? We want Amari Cooper. So we get Kevin White. Aaron Donald going 1 pick in front of us to the Rams when they were like, no, I don't think we're going to take Aaron Donald. I don't think we need defensive line. And they take Aaron Donald. The thing with Trubisky, instead of Watson or Jonathan Allen or any of them guys, we got Roger Goodell. He's walking out right now. Looks like he's about to put Jacksonville on the clock officially. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah, he's walking out right now, so they're not on the clock.
You guys are definitely ahead of me. I'm a little behind. I just had the
Don't worry,
countdown.
I'll catalyst this thing.
That's what's up. I'm cool
quarterback it for us.
Cool with it. The NFL draft is underway.
I just really quick, I think to piggyback off what Tarbill said, I think that wow moment is going to be not the wow moment of San Francisco taking Trey Lance, but I think from some of the reports coming out, New Orleans moving to the top 10 to trade for or to draft Mac Jones once he slips past 3. So if San Francisco does go Trey Lance, I think it becomes really interesting because they've said if they drafted Trey Lance, they would like to keep Jimmy G on the roster. If they draft Mac Jones, they would like to trade Jimmy G. So that could change what New England does. Maybe New England moves up to get Mac Jones. It'll be very interesting to see what happens based off of where San Francisco goes with that 3rd pick as Roger has come up to the podium.
Do you see a situation where San Fran moved up to number 3, right, hoping that would be enough to get the Packers to bite on trading, right? And they're like, okay, not happening. Who wants this spot instead? And looks to maybe trade out.
I don't. I think
if quarterback, but
I think if you move into that spot at 3, it has to be with somebody in mind that you say, this is who we want to take. We'll try to use that for Aaron Rodgers, but if not, we're cool taking this guy at 3.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that they've definitely got their quarterback in line if that contingency plan of trying to go after Rodgers fails, which from all reports, they offered, I believe, 3 first-round picks for him, and they said no, it wasn't enough to move on him. And honestly, I don't think that any team has the firepower that it would take to pull Rodgers away from the Packers. Even if he's unhappy, I get it. He's a stubborn guy. He hasn't talked to his family in years, for God's sakes, because they got into disagreement.
If you're the GM in Green Bay, you drafted Jordan Love. You traded up to take Jordan Love in the first round. Did they trade up to take him?
Yep.
They did.
You traded up to take Jordan Love. Now you've got somebody willing to give you the 3rd overall pick and 2 future first-round picks, and I heard there were players available as well. Why would you not take a look at that? I mean, it's at least I don't know. Maybe you don't pull the trigger, but come on, man. Rodgers ain't getting any younger. You clearly like Jordan Love because you put a first-round pick into him and moved up to get him. Now you can get a 3rd-round pick. I heard Waddle Silvia was the best take I heard about this. You make the trade, then you take the 3rd pick and you trade back to like 10, and you get either an offensive lineman or a receiver, whatever it is you want, and you get even more from everybody giving everything up to get to 3. You could realistically get 2 first rounds for this year, next year, and the year after.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there, Vince, but again, I think that if you're Green Bay, I get it. I get that you have to at least look at those options, but on the other hand, for me, it comes down to Aaron Rodgers is a generational talent, right? I don't think any of us would argue that point. He's a future Hall of Fame quarterback.
But he's like 38 years old.
He's 36 years old.
Same thing.
Tom Brady is 43 years old this upcoming season and still playing in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers has the benefit of being hit, I would say, even less than Tom Brady has throughout his career because the rules have gotten softer as he's progressed.
Officially on the clock. 10 minutes.
10 minutes till we see them make the move we know.
Who everybody knows is going to be picked, right?
It always baffles me the first pick when you already know who you're taking, and it still takes 10 minutes. And
bro, just go out there and say
the pick is in.
Is the guy. Let's move on to the next one.
You know what? They're showing the Jacksonville draft room, and it looks like they've already turned their pick in. It doesn't say pick is in, but it looks like they did. They're just kind of standing around, not really talking.
ESPN wouldn't let that happen. They got to milk this 10 minutes for all it's worth.
Urban Meyer.
What happens if they don't take him?
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the only question. What if by some ungodly, weird miracle curveball, the Jags go out here and take a quarterback other than Trevor Lawrence?
Man, people are ripping.
That's so Jacksonville. That's what would happen.
308. 0.308 win percentage over the last 10 years.
Yeah, they definitely need to make a change there. I mean,
so I want to ask you guys, do you think Urban Meyer is really going to be good in the end, like in this situation with Jacksonville? He has all the keys to success, right? The draft picks, he's got the cap space, he's got the first pick this year to get his quarterback. Like, do you think that this is a recipe to propel them into consistent playoff status?
I don't. I don't. And let me tell you why I don't. Not getting negative here by any means, but
we could get negative on other teams.
I look at it like this. As you guys know, I am an Alabama football fan when it comes to college football.
Well, then your opinion doesn't count.
And no, but here, let me give you this.
Ohio State coach and a Clemson quarterback.
Okay, but arguably one of the greatest coaches of all time at the college level in Nick Saban went to the NFL and could not sustain success. Mm-hmm. Some college coaches are just not made out to be NFL coaches, and I feel that that's the case.
Here's the big difference in that. Urban Meyer runs a college offense that the NFL has now gone to running. The NFL was not running college offense. I know Alabama runs a pro offense, blah, 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 blah. But he came from LSU to Miami. He didn't go from Alabama to Miami, correct?
This is correct, yes.
All right, so I just, Urban Meyer right now, his fit is more along the lines of the NFL offenses that he's going to be running. He went out and he got himself a good coaching staff around him that is going to help him adjust to the NFL. And more than that, Shad Khan is willing to do whatever it takes, spend whatever money he has to be successful. You've now got Urban Meyer. You've got an offense. You're going to get Trevor Lawrence. But you have 10 draft picks in this draft. 4 in the first 2 rounds. They have 5, and I think it's the 5 in the top 50 picks or something like that, or 5 in the top 60. But they have 4 in the top 30 or 44 picks. They pick 4 times. You don't even have to be that good to hit on those. You're going to be so many good players available, and they need so much that anywhere you go to guy, we just pick whoever is the best available at that time. Biggest need quarterback. Boom, you address it. Trevor Lawrence. Then they got a steal with the undrafted free agent running back last year it James Robinson?
Yep.
Yeah.
So now you've got your starting running back. You've got your starting quarterback.
How's their offensive line?
The offensive line is okay. They could.
It's average.
Is there a scenario where you could see they have 2 first-round draft picks this year and 2 second rounds, right?
Yep.
We talked about a big wow moment. Do you think it's possible that Jacksonville could take Trevor Lawrence, right, and then at that number 4 spot look to trade up and pick Penei Sewell to fill that offensive line spot?
So I think that what you would have to give up to move up, I don't think they would do that. I think they would be better off at your next pick in the first round, taking whatever best offensive lineman is there at that time, especially because, yes, Sewell, hands down, is the best offensive tackle graded in the modern draft era. However, when you look at some of the other guys, they're very, very good. And all you need is one of those top tackles to slip through, and now you're taking them at your normal spot. You don't have to give up anything.
Right.
Yeah. Right. I do have to agree with you on that, Vince. I mean, this is one of the deepest offensive line classes that we've seen in years. Got phenomenal talent for offensive line, both at the tackle and guard position. I mean, if you're Jacksonville, you can't make a move like that to trade up for a guy when there's so many other big names that are going to be out there where you already have a pick in the first still. So as much as, I like to see the splash plays, I don't think that's going to be one of them.
I don't mean to change the script here really quick, but I would it goes what you guys were talking about. I would love right now for Jacksonville to come out and take anybody but Trevor Lawrence, just because ESPN has done nothing but shown Trevor Lawrence highlights this entire 10 minutes.
Doesn't Trevor Lawrence kind of look like a foot? If you were looking at a foot, his face is goofy. I don't know. I mean, I'm not one to talk. I shouldn't talk about faces being goofy, but
he looks like Sunshine from Remember the Titans.
I feel like he thinks his hair is really good, when in reality, he doesn't have that 1252 Angelo hair. Come on, Trevor, Jesus.
Again, you're on a show with 2 guys that are practically bald, and you're talking about your good hair. Thank you.
The majority of you guys on this brand don't have. That's why I am the guy with good hair, because y'all don't have hair. So by default, I get that.
To be fair, I think we voted Fred Hubner, the guy with the good hair. But
I think I voted for anybody but Angelo. I took the field.
That's rude. That's some hate you just said,
real
man.
Quick, while we're on the topic here of talking about Trevor Lawrence, we touched on it last week a little bit.
3.5 minutes.
I did hear an interview with him not too long ago that just really made me think that he doesn't have the drive, the want to really be a team leader and, really go out there and take the leadership that's needed to run an NFL caliber offense. Are you guys at all concerned with his character and kind of the way he is maturity wise?
So
will he have any issues?
We touched on it a little bit on one of our Turtle Take episodes. I think that just was him not understanding the moment and him not realizing how it comes off. I think he just was trying to say, look, I don't go out there using everybody else's motivation. Right. I go out there because I want to be the best. I would think that's, he's played football his whole life. He's very competitive. The guys who've been in the locker room with him say that his drive is unbelievable. I think it just was him trying to say, look, I'm not fueled by them saying I can't play. I know I can play. I'm going to go out and do it to win, not to prove anybody wrong. And I think, how these things are nowadays. Everybody's got social media now. It gets out there one time and somebody runs with it and people just pile on. And next thing you know, it's like, well, everybody's telling me that that's what he meant. That must have been what he meant.
Right. I agree with you, Vince, 100%. I think it was a young kid who's not familiar with, the media as much. Obviously he's comfortable with media because of where he played, what he did in college, right? But the question, I think, like Vince said, it got taken the wrong way. I don't think he's like, oh yeah, I'm lazy. I don't have that like I'm gonna go get it attitude. I think he knows he's good, right? And he doesn't have to go out there and be like, hey, I'm gonna show you that I'm good. He knows he's good. He's gonna go out there and be good. You know what I mean? Maybe even great. But
and Sports Illustrated is known for that. They tend to portray stories as more than they really are, which obviously that's what they're in the business for. They're in it to sell copies and get talked about, and that article in the interview got talked about because of it. So they did their job, but I just feel like there was no real substance to that whole thing.
Yeah,
fair enough. The pick is in. You said Vince.
Jacksonville's going to take.
Roger has not come out to the podium yet.
Who do we think's going to? I'm on Schefter talking right now. Where are you guys at?
We're past that.
Dang.
That's what you get for living in Wisconsin, Angelo.
Oh, I know. I hate it, man. I hate it.
Oh, Tyler's in the chat. What's up, Tyler?
Tyler, you should hop on when the Packers come.
Poor Tyler, man. He had a rough day today. We roasted that.
He did.
Tyler, you should come on when the Packers trade Aaron Rodgers tonight.
Dude, yeah. Tyler, if the Packers trade Rodgers, you need to come on. Only if you're crying. That would be fantastic.
He's gonna come on and he's gonna be burning his Aaron Rodgers jersey.
Oh, that would be great. That would, burning all this Packers stuff. Listen, Tyler, when Rodgers comes to the Bears, when Rodgers comes and plays for the Bears this next year, you can get a Rodgers Bears jersey. We'll welcome you right along with us. I'm okay with that.
Oh, here comes Roger.
All right. Do we want to
false alarm?
False alarm.
He was already.
This is the thing that sucks about like the draft, right?
He's walking up right now.
Like everybody knew. We talked about this earlier. Everybody knew that this was going to be the pick.
Here we go.
And it still took them 10 minutes to do it, just so they could talk.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
Oh my God! They took Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Yo, I do dig that you put that on for us to hear because, hey, that's what's up. I liked it. Now we can all feel like we were there. And is that Roger Goodell's chair from his basement when he did the thing?
Yeah,
it is. It's the same chair.
They brought it out for the draft.
It's going to be a tradition every year now.
Did you guys hear that Rasheed Davis is going to be announcing the Bears' second-round pick tomorrow night?
I did hear that.
That'll be cool.
That will definitely be cool.
Tyler said, I will turn everything off if Rodgers gets traded and cry myself to sleep.
Yeah, I think he was.
So now
he
that
was
we're
saying he was going to name
he
was going to name his upcoming child after Aaron Rodgers.
I think he said they named.
No, he wanted to, but the missus wouldn't let him do it.
Right, but they did go with Aaron, though, I believe.
That would be legit.
I think he said it was Aaron, whatever they went with, but I think the first name is Aaron. So we're now at 6 minutes and 45 seconds for the Jets. The NFL got smart. It looks like they started the clock right away instead of waiting. So here we are. They traded Sam Darnold.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence is off the board. I think
their
we
big
all
needs are obviously quarterback.
Sure Zach Wilson is going to be going there.
It is Aaron. He couldn't do Aaron Rodgers, though.
So ESPN's trying to recap right now. The Jets got the 2021 sixth-round pick. And, well, they took it off the screen before I could read it. But they got a sixth-round pick and something else for Sam Darnold.
Hold on. I'm behind you so I can read it for us.
Oh, there you go. So it's going to work out.
Yeah. That's why we did this.
Right.
I'm on the So Long Sam right now.
So it's 6 minutes left. Everything is Zach Wilson.
All right, they got a 2021 sixth round, a 2022 second, and fourth round for Sam Darnold.
Okay, so they got a second and a fourth next year, and they got the sixth round this year.
That's actually the sixth round this year is but the two picks next year, those are pretty good value for Sam Darnold, I think.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a guy that you weren't gonna play after you're about to draft Zach Wilson here in about 5 minutes.
Do you guys think that's a mistake?
No, I think it's the right second pick. Who else are you going to take? At least, and especially he fits that offense. Now, I do feel if Trey Lance was further along, a lot of people are saying that whoever drafts Trey Lance, it will be to sit a year. If he was ready to play right now, I think that you see them go out and get Trey Lance because he fits that San Francisco offense that they're bringing to the Jets.
Hold up. Big Mike. If this is the same Big Mike I think it is, This dude is a Patriots fan. What is he talking about? We can't lose Rodgers. Like, bro,
Hey, Mike, I need you to show yourself. Are you a Patriots fan? Or are you a Packers fan?
You can't sit here, ride Tom Brady all the way in New England, and then because you live in Wisconsin, be like, oh yeah, I'm an Aaron Rodgers Packer fan now.
Angelo, before this isn't sport court. Don't come out here taking shots at our followers.
I learned from Mike. Mike taught me about Dill Pickle incident. I get a little defensive.
Mike is a Tom Brady fan, not a New England fan.
Oh. He
said okay, so
right.
he gave me some clarification. You apologize to this man.
I'm sorry,
right now.
Big Mike 13458.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Angelo.
What? Hey, thanks, Big Mike 13458 for joining us tonight.
To talk with Big Mike's comment there. As we touched on, the Packers do have to at least entertain a good offer.
Hell yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Why would
exactly?
It depends on what the draft board looks like and who wants to trade, what spot they're going to get. But obviously they have their quarterback. So it's not like they need to trade up into the top 8, top 5. They could get a decent first-round pick this year, 2 to 3 first-round picks in the next drafts, build off of that, and be very successful.
Can I just say, and I'm sorry, let me just pre-emphasis this by saying I'm sorry in general because my ADD is going to kick in really bad tonight. As stuff's going across the bottom of the screen, it catches my attention. It's like, oh,
yeah, I'm sitting right next to my TV, so I got the same problem right now.
So it just went across the bottom again. How great of a situation is Miami in? They got the 6th pick, the 18th pick. They got 2 picks in the second round. They added picks and they added another first-round pick for next year. How great. They traded back and then traded up and was like, screw it.
Yeah, but that's why everybody thought that Deshaun Watson would go there. That when that whole Watson thing was going around, that he would be the spot because you could trade Tua and all those picks to Houston.
I would love for Deshaun Watson to get traded during this show. Let me just tell you.
To the Bears?
I mean, obviously to the Bears, but just in general at this point, just trade him so we can talk about it.
Yeah, I think something will happen there.
And because I have him on my Dynasty Fantasy team, so
okay,
help me out.
I keep having this
somewhere else for your Dynasty team.
I keep having this moment in my head where it's like, yeah, I want to stay positive about this Bears team, but I know as soon as number 8 comes up,
in. They're showing Aaron Rodgers, but the pick is in.
They're showing.
What if he goes to the Jets?
Favre did it, right?
The Jets.
Yeah, they're just take
Zach Wilson
because of Zach Wilson.
So then
everybody knows.
Then it would be the Jets are where Green Bay Packers quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah, the Jets.
Yeah. Hey, green is green.
Goddamn
bro.
Jets.
Goddamn Jets.
They're the team that just when you thought they were going to do something, go 0-16, 1-15.
Yeah, I mean,
they're probably wishing they hadn't won that one game this past season. They would have been
like you just cautious about Trevor Lawrence.
That's as soon as they won. That's what everybody said, right? Was look what you did. I can't believe how bad Jacksonville was last year, right? Like
it's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah,
especially when you think just a few years ago they were half a quarter away from going to the Super Bowl, beating New England, in New England.
Well, and here's the thing: like we watched the Bears, and the Bears like shit,
right?
And they still had wins, like
and way more than one.
Yep.
Right.
Unfortunately,
here comes Roger.
All right, Raj, what do we got here?
What do we got here?
I always thought this was so overplayed too.
Sitting in the chair, and he comes by and hooks him on his way to the podium.
Right.
I should turn my lights on a color for every team.
Yeah, turn the green lights on.
There they are. They're green now.
Let's go.
Let's see what happens.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson.
Oh my God, Zach Wilson went number 2.
So now the draft really starts.
The draft's begun, right?
We have San Fran. I don't have a gold, but I got a red, so we'll rock a red light if I can get it to fucking work.
But now, in all honesty, the draft only starts at 3 if they go anywhere other than Mac Jones.
Right, because otherwise, yeah, you're on pace for the same shit, right?
You know what's funny though?
Right.
It looks like so Jacksonville had 10 minutes. Everybody else gets 8 minutes in the first round.
Look at this guy, he's hyped. They were hyped when Sam Darnold went to New York too, and look where he's
Zach Wilson looks like a younger Todd McShay.
He does. Good call.
I could see that. Yeah, good comparison for
Like
sure.
when I first looked up right there, I was like, "Why is Todd McShay high five?"
He has a very punchable face, right?
Yeah.
Like I look at Zach Wilson, I'm like, I just want.
He's got those like puffy cheeks.
Yeah, he's got like
like
those
a
baby
mix
cheeks.
between,
Yeah,
Right.
Todd McShay and Phillip Rivers.
that's
Yeah,
even
I
better.
could
He does look
definitely
like
see
a young Phillip Rivers.
You guys know Phillip Rivers has like 10 kids real quick
Yeah.
off subject.
So
does.
when the Chargers moved to LA, they asked him and he didn't want to go. Part of his contract was they had to get him a I don't know if it was some SUV, but it was
like a big bus, like a
it was
small
all
bus.
decked out.
Get him a
so
mini
they had
bus
all
for the whole
they watched
family.
all the video and everything in there, and the other quarterbacks rode with him, and that was his stipulation. Was he was only doing it because he wasn't going to do meetings on top of the travel time because of where he lived. So he said he was going to do it all on the road back and forth. So the other two quarterbacks had to ride with him. I said, what if they live right by the stadium? Well, I got to take a
Right.
4-hour drive just because Phillip Rivers doesn't want to do a meeting.
And then he retires the next year.
Right.
Or no, then he leaves.
We
the
got to
next
go,
year. That's
guys.
what I
Get
meant.
on the bus.
Right.
Come on.
San Fran's on the clock, boys.
San Fran is on the
Where
clock.
did that? Now this is the
5:50.
interesting pick right here, right? Because there's so much
Right.
so much rumor around this third pick of where.
Angelo, start with you. Where do you think San Francisco goes?
So if they don't trade, I think they take Mac Jones.
You
I
think
think
go
that's
Mac
who they
Jones?
want. I think that's the guy that would probably fit that system pretty well. It's a safe pick, I think, for them. That's where I think they go.
Tarbill?
I do have to agree with that. Again, big Alabama fan. Not a big Mac Jones fan, but I think that's where San Francisco's going.
You know what?
Bro,
My
you
next
rocked your
contract
Alabama hoodie or
my next
polo the other
contract with
day.
1252 Sports is going to be that I will not have a co-host from Alabama, an Alabama fan. Because if I hear Roll Tide never again, it'll be too soon.
Fucking Roll Tide. I don't watch college football too often.
Wait till they call Mac Jones up at the podium. You're going to get a big old Roll Tide. I'm just kidding.
No, do it. Be it, man. Be it. I don't care.
I'm going to
No,
remove
Zach
I'm-
Wilson's punchable face. He kind of looks like Pugsley Adams from the
Yeah.
Adams family a little bit, right?
So our guy
both-
Tyler's saying Trey Lance or it's a mistake.
Well, they're going to get
So,
Aaron Rodgers, so it's okay.
I think it's Trey Lance. I know you both said Mac Jones. I think it's going to be Trey Lance.
Why?
I think Trey Lance fits the offense better. I think they're going to go with Jimmy G to start the year and let Trey Lance sit for a year. And I think he's the guy. I think his athleticism and everything else about him puts him over the top. I think that in the long run, Kyle Shanahan is going to be reminded of the difference maker you can be with your legs as a quarterback and keeping plays alive. They do have Trent Williams. They do have some guys a little older, so he could at least make some moves happen. Plus, that the speed fits their offense. Everything they do is fast. You got who's that? Brandon Ayuk. They got Debo Samuel. They got all the running backs are fast. Now you add a quarterback like that. When you have to game plan for two different things, it changes, and they know that from Colin Kaepernick. It changes what defenses do. We saw in the playoff game. Tyler can talk about this. He ran for 235 yards in a playoff game against Green Bay. When your quarterback could do that, and Trey Lance isn't, he's not one of them guys that you're afraid that he gets hit, he's going to be hurt. He's a guy that he can take some hits, but he's so fast. He can change the game, not only with his arm, but with his legs. And I know it's a pro day, but man, some of those throws he threw, the arm strength, the ball placement, it was better than a lot of people, I think, thought it was. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be Trey Lance.
Okay.
Tyler, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man.
I can respect it for the reasons you gave there, Vince, but I think it did come out that Kyle Shanahan was bigger on Mac Jones than
Yes,
Trey
they
Lance.
said Kyle Shanahan would like Mac Jones, and the scouting department was leaning towards Trey Lance.
But at the end of the day, how much stake do you put in what the scouting department wants and how much stake do you put into what your coach wants? I guess we'll find out here.
They say that they've been going more analytics.
Okay.
San Francisco. You know, so we're gonna find out right
They
now.
look busy still. I just seen inside that war room. They look like they're shuffling papers. They're trying to figure some stuff out here.
Yeah, I mean, and you know,
what can we do to get Aaron Rodgers?
I guarantee you, they probably have the guy
Adam
they want,
Schefter
right?
on, and even Adam Schefter said that as of this weekend, they still didn't know which way they were going.
They probably have the guy that they want ready, right, with the card. But they're doing everything they can right now. They're on the phone with Green Bay, whatever they can to try to pry Aaron Rodgers from there right now. And if Rodgers goes to San Fran, this whole draft is nuts at that point.
Oh, it completely changes the dynamic.
Absolutely.
If that's the case. I mean, everything that you thought was going to happen immediately goes out the window if they trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Well, and even
at least when it comes to quarterbacks,
even just what they do with the pick. You know, if they pick Mac Jones and now they're looking to trade Jimmy G, well, New England's probably going to trade for Jimmy G, and that takes New England out of the quarterback race.
Mm-hmm.
But if they go Trey Lance, now New England probably trades up to either take Mac Jones or Fields, because now they're looking for a quarterback where San Francisco doesn't move Jimmy G. So not only does it affect San Francisco, but New England, everybody else, but it affects the Bears.
Yep.
Now the Bears, there might be one more team they're fighting with for a quarterback. If New England's trading for Jimmy G and now they're out, all you're really fighting for is Washington for two more quarterbacks. So do
you see a spot where the Bears maybe look at San Francisco later on and say, hey, we kind of like Jimmy G. We'll give you the 20th pick and a couple other things to take him.
Don't, only because
I sure hope
you've already got Nick Foles and Andy Dalton in your quarterback room. It would be a very odd quarterback room to have three veterans like that.
Well, and Jimmy G's almost, I hate to be this down on the guy, but he's almost another Mitch Trubisky, man. I mean,
Stop it.
Jimmy G is not an elite quarterback.
But he's better than Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's better.
He is better than Mitchell Trubisky, but he's not great. He's a bottom tier quarterback.
I wouldn't say bottom tier, Tarbill. When you say bottom tier, I think of like Teddy Bridgewater. He's bottom tier quarterback.
He's like 12 to 15.
I don't have that much faith in him, just because if he was such a great passer, they would have thrown the ball more than 8 or 10 times, whatever it was in their Super Bowl loss. I get it.
He was one missed pass, one incomplete pass away from coming back and beating Patrick Mahomes.
True.
He overthrew that receiver. He had him wide open. Here's the pick.
Here we go. They didn't trade it.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
Well, all right. So the dominoes are still kind of in order, right?
Right.
What'd you say?
The dominoes are still pretty much in order, right? The first three guys that we thought were going to go to the spots that they were going to go went, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Now here's the tricky part at number 4. It's Atlanta, right? They have a quarterback.
They have an old quarterback, though, right?
They do. They do have an old quarterback.
Angelo, did you see my DX?
I did see it. I appreciated the suck.
Just making sure you saw that.
Suck it. Dude,
Tyler at plus 400. He got Trey Lance at plus 400.
Damn, nice. That's a good cash right there.
Sounds like Tyler's buying dinner for all of us.
Just kidding. He could buy us all Trey Lance San Francisco jerseys with how much he wants.
I don't want a Trey Lance San Francisco jersey.
I think the kid's going to be good.
I think
so.
He's
That's
it
for
good
Jimmy
too,
G
but...
in San Francisco. Period. Right?
No. Now they're going to hold on to Jimmy G.
For what?
Because they're not ready to start Trey Lance. Mac Jones was your plug and play guy. Trey Lance is a guy that said he's got a sitting year.
I still think they're going to move on from him tonight.
I agree with you.
It depends what offers you get, but now if you've got a guy like Trey Lance, who's your backup quarterback? CJ Beathard?
So
CJ Beathard's not a horrible backup quarterback.
No, but he's not who I want Trey Lance learning from.
Right.
That makes sense.
Hold on, I want to see something. I'm not familiar with the exact order of the draft, so I'm not sure who's coming up after
Atlanta, Cincinnati, Miami.
So Cincy is probably going to stay there and take a tackle.
I would agree.
And I'm trying to think. I would say the next big splash that could happen quarterback wise. I'm looking for quarterback wise because I'm trying to figure out where the dam breaks to where Ryan Pace gets real itchy and thinking, damn, I have to move up.
You've got Atlanta at 4.
Right.
You've got Philadelphia has talked about moving back.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit has talked about moving back at 7. Carolina has talked about moving back at 8. And I could see Denver moving back at 9. So really anywhere in the top 10. And if you're Cincinnati and you're so far away from being good, maybe if somebody makes you a great deal, maybe you look at them all fired up. They're fired up for Trey Lance in San Francisco.
Yeah, bro. Jimmy G is out.
However, you don't see Kyle Shanahan.
Jimmy G's out of there. He is out of there.
They're gonna send him to New England. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
I don't think so. I think New England. Yeah, but if you're New England, Mac Jones on the board, that's who you liked better than any of them. Why would you not try to move up and get Mac Jones instead of Jimmy G?
Because Bill Belichick developed Jimmy G.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. 8 years ago?
That is
Jimmy G's damaged goods. He's been hurt. He's been rattled. He's older now. Mac Jones, you could get him fresh out of college.
All right. So I'm going to go through this list real quick, and we're going to say quarterback or not, right? If the team needs one. Atlanta. No.
No.
Yeah.
Cincy. No. Miami.
No. No.
See, I'm in the same as you, Vince. Like, there's been talks that they're not too high on Tua,
I mean, my thing is, I understand the problems that it creates if you draft a quarterback in the first round again, especially at 6.
It takes the confidence completely out of Tua. You can't do that to your franchise player.
You're telling me you couldn't draft, say, Fields or Mac Jones at 6 and trade Tua to the Bears or to Washington or somebody that needs a young quarterback? I mean,
because that's where it's going to come into play here, right? Because if Miami, that's where the next big domino would be,
not to cut you off, Angelo, or does Miami take one more big cut at Deshaun Watson and say, look, Houston, we're on the clock, baby. You're going to lose out on this 6th pick. Do you want the 6th pick as part of the package for Deshaun Watson?
Do you want this quarterback that you could go get? Do you want Mac Jones or?
Not even they could trade them Tua and the 6th pick.
Yeah.
So you get your quarterback and you can go draft a offensive lineman or a receiver to replace Will Fuller or anything because they've got like
5 million needs,
25 holes on the 3-man roster.
So then the Lions, they're pretty much set, right, with Goff.
Yeah, they traded for Goff. They're not. The
Panthers, Sam Darnold's their guy right now.
Right.
Denver, that's a spot that
I'm
not sure because they traded for Teddy, right? So
you gave up a 6th-round pick for Teddy Bridgewater.
Right.
Dallas, no. Right?
No.
The Giants, no.
1971, the quarterbacks have gone 1, 2, 3.
Really, that's an interesting stat. I would have figured it hadn't been that long.
Oh no, I lied. Sorry, I'm on mute. It's hard to understand what they're saying. It happened in 1971. It also happened in 1999. That was the last time.
Okay.
Couch, Donovan McNabb, and Achilles Smith went 1, 2, 3. The pick is in for Atlanta with 5 minutes left on the clock. The pick is in.
And
does that mean they've come up with a trade, or does that mean that
I think that means that Atlanta has traded the pick?
Usually when it's that quick, but then again, it's Kyle Pitts.
Because I'm sitting here looking at the clock for Atlanta, and it says 250 right now.
Oh, did it get down that low?
Yeah, it's at 250 right now. 245, 244.
Yeah, so.
And anybody that's a Facebook
user.
Oh,
no, now it went back up to 10. Wait, I'm confused. It says the pick is in. I don't know.
You're lagging on your end on your TV, Angelo.
Does anybody know? I'm going to Google it really quick. Does anybody know when's the highest a tight end has gone? Has a tight end ever gone 4th overall?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know. That's a good question. Real quick, for all of you Facebook users, either migrate over to the YouTube chat so we could see your name, or take 2 seconds. It takes literally 30 seconds. Go to StreamYard.com/Facebook and let StreamYard see your name so we can see you and interact with you in the chat.
Yeah, we can give you the credit for your comments.
In 1972, the Denver took Riley Odoms with the number 5 overall pick of the 1972 draft. That is the highest selection for a tight end ever in the draft. So if it's Kyle Pitts, it will be the earliest a tight end has ever been taken, and here comes Roger Goodell.
After this pick, I want to say something real quick about the
if it's quick, stuff. You got time. He's walking.
So There's been discussions on us potentially moving away from Facebook and going towards Twitch and YouTube. So if you're on Facebook, make sure you head to YouTube and subscribe to us so that you can follow along with us on there too.
With the fourth pick
They kept the pick.
in the 2021 NFL Draft,
It's got to be Pitts.
the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts.
That's a good weapon. That's a good weapon.
That is
to
a
put
great
up in
weapon.
Atlanta. Matt Ryan did the best work he did with a good tight end, right? So that's
So now you're Atlanta. I get it. It's Kyle Pitts. Nobody can pass on Kyle Pitts. You just traded a second-round pick last year for Hayden Hurst.
True.
And Hayden Hurst played well, too.
So they do a 2 tight end system like old school New England used to run before they had a murderer on their team.
Who's the offensive coordinator there now? I know that the head coach came from Tennessee, and he had to do with something. He might have been the offensive coordinator actually.
OC
in Tennessee.
of Atlanta.
And the head coach came from Tennessee, so it might have been a situation. They were talking about how he
Dave
loves to run the
Ragone?
football.
No, Dave Ragone.
No.
That's who it is.
That is who it is.
No, the offensive coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, who is their head coach?
He came from Tennessee, some guy that was some no-name guy.
Our guy Tyler saying in the
calm
chat.
down. Did you?
No,
hear
Tyler's
Hurst
all
gonna
happy
hold
because
Pitts?
San Fran
I started off by saying
moved
I
on
know
without
it's
Aaron
Kyle
Rodgers,
Pitts.
so he's all.
Right.
I
He's
just was
chill now.
speaking of the fact that they just traded a second-round pick for
Tyler,
Hayden
you
Hurst.
can breathe a little bit, buddy. I think Rodgers is staying with the.
You know what it is? I think he's like got PTSD from you guys bashing him all day.
Dude,
He's like,
Allen was ripping him so hard in the group
Yeah,
chat.
we
man. I
we
felt
don't
bad
need to
for a
keep
minute.
beating the dead horse.
I was like,
did
dude,
too.
Allen, chill, man.
okay,
Like,
so to get back on track here, now we've got at 5 Cincinnati, Miami at 6, and Detroit at 7. I feel Cincinnati keeps the pick, Miami keeps the pick, and I could see Detroit trading out of 7.
is that where the Bears make a strike?
With Chicago.
Alan, are you guessing or did that just happen?
What?
He just said Rodgers to Denver with a shit ton of exclamation points.
Oh, he's guessing.
He's guessing for sure.
Alan, did that happen?
That shit would have broke
that did
right
not
here
happen,
on TV
right.
if that shit would
All the ESPN people are at the draft. They might have missed it.
Nobody's paying attention. What the hell just happened? Oh, shit.
Shefty's like, let me pull my phone out real quick and start tweeting.
You're supposed to be our guy. We thought you were feeding us hot information.
He's over here trying to get us to
Feeding
look
us hot
silly on
garbage.
live television, bro. It's not TV, it's computer, it's YouTube, but
Hey, it's you know what? It's
Same
everything. They can watch this on TV.
yeah. And the FCC, they can let me be.
So
that's as far as you can take that line without us getting copyrighted.
That's right. That's not
So
myself.
let's go here. We got Cincinnati. We see them going either.
Yeah, they're going to take Penny.
They're going to go tackle or they're going to take a receiver. Miami, they're not going to take a quarterback.
No, they'll take a weapon to give to.
And then we're at Detroit at 7. And now if Detroit keeps that pick and they go defense,
they would have
now
to.
we're
Their
talking about
defense is
here at
terrible.
Carolina and Denver, which is 2 prime trade back spots with Justin Fields and Mac Jones still on the board.
So if
Right.
one of those guys go off here, which they won't, because I don't see a scenario where Miami takes either of those guys or Detroit take either of those guys, right? So now you're looking at what, the 10th spot probably, where the Bears could realistically wait till to make a jump, because
8. Because
because
That's what I
you've
meant,
got
8. I'm
Washington
sorry. I meant
at
8.
9, right?
yeah, I really think
No, Denver's at 9. Washington is
No, Washington 17.
19.
Washington's
Or
7.
19, I'm sorry, 19 right before the Bears.
So,
Okay.
real quick, there's 2 quarterbacks on the board, right? So we know Miami's not going to take one. Detroit probably not. Carolina's probably not. Denver might, right? Might. I doubt it, but they might. The Cowboys won't. The Giants won't. Eagles, I don't think so. What do you guys think?
I
think it'd
really
be silly.
I really could see New England moving up. If I had to pick out of Washington, New England, and the Bears, I think New England is the team to move up.
So if nobody moves, right? I'm just trying to find out a spot where the Bears, if they need to move up after one of those guys are gone, right? So the Chargers, they don't need one. The Vikings, that we talked about that yesterday, that it's a possibility they could look at taking somebody. The Patriots are 15. So 14
in a
and
perfect
15.
world, New England sits tight and they get Mac Jones at 15.
I think so too, and
them.
I think that's what's going to happen.
So real quick, guys, if the Bears do jump up here in the draft, they jump ahead of New England.
Mm-hmm.
Say Mac Jones is still on the board when they jump up. Do the Bears go after Mac Jones or do they go after Justin Fields?
I think they go after Justin Fields.
I do too. So this is what I think is going to happen. New England's at 15, the way it's shaking out, right? I think New England stays there and they get Mac Jones. But then Washington is 19. 18 is Miami. I think that's where the Bears look to make a jump.
Washington and get in that.
Yep, they call Miami. They say, hey, we'll give you the 20th spot in this. We want to jump up. We want to take Fields. Boom. That's where it's going to happen.
Yeah, because then, after that, you've got, going in between that, you've got from after the 8-9 spot, you got Philadelphia's at 12.
Right.
The Giants are at 11. Right. The Chargers are at 13. Come on, flip the page.
Those guys you would think would be
Minnesota at 14.
Right. Now, Minnesota is interesting because we talked about this yesterday. Kirk Cousins has a few years left on his deal, right? But you've kind of seen the best I think you're going to get from Kirk Cousins.
I think if Minnesota was going to draft a quarterback in the first round, I think you would have seen them make a trade with San Francisco for Kirk Cousins.
To get Lance.
To get somebody, whoever they were going to take, whoever they liked. I think you would have seen that move because they've said that Kyle Shanahan is in love with Kirk Cousins and he still wants him in his offense. Do
you see any scenario where New England gives up that pick to the 49ers for Jimmy G? You know what I mean? Like, hey, take our 15th
I do
pick.
see it as a possibility.
Jimmy G, you're going to look to give up like a third-round pick. You're not giving up a first-round pick for Jimmy G.
It depends how much Belichick likes the guy.
But Belichick doesn't really make dumb moves in the draft.
You traded him for a second, and that was a few years ago. You're not now going to give up a first for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do want to say real quick, I love these types of shows.
Yeah.
Right? Like we get the guests on and the guests are cool and they bring some extra eyes to the 1252.
Right.
But this kind of show where it's just the three of us shooting the shit, talking what we think is going to happen,
right?
Whether it's far-fetched or whether it's legit. I think this is fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right
absolutely.
I'm enjoying myself.
You just sit back, you say what you think might happen, and
it's just like being in the living room together, right?
You don't have to worry about shit. No, there's no way that's going to happen. Oh, you can't do this. Why? It's my mind. I can do whatever I want.
That's right.
Yeah, I do have to say that was one thing, even with the show we had last night with the mock going
panel
on and everything, the big panel that we did, that was great. And I loved the interaction, but that Pro Football Focus simulator was something else to say the least.
So they're talking about the Cincinnati offensive line, 29th in pass block win rate. Joe Burrow was sacked 32 times in his first 10 games, and they had a 4.1 yard per carry.
Yeah, they're going off.
They're going with.
Don't forget they're going to get Jonah Williams back. They're going to who they just took in the first round 2 years ago. They signed Riley Reef. They bring in somebody else. I think Bobby Hart. I believe they brought in.
Right. They did make additions to the offensive line, but
so they might feel like, hey, now it's time to get a weapon. We'll see. We'll see. The pick is in. The Cincinnati fans are dancing. The draft is in Cleveland, so it's not far.
Mm-hmm.
And how about Cleveland, man? Going from where they were just a couple years ago to where they are now.
We could only hope
so much excitement going into that where they almost feel like it's their division to lose. Here comes Rodgers.
Okay, after this, I want to talk about the Bears real quick.
Yeah.
Remind me about the fucking Browns. I do love that chime.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Wow.
Really?
All right. You called that shit last night. You did. You called that last night. Pat Mike thought you were crazy.
He told me I was stupid. He didn't just tell me I was crazy. He told me I was stupid.
Well, he called us all stupid at one
hold on now.
time or another, but
that's true.
So now with Miami on the clock at 6, if you're Miami, you gotta go Sewell.
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would surely think you can't.
If I was Joe Burrow, I'd be pissed.
they also have come out
Maybe
and
not.
said that they like Jalen Waddle more than they like Jamar Chase. I could see a scenario where Miami goes up right now and they take Jalen Waddle, and Detroit gets Penei Sewell, falls in their lap at 7.
Ugh.
That would be very good for Detroit, and I don't want to see it because they're in our division. So
Yeah, and the Bears pass rush is getting kind of old.
Jamar
So,
Chase averaged
Exactly.
4 yards of separation on each route on his routes last
how
year.
tall is Jamar Chase?
I missed
6
it when
foot.
it came up.
6
foot. Yeah.
Okay, so he's a decent sized guy. He could easily
Mhm.
fall into your number 2 spot.
Yeah, without a
Or
doubt.
or your number 1 spot.
I can't
or-
believe it. Yo,
Yeah,
that's like
that-
the ultimate right now, what just happened.
That was like
Look, I told you, I had a feeling the whole time that's where they were
He
going.
did. He
Vince,
did.
yeah, I do have to give you
did.
credit for that
They
one.
needed a
You
weapon. They
called it.
lost AJ Green.
Yo, pat yourself because that was good. Yep, there you go. Give yourself a pat. That was legit. That was. I can't believe you fucking got that right. That Mike is probably like, God damn it.
He's at Nick and Ivy right
Yeah.
now.
Fat
I
Mike's
can't
probably
believe
enjoying a
getting
beer
hit by
right
the
now.
nothing because they didn't take the offensive tackle.
No, he's too busy getting that Fat Mike beer going over there. I saw him working on it
Helping
today.
pour the hops in.
Yeah, pouring some
stirring
hops
it,
in
and-
there. I can't wait till we get to go down and try it. I hope he
Right.
put a little bit of like, I don't know.
So now
That's gonna be awesome.
you're
It's
6,
gonna be
7,
good.
8. We've got Miami, Detroit, and Carolina. Man, I just keep looking at it, waiting to see when is somebody going to move up to take one of these quarterbacks. Or like you said, the pick is in for Miami. Jamar
Yeah.
Chase is still on the stage, and Miami's got their pick in.
Wow.
Does that mean it's a trade? Did somebody
Is it a trade?
Did somebody put a card in and they make a trade to move up to 6 to take one of these quarterbacks?
But who though? Like we
The
just went through
Chicago Bears.
we just went through the list and like
Maybe
there's
New England doesn't
nobody
want
that
to
you would
pay
have to worry
15.
about.
You don't need to move up to 6 to get.
I don't think so. Not right now.
Maybe you
Now,
feel
if you
that
wanna
somebody
move
else
up to
might
take-
move up.
Like if you're somebody like I don't know, let's say not even the Cowboys. The Giants. Didn't the Giants have a pretty terrible offensive line last year?
Yeah.
That they
Right.
did, yes.
So maybe somebody like the Giants is going to move up to take some offensive line
Oh,
help.
we got
I
our
don't know.
first player comp of the night, and Jamar Chase's player comp is A.J. Brown.
All right. I
All
don't
right.
mind it. AJ Brown's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good play for Cincy. Like you talked yesterday, they put some guys on that offensive line to help. Is
Yeah.
it going to be that? And it's only the first night. This is a deep offensive line
Right.
draft, right? We've talked
Right.
about it constantly. So they can make that move in the second round to pick somebody up who's going to be a plug and play guy.
And the longer
Definitely.
the longer nobody goes offensive tackle, the more they're going to make it to. Don't forget they picked 5th in the second round.
Right.
So it's very
Right.
likely that some of those top offensive tackles they fall to the second round if they so choose, or they might feel that they're okay, that they got other holes they want to start filling.
Mhm.
Cincinnati, that coaching staff over there, Zach Taylor and the GM over there. I mean, they gotta go out and they gotta win here. Not now, but they gotta win at some point because you can't just keep losing. You can't keep winning 2 games a year, 3 games a year, picking the top 5. At some point, you've got to make progress. Otherwise, they're going to be out too. So, I like it. I said my piece last night. I thought that was the move to make with Cincinnati. Now you've got a legitimate number 1 receiver. You pair him with T. Higgins. Now you've got a guy that can run every route in Jamar Chase.
So
a
he's
guy
your
like
number
Higgins
1?
who can- what's that?
He's your number 1? I didn't mean to cut you
obviously
off.
he's going to have to go into camp and earn it. But in my mind, I'm taking him at 5. I'm thinking he's going to be my number 1. And Tyler Boyd, he's taken a few steps back the last few years. He played really good when AJ Green was getting double teamed every time down the field. But, they say a
Right.
lot of times you really learn a receiver if he's a number 1 or a number 2 when the number 1 is no longer there and now he's seeing the double teams. Can he still get open? Can he still beat defenses?
Well, and didn't Jamar Chase play with
So they got the stats up right now. They had 26 games at LSU, and they had 126 completions.
Yeah, that's another reason I think that's pick
And
made
Joe
sense.
Burrow,
right?
who is the face of the franchise, he stood on a soapbox and said, "I want Jamar Chase.
Yeah, that's why I think
Go
this is
get me
going to
Jamar
work
Chase."
because
So that shows conviction there, and obviously in Joe Burrow, if the franchise is saying, okay, we're going to go after the guy that you like, you stood on your soapbox and said, I want this guy. That's a huge sign of trust in Joe Burrow. I mean,
if Joe Burrow was worried about the offensive line, he would say, "Go get me Penei Sewell."
Right.
Exactly.
Left tackle, and we'll slide Jonah over to right tackle.
Quarterback's best friend, other than offensive line,
right.
a wide receiver he could trust. Right.
Go get me a receiver. Well, he knows better than anybody that offense needs another receiver to make it go.
Yep, absolutely.
Agreed.
Because you've seen it in the NFL. If you can take away a team's number one wide receiver, they struggle to move the ball.
And
you open up.
Right.
I love what T. Higgins brings to the field, but you can easily bump him off his routes.
Yep.
You know, AJ Green was so good because he was. Oh, the pick is in. Here he comes.
The receiver. With the 6th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle.
You called that one too. Look at you on a roll right now.
Look at Vince over here.
Look at you.
I do gotta say, roll tide on that one.
Yeah, I'll give you your roll tide.
That's all right. That's a good pickup though for Miami too. I think they.
You know, I started to talk about this last night before the whole Will Fuller debacle happened. But you've got Will Fuller.
Real quick, fuck Will Fuller.
Right. You've got Will Fuller. You've now added Jalen Waddle. So you've got those two. Plus you still have Devontae Parker. You've now got Fuller can play the slot or the outside. You could play Waddle in the slot.
He's got too.
You've got 3 legitimate weapons now. And now look, here comes your player comp. It's Tyreek Hill. So even if you're not Tyreek Hill, but can play like Tyreek Hill out of the slot, with guys like Will Fuller and Devontae Parker is very physical, and Will Fuller can stretch the field against anybody.
Yep.
So now you've got the whole middle of the field for Jalen Waddle to work and run his routes. They're showing his after the catch, abilities. Oh, the pick is in for Detroit.
That was quick.
Does that mean that they're taking? Yeah, we know though they're taking offensive line. Penei Sewell, right?
Sewell fell to us. Let me get him right now. Especially that Dan Arnold, that head coach, or whatever the head coach's name.
I don't know. I just call him moron. That's what he wants right now.
That dude was. I remember when he was Miami's interim head coach, and that dude was something.
Bro, this kid Waddle, man, he is. If they play right, man, and stays healthy. Everybody
fell in love with Devontae Smith this year, and they forgot about Jalen Waddle, except for everybody that mattered. All the decision makers in the NFL and all those people knew Jalen Waddle was the better of the two receivers.
And I think obviously they just showed that.
Jalen Waddle still there.
Yeah, they obviously just showed that, right?
He has really nice separation, man, from his guys. He gets himself open, which is nice. That's going to be a big time plus for. You think so, Alan? For Detroit?
Micah Parsons.
I mean Detroit's defense is jacked.
Don't get me wrong. Micah Parsons is a hell of a linebacker. He fits what they do. They've got so many holes there in Detroit. I just don't know that linebacker is where you go when you have so many other holes, especially this high in the first. Penei Sewell would fall to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You've now got a chance to take a franchise left tackle
who's going to be there for 10 years plus.
You just traded for Jared Goff, who's not super mobile, who's not a quick release. He tends to hold the ball a little bit. So now you can match that up and protect him a little bit. It's funny. They're showing the last 2 picks. You had Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase reunited, and now Tua and Jalen Waddle.
Right. At the end of the day, that chemistry is important.
Right. What did we talk about when Marshall came to Chicago, right, with Cutler?
Yeah.
Was, the chemistry they had. Chemistry. And for the first year and a half, it worked really well. And then Brandon Marshall became Brandon Marshall, and Cutler didn't put up with it, and that's why it fell apart. But
Cutler was an asshole, though.
They might have liked Jalen.
What's wrong being an asshole? I'm an asshole.
There's nothing wrong with
right?
Absolutely,
and Brandon Marshall was crazy. So
the thing I told everybody was, and we'll never know if it mattered or not. It may have never made a difference, but Devontae Smith came out during the what would normally be the combine, but during that media session, he came out during that time and he said that he felt Mac Jones was the better quarterback than Tua, and he didn't have very high things to say about Tua. I said that day when that report came out, I said, if I'm Miami and I had Devontae Smith on my board, He's now no longer on my board. I'll go get another
110%.
receiver to play with a quarterback rather than go with the guy that doesn't like the quarterback and know that we're going to have those problems right in day one. Let me go get – and maybe it had something to do with it. Maybe it didn't. But,
it definitely did. I mean, you can't – as a professional – well, I shouldn't say as a professional, but as a collegiate athlete, you can't go out there and cut ties or muddy the water with any potential team that you could be going to. And that's exactly what he did when he said that.
Right.
And,
Absolutely.
it may not have been meant that way. I'm sure it was just a vote of confidence in Mac Jones, and he was trying to hype up his current teammate.
Right.
But you have to think of that as a business decision from all angles. And
Angelo, what were you going to say about the Bears?
So we talked about how like New York Jets and the Jaguars and the Browns were always like the bottom of the barrel in the NFL landscape, right? And everyone's like, oh, well, the Bears aren't those guys, right? But really, aren't they? Like, if you look at them, they're in this exact spot you don't want to be in, right? They're middle of the pack. They have no money to spend. They have no quarterback. They have no direction.
I think they have money to spend. I think they have plenty. They have plenty of money to spend if there's somebody to spend it on.
Right. I think after this weekend, you're going to see a lot of these guys that we thought were going to be cut earlier in the season or earlier in the offseason cut. I don't think. Well, so I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, go ahead.
June 1st is when a lot of that will take place because a lot of the contracts, like the Aaron Rodgers and some of these guys, when you talk about trading them, the cap. Once you trade them after June 1st, you're allowed to space out those cap penalties, and you don't have to pay it so much each year. You could
right. Out. Yeah, I could definitely see a lot of moves being made here after the draft, kind of as Angelo was touching on, just because they're, especially with the Bears, they're in a very awkward position. They have the worst cap space of any team here coming into next season. So
I was listening to ESPN 1000, and they were talking about how they don't have room at this moment to sign the draft picks that they pick. Like,
right. That's absolutely crazy.
Like, that's a huge. Oh, here it comes.
With the 7th pick,
they kept it.
The 2021 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select
Penei Sewell.
Yo, that is a huge upgrade for Detroit, who I guarantee you did not think that guy was going to fall to 7.
No, you never thought he'd be there at 7. You thought there was no way.
You thought he was going at what? Most boards had him going at 4.
Right.
No,
a lot of people had
4.
At 4. Some had 5. Some had 6. But you never thought he'd be there at 7.
Nope.
So yeah, that's huge. So just to see how that
Detroit didn't mess this one up yet, right? Because that's a pick you had to take. That's a need you had.
So
and you brought Goff in, and that's what he needs. He needs to be protected.
I don't know how the clock works or how they're working it this year, but Carolina's at 3:40 left on the clock.
So I wonder if it's continuous after the pick.
I don't know if the clock starts as soon as the pick is in. The next team's clock starts, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
That seems the way that they've been doing it so far, which is good. I mean, it keeps the pace,
Hell yeah, because they used to wait till the guy was off the stage and then
I'll tell you what.
Right.
I'd have to. If I was the Chargers, I really would have had to see what it would have cost to move up from 13 to 7 with Detroit and take Sewell, who was Herbert's left tackle at Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an interesting point that you bring up there, Vince, and it makes you wonder what they're going to do with their pick, right?
He is a big boy.
I think for sure they go tackle. I think that's a big time spot for Rashawn Slater. But it all depends. Now there's a tackle off the board. A lot of those conversations don't start till somebody's off the board. Well, now Sewell's off the board, so that makes Rashawn Slater or Darisaw, whoever is your guy that's next on your board. Every team has their big board. See, this dude's a clown, man. They're all like falling over each other, hugging and shit. Like, I don't
Here's
know
my
guy in Detroit.
Who do you think is the first team to make a trade up?
The Bears.
If all the reports we saw today that the Bears very much wanted to move up for a quarterback, you couldn't have asked for better than for two of them to fall to 8.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is now
where the next picks don't need one.
Now the problem goes
Right.
into, like you were saying, if you sit back and go, no at 8, no at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, New England takes Mac Jones. Can I wait it? Can I stay at 20 and get Justin Fields?
I don't think you can.
And that's the point where you go into desperation mode and you may give up a little bit more than you should have just to move up and make that pick.
You know,
So like I said, I think if the Bears are going to move up, if the board keeps going the way it's going, like it has been, right? I don't see any of these teams in the next 5 picks needing a quarterback.
And we're down to mid-20 on the clock for Carolina. So
right, so it looks like they're going to keep their pick. Right. I could see it where Mac Jones...
Denver's probably going to take a corner.
Right, probably.
Or somebody on defense, but, you know, so they probably don't take quarterback or trade that pick because they have holes to fill too.
Right.
So now you're really, like you said, you're looking at New England at 15.
And we obviously know they're going to take, like, they like Mac Jones. That's bad.
Right. So now you're talking about at 20. So you're at 15. Do you move to 16? Do you move to 17, 18?
I think the spot the Bears would have to
Washington move. Or do you get if they got the feeling that Washington's not going to go quarterback in the first round? And if that's the case, then maybe you stay where you are and you take the risk. The thing is, you have
in Washington right now.
If you get to 19 and Justin Fields and the tackle you like are both on the board, then you have to decide, am I okay with getting either one? Mm-hmm. You know, I heard they were talking to Sean Payton, and he said the year that Patrick Mahomes went to Kansas City, they were on the clock, or they were next. Whoever was on the clock, I think it was the Chargers were on the clock, and they had Marshawn Lattimore and Patrick Mahomes on their board, tied, even. And they said, we're comfortable getting either one of them. If it's Mahomes, he'll sit behind Drew.
Yep.
If something happens, Mahomes goes, then we'll go ahead and we'll take Marshawn Lattimore. And he said, as they were discussing it, he heard that Kansas City had moved up, and he turned to his guys. He said, Andy just got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the rest is history. That's what they did. But so if the Bears find themselves in that same position, are we okay with this tackle? We like this tackle. We like this quarterback. And you're at 20. Is it really worth giving up capital where you already don't have many bullets, as we talked about, to fire tonight or this weekend for the draft? Do you just stay pat at 20 and say, well, if they take the tackle, we'll go ahead and take Fields. If they take Fields, then we'll go ahead and take the tackle. Or
what's the QB situation in Washington? I'm not from. I probably know, but I.
So Washington signed Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Right. Okay.
To a 1-year deal.
Alex Smith moved on.
Alex Smith retired. They did they re-sign Taylor Heineke, I believe?
Yeah, I think so.
I believe so.
So
yes.
you re-signed Taylor Heineke. You've got Ryan Fitzpatrick for a year. You know,
that's the team right there that's going to look for a
quarterback. The problem
is
the quarterbacks suck in the draft next year.
Right.
You know? But if you're Washington, do you feel the need? You can get something you need right now and then get one of those other quarterbacks like Mond or Mills or Newman or somebody like that later, you know, in the second or third round.
So here's my question, guys. If it comes down to it and there's only one quarterback available where Washington's at and where the Bears are at, if the Bears go ahead and try to move up ahead of Washington, even if it's just two spaces on the board, if they go ahead and do that, could Washington be predicting that and then try to one-up them as well?
I mean, you would have to think that way, right?
Those two teams kind of get into a little bit of a pissing match, and
whoever's
willing to give up more gets the pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers
Rashawn Slater.
J.C. Horn.
Ooh, they went corner.
South Carolina.
Isn't that the guy that everybody thought the Broncos would kind of target?
So everybody said Patrick Surtain. I said I thought J.C. Horn would be off the clock off the board first.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a good spot for them. The Panthers' defense is bad too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of bad defenses in the NFL right now.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if you see this is where you see Parsons go to Denver.
Yeah.
You know, and now you see Parsons go to Denver and Surtain go to Dallas. And then you're at the Giants at 11 with all the tackles still on the board except for Sewell.
I feel like Bratcher wants to jump in and talk with us.
He can't. I don't know why he doesn't just hop on.
That's right. Just hop in, baby.
Like,
it's a draft
they know
room.
they got a 24/7 invite.
Yeah, it's the draft room.
I mean, we talked about them coming on and talking 20. We're already at 9.
Right. We're already halfway to the Bears, baby.
Right.
We're not going to wait that long, boys. We're not going to wait that long. The Bears are not staying at 20. I just don't see it.
I can't believe we've already been on for an hour and a half. It does not feel like that, right?
I don't think anybody's going to move up. I think they're going to stay where they are.
That would be wild. When was the last time? How long has it gone?
Has that ever happened?
Right, when's the last time?
You heard a lot of teams talking about how they didn't feel they really knew these prospects as much as they have in previous years because of the whole COVID thing.
Right.
So we've seen the cost be higher to move up than it's ever been before. So if I feel less comfortable about anybody in this draft and I've got to pay more than I've ever had to pay before, do I really feel it's worth to move up and maybe take a risk on somebody?
That's true.
That I don't 100% feel I know who this guy is.
And you're right. That has been the talk, especially like in Chicago on ESPN. There's like that talk that the Bears weren't really sure 100% on any of these guys, any of the quarterbacks. I just have a feeling they want Justin Fields. They made it plain as day to make sure Nagy was seen at both of those pro days. I think that's the guy he wants, and I think they want him, and they're willing. The Bears, Ted Phillips and Ryan McCaskey, the McCaskey family and Ted Phillips are willing to give Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy the extra year if they're able to get Justin Fields, I feel. You know what I mean?
But is it just the extra year, everything that, you just brought up what they're saying on ESPN 1000, everything that they've been saying on Waddle and Sylvie indicates that they've got more than a year.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of talk that think Pace and Nagy got 3 more years left, that they extended Pace to match the coach, which at this point, I mean, it's hard to go against that when you don't talk about something
and when you refuse,
then everybody's saying, everybody's got a rumor out there and you're not talking about it. That's usually true. Like, look at Aaron Rodgers right now, right? He said that shit at the end of the season. Nobody really talked about it. It just kind of lingered there for a while. And then, we want Aaron back and blah, blah, blah. And now it's back out there. Like, there's got to be some smoke to that, right?
Right.
Yeah. And, that's one thing with this Bears organization. We talk about the lack of transparency and everything, and not to go down that rabbit hole or get negative. I just think when you look at an organization that is so fake, really, I don't want to say fake, but so sheltered to their fans that they can't even say, this is how many years our coach has left on his contract. This is how many years our GM has left on his contract. That's obviously not the way you run a business.
Right.
You have to give the fans some transparency. And I get it when it comes to things like moves you're going to make in the draft, trades you're anticipating, things like that. Of course, you have to shelter that. You can't go out and say, well, we want to move up and take this guy. But when it comes to something as simple as who's calling all the plays, or, Matt, were you calling the plays? Well, I can't. We were all collectively calling the plays.
How ridiculous.
That tight end sweep on the goal line, you fucking called it, and you can't tell me that you didn't call it.
Right. That's a typical Matt Nagy move.
But why? Why does it matter who? Just say, yeah, I chose that play. It was a dumb one. I mean, own up.
As somebody who, I have a lot of management experience, right? And the thing that I always found when you're the leader of a team, right, is if you're up front and you say, yeah, I messed up, that was my bad, it was a bad decision, you're more likely to get the benefit, hey, oh, that's okay. At least you realize that you made a mistake.
You're going to get the respect of your team.
Right. But this secretive, like, we like all of our guys in the quarterback room. That's my Ryan Pace. I think it's pretty good. I've been practicing.
It is actually pretty good. I don't even want to try to top it.
And we like the guys we have. That's their thing. We like the consistency and the continuity of this team.
The collaboration in the draft room is really great.
I think, you know what I think? I think the collaboration of all these quarterbacks is going to be really great for the development of our next quarterback that we bring in here. That is such a Ryan Pace thing to say.
That is 100%.
And you get nothing from him or Matt Nagy.
No, and Matt Nagy's the same way. Me and Ryan, we really collaborate. We really work well together. I think that Ryan's helped me advance as a coach. I think I've helped Ryan see things from a different perspective. We collaborate a lot. We collaborate for lunch. We collaborate on the golf course. We collaborate outside of work.
Collaborate and listen.
Yeah, get out of here with that. No, you probably can't say that. Moving on, get out of here with that. I mean, it's so you can say collaboration as much as you want, but the realistic side of that is I don't care how much you collaborate. I don't care how many good weeks of practice you have.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about practice.
Mark Trestman used to say the same shit, that we had a great week of practice and it never translated to the game.
Yeah, Mark Trestman got relieved of his head coaching duties in the XFL last year. So that should tell you everything you need to know about that guy. But realistically, I mean, I don't care at all how great your practice week is. Yes, I want you to have a good practice week. Don't get me wrong.
Yo, we need Vince. They're about to say the pick. 50 seconds left. Where is this guy?
You got it. You got it, Angelo.
Can you hear?
I can hear it. We're good.
All right. I'm behind, so remember, the world is going to get this pick before we do. But we
That's
can
fine. That's fine. We can deal with it.
Oh, he's back. Did they pick already?
No, they didn't.
All right. I'll let you handle it because you're ahead of me.
Yeah, well, they're still talking. Yeah, nobody made a pick yet.
Pick is in.
Yeah, pick it. That's all I got right now. Pick is in. Oh yeah, see the clock's already started for the next pick. Dallas is down to 9 minutes.
Okay, I do like that they're doing that.
Yeah, me too. It goes a little faster. This shit would have been midnight by the time we were done here.
Right, for sure. Are we getting the long walk to the stage, Vince? Is that what's going on?
He hasn't even come out. I don't know where.
Does that mean there's a trade? No, Dallas is on. You already said, right?
Well, the clock has already started to run down. Dallas is at 8:40 already.
Oh yeah, it's right there on the screen.
Here he comes.
Just to wrap that point up with Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace real quick, the fact that those guys are here this year
hurry up.
and next year tells you everything you need to know about this team moving forward.
Yep.
Plain and simple. Oh my God, our guy Allen in the chat. Rodgers is gonna come out. Get out of here.
Rookie ninth pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain, Jr., defensive back, Alabama.
You know, Dallas is pissed right now.
Yeah, I think they made it very clear that they liked him a lot.
Well, either him or Horn. You figured, okay, we'll get one of them.
Wasn't Jerry Jones was actually caught talking to one of them, I believe.
Probably. You know, Jerry's not that smart.
No, not at all.
Talks, man. He's just an old senile old man.
But yeah,
I think you're a really great player. We would love to have you be part of the Dallas organization.
Oh yes, I do remember that now. Yeah, you know, I just think it all went when Carolina went Horn. That changed everything. You know, Denver.
I'm really liking the fact that there's two quarterbacks on the board still.
Yeah, this is setting up way too perfect for the Bears to take one of these guys, right?
Dallas, what do? Do you go Kwity Paye? Do you go Parsons?
What's his name? Just retire? Who just retired? Sean Lee, right? Lee. That's a void on the team right there.
So if you go get Parsons, they run a 4-3. So your three linebackers are now Jalen Smith, Leighton Vander Esch, and Micah Parsons. If that's the route they go,
I don't think that's bad.
No, that's a really
Vander
good trio.
Played pretty well, right?
Say.
You know, I thought he played pretty well.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the best three, trio in football if you get those three.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you go?
Do you trade out of that spot?
Do you trade out of that spot? Do you?
This is the spot where Washington.
No, they won't. You try to go offensive line.
Yeah.
Or here's a name to throw out there. Maybe now that those corners are off the board, do you look at this? Do you go safety? And look
That's a possibility.
At Morag from the safeties because they had tried for years to go get Earl Thomas.
Am I missing it on my screen where it says biggest needs? Didn't they used to do that?
They used to do that. I've not seen it yet.
Right.
I know they covered that yesterday, I believe, on ESPN. Biggest needs for the teams in the first rounds. Maybe it's just not something they're displaying this year.
I guess. That's kind of nice. That would help a lot of talking points.
I tell you, I love Louis Riddick being on anything.
Oh,
football.
Louis Riddick's the man.
I wish he would come to Chicago.
Yeah.
I want that man to be here. Like, my hope is that the Bears draft, if they get a quarterback, it's somebody who they're going to develop and they do really poorly next year, and that quarterback doesn't see the field, right? And Phillips and McCaskey are like, you know what? Why don't we bring Louis Riddick in to be our football guy?
But that's not the Bears' way, Angelo. When have the Bears ever done really poorly with a rookie quarterback?
Hey, we're
and
saying
left
positive,
him on the bench?
Tarbill.
Yeah,
we haven't had anything negative yet.
I'm realistic. There's not much for me to be positive about in that regard.
With 5 minutes left, where do we see Dallas going with this pick?
I mean, I could see them
Here's
going.
your options:
defense.
Trade out, defense, or well, I guess I don't see them going offense. So
no, they got good wide.
You're either going to go trade out, safety, or edge.
Yeah, I mean,
or linebacker.
I think they go.
I think linebacker
Parsons.
is the way to go.
Do you think it's Parsons? I mean, it's got to be Parsons if you go linebacker.
I thought he was going to go to Denver, but because I just know how. Well, unless
they try to get an edge rusher and they go get a Kwity Paye or a Jalen Phillips,
or they get Mac Jones and have him sit behind
Dak Prescott.
Because didn't
Stop. Why would they do something like that? You just take
Sylvie just tweeted, go get Fields or Jones.
Because then you don't have to pay Dak Prescott $40 million next year.
Did the Bears make a move here, guys?
You say Sylvie just tweeted, make the move?
Yeah. Is this where the Bears go up and take
They re-signed Dak for long term, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, you're right.
You can't get Dak a long-term deal and then
I forgot about that.
I was thinking
getting a replacement for you.
Oh, trade alert! Trade alert!
Trade alert!
It's the freaking Bears.
The Dallas Cowboys, come on, have traded the pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
What?
Oh, God.
That's a weird trade partner in itself, right?
Right.
Inside the division.
Are the Eagles going to go get another quarterback, boys? Are they?
That would mess everything up tonight.
That it would.
Because if the Bears could stay at 20 and get one of these quarterbacks,
so here's
I'd be
the
happy
thing.
with it.
They have not shown the details of the draft of the pick yet, or the trade yet, but they currently have Philadelphia on the clock at 10 and on the clock at 12.
Did they trade out of the first round and not have to? Did they trade up and not have to?
They traded out of 10 and didn't get the 12th from Philadelphia.
That's a total Cowboys move too.
And
I got
Philly,
a buddy.
They know who they took because the clock's still running, but nobody's talking to each other, so they clearly know who they took. And there's nobody in the Dallas draft room.
Well, maybe they're just all sleeping. They're pretty good guys.
There is one lady in there, and she is not looking
Jerry's
around
in there taking a nap now.
Angelo, wait till you see her. She's like,
where is everybody?
There's nobody here. We needed crickets. Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Oh,
Eagles draft room.
The Eagles, man. I mean,
wow.
Where are the Eagles going?
That wasn't who we didn't talk about the Eagles making a move.
And
up.
I wouldn't. Oh, Devontae Smith.
Devontae
Smith is still on the board. I bet they traded up to get in front of the Giants.
I bet you're right.
The Giants are at 11.
Yeah, that lady, you're right. She was like, I don't know what to do. I'm on TV by myself.
This wasn't part of the deal, guys.
Anybody else that Philadelphia would trade up for?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way they're taking a quarterback.
No.
Especially because you're at 12. You could have waited till a quarterback got to you at 12 if you really wanted a quarterback.
Are they still at 12?
I mean, they have them on the thing, but they haven't.
I feel like the Cowboys have that spot now, right?
They gave him a third to move back.
Really? Oh, no, you're making that up.
Oh, I'm not making it up.
That can't be real. They gave up a third round pick to go and move out of the first round.
Let me double check.
There's no way they traded. They might have traded the 10th for the 12th and a third round.
That's what I would say. What are they?
But there's no way it was just a third round pick. You give us a 10th overall pick, and I'll give you 102.
That would be a Cowboys thing. Oh, I got to change the light, though, because it's a different team now. Well, I didn't change it for the Cowboys either. I've been forgetting. Sorry.
Yeah, they traded a third to move back.
Then they had to have
That's all I'm seeing.
Well,
says Cowboy. Oh, no. It says for Cowboys number 12 and third round selection.
Okay. So
that's what happened.
Okay.
But if you're Jerry Jones, you're trading out of 10. That's all you could get? Was you traded back 2 spots and all you did was add a third round pick?
Well, maybe they answered the phone.
and you
for
let one of
Philly
your
first.
division rivals go get what we can assume is Devontae Smith or Micah Parsons.
That's a silly move, man. I
It's
get it. It's a
typical
business,
Cowboys
right?
move.
But at the end of the day, you're going to give your division rival, a team that struggled at this position, right?
Well, I mean,
Exactly
an area where
what they
you
want.
lack.
position they go. They're either going to get a dynamic receiver in Devontae Smith, or you're going to let them get Micah Parsons, the best linebacker in the draft.
Right, and that's what I was just going to say.
Your
Like,
division rival get
Right.
one of the best players in the draft.
if they go for a wide receiver, right? The Cowboys have been pretty weak at corner, right? So, like, you're going to let the Eagles get a wide receiver that's going to be good in a position against one of your weaker spots. That's weird.
Right.
The pick is in.
Oh, he looks mad. Michael Parsons looks mad.
So Philadelphia started with the 6th pick, traded down to 12 with the Dolphins, and now traded up to 10 with the Cowboys.
Do you think that the Giants take Parsons?
They could.
They could.
I would.
Why not? You talk about best available on the board, right?
The only, I mean, whichever one they wanted, whether it's Parsons or it's Smith, Philadelphia has now kept both of their division rivals from getting those players.
Yeah.
And that player, and Dallas now is going to wind up getting nobody. I mean,
do the Cowboys
could
still
lose out
get
on both.
Parsons at 12?
What's that?
I think the Cowboys could still probably get Parsons at 12, though, right?
Not if the Giants take him at 11. Not if Philly takes him here at 10. What if Philly takes Parsons and then the Giants take Devontae
The
Smith?
wide receiver, right?
You're left holding the bag at 12 with Dallas.
And then they move out and the Bears move up. That's where it happens.
Man, maybe.
There we go, boys.
I said number 10, so I'm already
I'll
over.
tell you what, I just don't understand the only getting a third-round pick to do it. It's your division rival. If they want it, you make them pay.
Think about what the Bears gave up to move up 2 spots, right?
Look
Like,
at
I
what
know
San
it's not the same caliber, but
I know
like,
San
move up
Francisco went
one
from
spot.
12 to 3, but they gave up a shit ton. Here's the pick. Come on, Roger.
With their arch rival.
I mean,
my buddy Justin's probably pissed.
I mean,
Probably pissed.
that's
He's a
the
big-
equivalent
he's
of
a
the Bears
big-
and Packers.
you know who's
trading
happy
picks.
right now? Fat Mike. He hates the Cowboys.
He does hate the Cowboys.
Here we go. Here's Roger.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
You called it, yeah.
You called it. There we go.
That's where they were short, right? That's where they needed to go is wide receiver. They've struggled last year because they had nobody to catch the ball.
Right.
Period.
Right.
So that's an area where you improve. And my light's kind of turning. There we go.
Yeah, I mean,
It's got kind of dark in this room.
Either way, you're gonna, you knew one of your division rivals was going to take them, whether it was the Giants or the Eagles at 12. But if you were going to let one of them move up to 10, you're going to have to give me more than a third-round pick.
Yeah, especially because, like you said, that's a division rival, man. You think the Packers would have traded the Bears like that for just a third-round pick?
I mean, let's just say that let's just say the guy they had on their board was Micah Parsons.
Right.
And the Eagles were trading up to get Devontae Smith, and the Giants are going to take Kwity Paye. And you still are going to get the guy you wanted at 12. You still are in the catbird seat. You still can make them give you more than a third round.
Right.
Every trade up, no matter how. Look at what the Bears gave up, one pick to move up to get Trubisky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Do we have to talk about that?
No, but they gave up so many picks. All these picks are going back and forth for first round picks, and you just let a division rival move up, even if it doesn't affect who you wanted.
Right.
You still are in the position to make them pay.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's where you need to go and be like, hey, a third is good, but throw a third, maybe a sixth, or maybe like a third this year and a fifth next year. Something like that. Take some ammunition away from somebody you play against twice a year.
Right.
It's just silly.
I don't get it.
I don't get the interconference trade like that, and you don't get more out of it. You could have leveraged the shit out of that pick if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, if they really wanted, they need a receiver. So it's a really easy conversation on the phone, too. It's like, well, I guess we could give you this pick, but the Giants are probably just going to go get are going to go take them next. So if you really want them, you're going to have to pay for them.
Right.
But so they've Philly's gone out and got Devontae Smith. So now we see the Giants at 11. They probably go edge. I would guess. I probably would say Kwity Paye is where the Giants go, and then you get Dallas back at 12, and then we're on the Chargers at 13.
The Chargers don't need a quarterback,
it's
baby.
really setting up for New England to stay at 15. And oh wait, look at Allen. Chicago is trading up, guys. No joke. Here it is.
What?
The New York Giants have traded the 11th overall pick.
Here it is, boys.
To the Chicago Bears.
Here it is, boys.
Here we go, boys.
Oh, I'm gonna be so fucking mad because they're gonna take.
So your Chicago Bears have now moved up to 11.
Are they taking Mac Jones or are they taking?
They're taking Justin Fields. I'm telling you right now, the Bears they just moved up. They're going to take Justin Fields at 11 overall. Yep. Now, we just went over what it took to go from 12 to 10. If the Bears now went from 20 to 11, did they have to pay the multiple first round picks? Like San Francisco did to go
I don't think
spots?
so.
You're now traded outside the top 10. You're not trading into the top 10.
Yeah, so I don't think it's multiple.
To see what that cost is that they gave up for it.
I don't care who it is.
Fat Mike, 11.
Who's on with us? Fat Mike.
Oh, guys, they better not fuck this up. They better not fuck this up.
You know it's going to be a quarterback.
You know it's Justin Fields.
Hell yeah, you do.
Oh wait,
I don't like it.
Talk about the Bears.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. It's not. I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
I don't think they had to trade up. I think they could have stayed a little bit.
Angelo, listen.
Not happy.
Listen to yours. Oh, they're showing Mac Jones.
These motherfuckers! I swear to God, these fucking dickheads.
Angelo, what did Schefter say? Did he name a quarterback or did he just say a quarterback?
Hold on.
Good job, Ryan Pace. Way to give up another first-round pick. Fucking dickhead.
I hate my life right now.
I can't hear you guys. I'm just talking. I'm just screaming. I'm sorry.
They just showed Justin Fields' living room and nobody's there.
It's not going to be Mac Jones.
Oh, here they all come back. It's Justin Fields. He just hung up the phone when he walked back into the room. Justin Fields, his whole family just came from all the camera.
Woo, buddy, here we go.
He's not even there.
I was in the back like, you guys fucking pay attention. Oh, my God.
All right, I'm putting Mike on mute for a second because his background noise is loud.
It's Fields, guys.
No, it's Fields.
Do you guys want to hear what they're talking about the Bears?
Everybody at freaking Justin Fields' house isn't even in the room.
Well, the Bears
throw Mike on mute.
Pick,
I did.
A 5th round pick, 2022 first and 4th round picks.
What?
Wait, what was it?
Hold on, I'll turn my TV down.
I had mine on, that's why I didn't hear you.
The 20th this year, the 5th this year, 2022 first round and 4th round pick.
Gave up another first.
That's too much, bro.
I'm good with it, but we'll talk about it.
I don't like
it.
Vince, you want to turn the TV up a little bit?
Yeah, I'll turn mine. I'm behind. So.
We don't know what Roger Goodell is about to tell us, but it seems
wow.
to imagine it will not be one of the two quarterbacks. I would have to think it's one of the two quarterbacks. They got the Ridley City, right? You think about
and it's Mac Jones. You're all wrong.
It's Fields. You can see when he came into the room.
It's got to be Fields.
Fields' whole family was out of the room, and he hung up the phone, and they all walked back into the room.
It's Justin Fields.
Our brother here at 1252, Fat Mike, is not happy right now.
He looks pissed.
We talked about this last night, you guys. You knew this kind of shit was going to happen.
The Bears are about to get themselves a quarterback.
A guy who's not going to play this year. That's one thing Mike did not want, right?
Nope.
Here it is.
Through this year's Draftathon, the NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19.
Nobody cares.
On the critical issues of mental health,
blah, blah, blah.
Health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities, and for older and rural Americans. We're joining forces.
Let's go.
Dude, I want to hear the pick already. Come on.
Right.
I'm all for like
They had to trade up to a pick with something else there.
typical.
Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that.
Let's
Leading
get on
the
Twitter,
Greater
see what's
Auburn
going on,
Veterans
boys.
Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream
Sylvia's hyped right now on Twitter. He is hyped right now.
to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears. And it will open.
Brad Biggs just broke on Twitter that it's Fields.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
It's
Carlos.
no brainer.
Take it away with the Bears selection.
Justin Fields, let's go.
No brainer.
I'm a little disappointed it wasn't even
Look
a
at Mike.
conversation.
Look at Mike.
Oh, he is pissed.
He looks like a little kid looking up in a toy store.
So we'll talk about this afterwards because we all know that it's going to be.
Yep, there it is. Wow.
I came over back down.
Wow.
Justin Fields to the Bears, boys.
Wow. That's
Mike, what do you got? Immediate reaction.
Unbelievable. This fucking team sucks. This
Wow.
fucking team sucks.
well, we don't have a pick next
And
year.
grab that shithead. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? The biggest need that this team needs is an offensive lineman. Plain and simple. And they go out and draft Justin Fields. Are you fucking kidding me?
But there's so many offensive linemen on the board, you could get one in the
Wow.
second round.
Yeah, wait. Just wait.
We'll see.
Come 52, they're all going to be fucking gone. You wait.
We'll see.
Let Angelo back in.
Thank you. Where the hell you guys just kicked me out? You don't want to hear my thoughts on this shit or what?
I just
No.
thought you dropped
No.
off for a second.
Nope. I just was gone. Somebody
Yeah, I
dropped
thought
my
you got
ass
off for a second.
Nope.
Wow.
So
I'm
let's
not mad at the pick. I'm not mad at the pick, but the thing is this, okay? I'm going to say this. He's not an immediate starter. And
No,
that's
he's
exactly what the Bears are lacking right now. He's not an immediate fix.
Right.
Why
We
is
just
he
got done
not?
talking about this all night last night.
Yep. I agree
All
with you.
night.
Like, I knew that was going to be your biggest thing is the fact that I knew you wanted somebody that they could put in this year to
Immediately.
play. Right. And I agree with you. The Bears needed somebody like that. But my biggest problem with this is that they gave up the first round next year. That's my biggest problem with it. If they could have got away with the second round, I'd have been fine with it. But you've given away too many first round picks, right? Now, if Fields pans out, theoretically they don't want him to start this year at all, right? So let's say he pans out and
who says that though? Who says they don't want him to start this year?
the Bears. They said that if they were
They said that if they drafted
Dalton
Justin
move
Fields,
was
he
for,
wasn't going
right?
to start this year.
I bet he's in after the bye. I guarantee.
Hold on. We got the Bears reaction, Tarbill. It was brought to us real quick.
Fucking boo.
Before we get into this too much here, guys, obviously our buddy Fat Mike's on location there, but the Bears pick was brought to you by none other than Nick and Ivy Brewing Co. out in beautiful Lockport, Illinois.
Hello, this is Paul from Nick and Ivy Brewing Company. We are located at 1026 South State Street in historic downtown Lockport, Illinois. We are very excited to be partnering up with the Fat Mike Chicago Sports Show, as well as the 1252 brand, because we are one of the few Chicagoland breweries that embrace sports and sports culture. Come in for a fresh brewed beer made right here in Lockport while catching the game of your favorite team. Stay for the live music that we have booked every weekend, or just come for a cozy atmosphere to enjoy a good conversation with a friend, loved one, or complete stranger. Nick and Ivy makes you feel right at home no matter what the occasion is. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook by searching for Nick and Ivy Brewing Company. Visit our website for our up-to-date tap list or to go shopping on our online store at nickivybrewing.com. That's Nikivy brewing.com. Come in today for a fresh brewed beer born and raised in Lockport, Illinois.
So real quick, we have a reaction from a Chicago Bears player on Twitter. He says, I FW it heavy 100. So that was from Tariq Cohen. He fucks with it heavy 100.
What the fuck does he matter? He's a gadget player. Who gives a shit what the fuck he thinks?
You want to hear Louis Riddick talk about the pick?
Yeah, let's hear Louis.
Think about that debate. If Aaron Rodgers is not happy in Green Bay. He's moving on to the short club, right?
I guess you're just trying to prove they're not racist by finally taking a black quarterback. Yeah, pretty much.
Then you got the Detroit Lions with Jared Goff starting over. Now you got Justin Fields, who has more talent than any of them. Okay, what they said Aaron Rodgers, obviously.
Woo! But he just said he got more talent than Jared Goff.
Oh yeah, 100% he does. Hey.
I mean, that's not hard though. Jared Goff's not that great, guys.
I just think there's some things with this kid. You know, he's got some ball security issues. He's got durability issues. Problems? It's kind of like what I was telling you guys last night. You know,
I'm going back in the chat here really quick. I'm going back in the chat. Alan, you can go fuck yourself.
Oh, it's just like I told you. I honestly think we could have got him at 20.
Played every game.
I think the Bears were worried about Washington. That's what I think. I think somebody was like, "Hey, Washington's going to make a move."
Yeah, absolutely.
And Ryan Pace was too afraid to sit back and wait because they couldn't.
They waited.
All right, guys, real quick.
So Ron wants to know what they gave up. The Bears gave up the 20th pick this year, the 5th round pick a 5th round pick this year, next year's 1st round pick, and next year's 4th round pick.
There you go. Way to trade all the draft capital you possibly have to go out and get traded.
I don't mind the other picks. The 1st round pick next year is the only thing that I mind.
Stupid.
I don't mind the move at all. You were going to pay it. You had to pay something to go up from 20 to 11.
Right, and we knew that this team was not going to sit and wait. I told you guys this.
Here's Dallas' pick.
Someone is joining him up on the stage. So Rodgers momentarily delayed, and here we go. A special presentation from the NFL.
Fucking stupid.
So I told you guys this when we did me and Mike had talked about this before. I knew that Ryan Pace and the Chicago Bears could not draft a quarterback in the 1st round. I told you I didn't want that to happen, but I told you Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy knew they had to take somebody.
When he fell out of the 1st round, you had to do it. Or I mean, I
the top 10. Yeah.
10.
Yep. Because you knew Washington was going to try to. That's the team that they were worried about, was Washington.
We thank you for your service.
I don't hate the pick. I do wish that they didn't give up so much. I don't think they needed to move up that to the 11th pick. I think they could have gotten – because it was the Giants, right? They were on the clock. The Giants weren't going to trade with – the Giants were not going to trade with Washington.
You wouldn't have thought Dallas would have traded with Philly either.
Right, but I just don't think the Giants are stupid like Dallas. Like, that's me personally.
Apparently, there's some Cowboy fans out at Nick and Ivy.
I just think I don't hate the pick.
For me.
I just want it's on the TV.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted somebody like Mike said. That's a good pick for the Cowboys. I like what Mike said. I wanted a guy that they could put in, plug and play right away. And I know, Vince, you're not sold on the fact that he won't. I just think he would benefit from not playing this year, right? Like, let's all be.
I know you want a guy that's going to plug in and play right now. In the long run, do you think that Mac Jones is going to be that much better than Justin Fields?
I'm not even worried about Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
That's the only thing that matters because Mac Jones is the only one that you were going to say we're going to plug him in right now and play him.
No, that's
Mike
not
wanted an offensive lineman. That's what Mike wanted.
But
you're talking quarterback. That's the thing, Vince. You're all about quarterback for this fucking shitty Bears team. Yet they have nobody.
If you listen to the mock draft, I said offensive tackle every time.
Yeah,
I know, but right now you're saying that you're all about quarterback, whether it be fucking Justin Fields or Mac Jones. I'm not talking about either of these two fucking shitheads. They need offensive line because no matter who the fuck you have back there, they're not they have nobody to protect the fucking quarterback.
Okay,
nobody.
So if you get offensive linemen and don't have a quarterback to throw the ball, you're still not gaining anything. When they fell out
at least your quarterback would have protection, Vince.
All right.
At least your quarterback would have protection,
Vince.
Vince.
Show with just you two on it.
You are out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, just
you're out of your fucking. I'm serious. I'm ready to touchdown spike my fucking phone right now. You are nuts right now. I'm good. I'm good, guys.
Right?
I'm doing a show. I apologize. You are fucking out of your mind right now.
Right. Just
I got neighbors yelling at me because of the stupidity that's coming out of this fucking chat room right now. It's fucking mind-boggling, dude.
Hold on.
Why would you go out and draft a fucking quarterback if you have nobody to protect him? This fucking team is a goddamn joke, and it's a goddamn travesty. Fuck this goddamn team. I'm done with it. The Chicago Bears can suck my fat, hairy Polish ass. Fuck this fucking team.
I don't think that's a good argument.
No, fuck this team. They have nobody to protect Andy Dalton or this fucking Justin Fields because they just drafted out of Ohio State. The Big Ten is good for two things, guys: offensive line and the occasional pass rusher. That's it. When was the last Big Ten quarterback that you've seen that made a fucking difference?
So, Tarbill, what do you think about the pick?
I do think that it was maybe a little premature for them to move up. I do think that, as Mike was saying, we needed to take offensive line in this first round, but I'm not mad at the pick in itself. I think they got the best quarterback that was there. Obviously, they took him over Mac Jones, and I do believe that was the right move. But with that being said, we've got to get some offensive line for this team. That's got to be their next pick. Is offensive
that's
tackle.
why it was huge. They didn't have to move. They didn't have to give up their second round pick because now you get to 52 and you still can take an offensive tackle. You still address the tackle issue.
We've talked about that. This is a deep tackle draft.
You get the quarterback.
Yep.
Justin Fields was way better. I mean, you're going to go with a Kellen Mond or a Davis Mills or Jamie Newman, somebody like that. I'd much rather have Justin Fields than one of those guys.
Me too.
Yeah,
but
I know
the moving around.
Pick
The
next
moving
year
up.
sucks that you gave it up. But you were going to give that up to get a quarterback. You're going to give up your next year's first round to go get a franchise quarterback. And by everything included, this is what they feel they just did. And I tell you this much, I feel much better that Matt Nagy was the one who said Justin Fields is the quarterback than I do if Ryan Pace stood on a soapbox like he did with Mitchell Trubisky and said, no, I'm smarter than everybody else. This is the guy. By everything we've heard, it was up to Matt Nagy and his staff to find the next quarterback. And if this is the guy they think it was, then you're going to have to pay for him. So you gave up a first round next year. Yeah, it sucks. But look at these teams be giving up first round picks every year, and they still figure out a way to win.
Well, and here's the thing. Ryan Pace, we talked about it earlier in the show, right? His first round draft pick record is not very good. No. Like, we're hoping to God that Justin Fields is the guy, right? Now we have to. Because you're tied to him for at least 3 years, hoping that he's going to pan out, right?
Right.
And you just have to get behind him. I know Mike's pissed because Mike wanted a plug-and-play offensive line, somebody to protect the quarterback, because we talked about it last night, that without protection, the quarterback's going to struggle. That's why I don't think he's going to play much this year, if at all, unless the season goes down the wrong path.
And that's what I think it's going to happen. I think by the bye week, he's going to be in.
This kid is too good not to play him.
Right? Yeah, he is. He is.
Play him because you only paid Andy Dalton $5 million. You would have paid him $5 million to be your backup.
And here's the thing: do you guys think that? Do you think Dalton or Foles is better than Justin Fields?
No.
So if that's the logic, then you're going to go into next year with him being your week one starter.
Like maybe right now, passing wise, I'd say Dalton might be. But I'm telling you, right now,
all these guys on the NFL draft show just sat here and said that as of today, the Bears have the second best quarterback in the division.
And I would agree with that.
No, you're probably right.
Aaron Rodgers.
I just think he's got some work throwing the ball a little bit. I'm not saying he's perfect.
I think Matt Nagy is a good person to help him in that regard. He tried to do it with Mitch, and I don't think Mitch understood.
No, he didn't.
So I think that this is a situation where I said it at the beginning of the show. I felt like they were going to go up to get a quarterback, right? I thought it was going to be sooner. I thought it was going to be 8. 8, 9, or 10 was where I thought. 11 is where they went.
And once they fell out of that top 10, you knew they were going to make a.
Yes, I do think they gave up too much.
They had to. Washington was going to go get Fields.
Mm-hmm. That first round pick is what put it over. I guarantee you.
15. Whether Washington traded up for him or they got him at 19, either way, Fields wasn't making it to the Bears.
Right. We talked about that before.
At this time, we're at 13. This is where we thought Rashawn Slater would go. So we're at 13. If Slater goes, there's still quite a few offensive tackles there. Right. All you need is
still got Darisaw on the board.
Yeah. You just need one of them to make it to 52. If I told you going into this draft the Bears were going to draft Tevin Jenkins at 20, and at 52 they were going to take Kellen Mond or whichever of those quarterbacks you preferred, you would have been ecstatic. You would have thought, okay, great draft so far. If now all it cost you was that 5th round pick and the picks next year, which I get it, you gave up a 1st and 4th next year, but if for that price you're able to go Justin Fields and one of the tackles, I mean, come on, that's night and day.
You see a scenario where the Bears try to get back
Kellen Mond and the better tackle, then go get your franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Angelo.
Do you think there's a scenario where you see the Bears? I don't want to say trading that 2nd round pick to recoup some of this stuff, but Ryan Pace is pretty good at recouping. I could see him doing something with a later round pick to try to make up some of this.
I don't think
he's got 4 6 round picks. I mean,
I don't think they're going to move the pick to recoup. I think they're going to use. I could see them using that 2nd round pick and trying to move back up higher if you get down to 1 tackle, and they feel there's only 1 tackle left. I could see them doing that. Otherwise, you've got Anthony Miller that probably will be traded at some point, whether that's a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick, whatever it is. It's another pick coming back to you.
Well, and
they getting some of that
back. Hicks getting permission to seek a trade. You know what I mean? Like there's players, we talked about this too, that the Bears have to make cap space, right? And names
goals for a 5th round pick or a 6th round pick. It's still a pick coming back to you.
Right. Yeah. I could see a scenario where they use that 2nd round and one of the 6th rounders or something like that to try to move up in the 2nd round.
Right.
And if that's the case and they end up getting a solid offensive lineman, I think we'd all be happy with that, right?
Absolutely.
I would agree.
Absolutely.
The thing is, so nobody looked at Kellen. I know a lot of us said we liked Kellen Mond, but we liked him in the group that he was in.
Right. He was that next tier.
He was the second tier.
Kellen Mond, who liked Davis Mills, nobody said, I think that's our franchise quarterback.
Right.
So if Justin Fields is a franchise quarterback, he is by every stretch of the word what you want out of a franchise quarterback. Obviously, he has to transition that to the NFL. But from where you are right now, he looks to be the part. He looks to be a franchise quarterback. So you're going to pay for that. You're going to pay to go up 9 spots to get him. You're going to give up that 1 and 4 next year. The Dallas-Philly thing, Dallas got the guy they wanted anyways.
Right.
Would I have gotten more? Absolutely. I would have tried to get more out of that trade than they got. But at the end of the day, they got the guy they were going to take anyways. They only moved 2 spots back. I understand that people are going to be upset about the 1st round pick. We were talking before about moving up to get Justin Fields or somebody in the top 4 or 6. Yeah. We were talking about them giving up 3 1st round picks.
Yeah.
The Chargers.
13th pick in the 2021 NFL draft.
Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, you got to protect. Yep,
you have to.
You knew that going in. That was where everybody had him.
That was obvious.
We talked with who was it? Yurko, Fat Mike, and I talked with Yurko about offensive linemen, and Yurko even said to Fat Mike that Affetti wasn't the weakest on that team, right? And towards the end of the season, he played pretty okay. And I know that they played shitty teams, and that's what everybody says. But the Bears like a few of these guys on that offensive line. I think if they can run the ball, that was their key last year to having a little bit of that success towards the end of the year was they were able to run the ball with somewhat efficiency, get Mitch out. I think that's the same thing that they need to do with Fields or without him is to run the ball, create some gaps for your quarterback or to take the pressure off your quarterback and allow your running game to be the focal point this next year.
If they come away with a tackle in the 2nd round and they come away with a wide receiver in the 3rd round, I'm looking at it, okay, we got Justin Fields, we got Walker Little or whoever you think they can get at 52, and then they're able to get a Tylan Wallace or Palmer from Tennessee or one of these top receivers falls, anything that they can add one of those impact receivers right away in round 3. If those are our top 3 picks, the Bears have gotten better at the end of this draft. They are better than they were before this draft.
I think the Bears are better than they were right now.
And even giving up that 1st and the 4th next year, you knew you were going to give it up.
You had to.
Like we talked about it, you're going up to get a franchise quarterback. You're going up 9 spots. And they couldn't afford to wait because Washington was going to move. New England was going to take Mac Jones at 15.
We talked about Washington.
No doubt about it.
We talked about Washington before that we thought the Bears would have to trade up to 18 to jump past them. But in all reality, Washington probably knew that, right?
Right.
So they were obviously working to try to get up too. That's probably why they had to throw that first round in there.
Right. You know, and if he turns out to be a franchise quarterback, let's put it. If they went out and got who's
Liam Eichenberg would be the best second round pick in my opinion.
I agree.
Just my opinion.
No, but I'm just saying if they stayed at 20 and they got, let's just say Tevin Jenkins for argument's sake,
right,
or Darisaw or whoever, if they got one of them at 20, next year you're still not winning a Super Bowl. You're still not competing for a Super Bowl next year.
Right.
So the cap is going to go up next year. Guys are going to become available. Guys that are out there still are out there, like Mitchell Schwartz. Some of these guys are still out there. As the season gets closer, you might be able to get somebody for a 1-year team-friendly deal because Minnesota just traded up to. Oh no, they're trading to 14.
Yeah, I haven't seen one.
Who are they trading with? They trading with Washington.
The Jets moved up to 14.
Yep.
For what?
Coming. Let's see.
And the Jets take
this is
their
the
second
best scenario
quarterback
for
of the
New
draft.
England, right? They didn't have to do any work. Everybody else did the work for them. And now they're going to get the guy they wanted.
I'm trying to. Who could the Jets be moving up for?
Offensive line,
wide receiver.
I mean,
defense, all the above.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe they're going after. Maybe they're going after Kwity Paye.
Kwity Paye. You've got Elijah Vera Tucker at guard. I mean, I don't see why they'd go after him though. No,
where were they before?
No. Maybe they're going up to get
the back end of the first because they had Seattle's first round pick.
Maybe they're going up to get Barrymore. I mean,
that could be a possibility.
I don't know. That's a head scratcher to me. I really don't see what they can get there besides edge.
The goddamn Jets, boys. The goddamn Jets.
We spent so much time bashing the Bears about at least they made a move. They went to go get the guy that they felt was the guy, and they really didn't overpay.
No, they didn't.
Paid, but you were going to pay. It wasn't a move that you look at what they gave up. You're like, holy shit, did they just get fleeced? How did they give up that much to move up?
I just don't see how they move Foles now because he's got a $10 million cap hit. Like
that's the problem now, right?
That's a problem.
You have two quarterbacks that you're paying a pretty significant amount of money. Andy Dalton, not so much, but Foles is the guy you're going to have to move.
I mean, if they do after June 1st, that number does come down. I don't know exactly what it comes down to.
It comes down, and teams always need a veteron backup.
They're going to need, somebody's going to bark for him.
I mean,
I'm sure.
Bill Flacco just got another backup contract.
Exactly. 100%.
So 2 questions for you guys here, and I want to kind of go around the table and get an answer from each of you on A and B. Question 1, does this solidify Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace have at least 2 years to work with this team?
Of course it does. It means that Ryan Pace has 3 years to match up with Matt Nagy.
Yeah, so that's exactly what happened. We talked about that earlier in the show.
Right. Yeah.
They probably extended Pace to match Nagy perfectly. And they're going to see what happens the next 2 years. And if it doesn't work out, they're going to move on from both.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I get it. But if you look at the big picture, going into next year, everybody says the cap is going to skyrocket. So
it's supposed to go up a little next year, and then the year after, it's going to skyrocket. Yeah.
Right, especially with people coming back into the games.
Right.
It's going to be like $230 million, I think, next year.
Right, and then they're talking about like $300 the year after that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Big TV deal kick in.
I'm happy with this pick because, like Vince said, right, like, what is the hope with Justin Fields? That he becomes a guy like Patrick Mahomes, right? That he becomes a Deshaun Watson. If he becomes that, I'm not pissed off that they gave up what they gave up for him. Not one bit, right? The problem is we are skeptical, guys like Fat Mike, right? Like, he's not wrong to be mad.
Right?
Mike's not wrong to be mad because the track record of Ryan Pace and his quarterback selections has been shit. So understanding where Mike's coming from, where you're like, okay, the best option is a tackle or a guard who can come in and be there for 10 years, and he's going to solidify that line. But with a quarterback, if you get a guy like a Patrick Mahomes, like Drew Brees, and I'm not going to even say Aaron Rodgers, but somebody of that caliber,
right?
You're totally fine taking and giving up the picks you gave up for him, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Agreed. It's
I would
just
take that
the
gamble.
question of will it pan out? And
we said the same thing in 2017, guys. Same thing. I mean, hopefully this one pans out different, but maybe I'm crazy again. I said it last night. I think he might have been there later. Maybe Washington. I depend on
He wasn't getting past Washington.
what they're taking. I honestly thought they were taking line
at 19.
Yeah. Well, I've read a lot of reports that their GMs, like he was really big on that. Other places he's been is like he's drafted like an absurd amount of like linemen. That's what a lot of people were saying, and that's why I was thinking maybe that could be the possibility.
Quarterback, and there's one sitting on the board.
Yeah,
that's because we talked about that a little earlier. Alan, you've watched the show the whole night, so you've seen. We talked about who was the quarterback situation in Washington. That's why I asked that question because that was the only team that I could see moving up to try to take a quarterback.
I honestly thought they were going to go later and grab a guy like Trask or Mond or like
and that's
one
probably
of those
what they'll
guys.
end up doing.
That's what I thought.
You wait till 18 and you trade up to 18 to get him, and you only give up a little bit because you're going from 20 to 18.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
You can't say that Washington wasn't going to try to move up to take him.
Right.
It's
something
we're not going to know. Yeah,
New England. Maybe New England.
I mean, we might know. We might hear later that it comes out that Washington was trying to take that spot. This is what they offered. The Bears had to match it with the first round.
They talked about New England. They talked about New England trying to trade up to 6 or 8 to get Justin Fields. So if Justin Fields and Mac Jones are both there at 15, New England takes Justin Fields. Maybe you don't want Mac Jones. Maybe Matt Nagy looked at it and said, Mac Jones isn't our guy. Justin Fields is. Well, then you got to pay to go up and get him.
Yep.
So
here's the Jets pick.
I'm very curious about this one.
Got to be Quiddy pay.
Yeah.
New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera-Tucker.
I told you.
Vera-Tucker, really?
Yeah.
Yo, I want to say something though.
He's a big impact guard. I mean,
everybody thought Vince was nuts when
guys move up for Mac Jones is on the phone with somebody.
Yeah. He's got to be going to.
He's got to go to New England.
He's going to the Patriots.
He's trying to phone New England,
right?
It's always been them.
Mm-hmm. I am not.
I like Elijah Vera-Tucker.
I'm not pissed off about this draft at the moment.
The Bears are live right now too, so it'll be interesting to see what they have to say after.
I think it's a good. It's a
Pace
good
has balls,
move,
man.
Right.
He's got some balls.
He does. We talked about that yesterday, right?
He's got brass balls, man.
Right.
I think
got to give him credit.
Was take your balls off the table.
He always has conviction in everything he does. He always goes and gets what he wants, man.
He is like the definition of hold my beer and watch this, right?
I said that last night. I was like, don't say that to him.
For me, it comes down to I feel like when this draft started and we talked about the Bears moving up, we talked about, well, you're going to give up those 3 first-round picks. You're going to give up two seconds. You're going to do all this. Realistically, they gave up the 20th pick, which is fine because that's where you got your quarterback then.
Yeah.
You gave up a 5th-round pick this year, a 4th-round pick next year. The only pick that really is like, wow, we gave up was a 1st round next year.
Another probably top 20 pick. It's probably a top 20.
Right. You're hoping you're picking around 2025 because you had a decent year. Right. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to give it up to go get him. And if I had to choose, I'd rather them give up what they gave up and gone and got him than not gone and got him and taking a tackle at 20.
I feel better about Fields than I did when they picked Trubisky. Right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Better than Matt Nagy was involved.
Right.
Yeah.
That's I think why I feel okay.
You know, from all the bad feelings we have about Trubisky was prior to Matt Nagy.
Yeah.
And Matt Nagy even said when he did his scouting reports, he's the ultimate project quarterback. Mahomes is a generational can't miss talent. Deshaun Watson is a proven winner.
Yeah.
With bad angles.
And that's what Fields is.
Who Deshaun Watson is. So you trust that he can evaluate a quarterback.
Yeah. Right. No, absolutely.
Rather than just keep always going negative with, well, they did this and is, like I said, when they fell out of the top 10, we all said on this show, the quarterbacks are now in play for the Bears.
Right.
And that's what Ryan Pace did. He went and got his guy.
Yep. He did. It's
so
100% conviction.
100%.
I like the pick. I like the move. I'm okay with what they gave
Full
up.
Throttle, balls on the table.
I think he's a good
hold
fit
my
for
beer
what
and
Matt
watch
Nagy
this.
wants to do, right?
Absolutely. He's a guy that can run the RPO. He can throw the deep ball. He can run the ball.
Right.
Making their pick. Robert Kraft making his own pick. Oh, no, that's not Kraft. It's just another old fat guy with white hair.
Oh, my God.
I fucking love that chime, bro. Every time it gives me goosebumps.
It warms my soul, man. It warms my soul.
It's
like Christmas today, guys.
That's what I was just gonna say. Was this Christmas morning? You wake up, you come downstairs.
This is Christmas jingle music,
there, right? Brand new bike. You're ready to go take outside in the snow.
Only problem is that we have to wait all day for it.
Right.
All day.
In 10 different states through Food for Vets. Don, thank you for your service to our country and for helping those.
I'm going to tell you guys, I have really enjoyed this show.
Hell yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I enjoyed sitting in the back, honestly. You guys been doing a killer job.
Well, thank you, Alan. I'm glad you jumped on, man.
Great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We
I'm
appreciate
happy.
you jumping on.
Here we go.
I'm sick as a dog.
But board.
That old white dude looks like he's struggling for life right now.
He's grasping for air over there.
It was a long walk. Oh, you're not talking about
Look at his mask. His mask is like.
Who they take, Mac?
Mac Jones off the board.
That was the best thing that could have happened to the Patriots, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They get what they need. They didn't have to do a damn thing.
The draft this year fell exactly into the Patriots' lap.
So this just goes into that same narrative that the Patriots do it right?
Yeah.
Organizations that have pieces that you can work with, they don't have to do crazy shit like the Bears had to do tonight, right?
Yeah.
They sat there, they waited, they bided their time, and they got the guy they wanted without having to give anything up for him other than the first pick.
But you said crazy. Was it really that crazy for the Bears to move up to spot number 11?
No, it wasn't.
I think we talked about it before. We thought the Bears were going to be the first team to move up. Yeah. They were the second, right?
I was saying it all day. I was telling everyone I knew that the Bears were going to move up to take Justin Fields.
Well, and they were patient too. I mean, when quarterbacks started to fall, and you got to 7, we were like, oh, at any time now, somebody can move up and get a quarterback right now. I mean, they waited all the way till 11.
I feel like, Vince, you were right. I think if the Bears knew that if one of those guys made it past 10, that they were going to go and get that person.
Right. I feel like they identified 11 as the spot. If one of and I think it was Justin Fields.
Yes. We talked about that in the beginning.
I don't think it was
always Justin Fields.
Makes it out
unfortunately.
Of the top 10. We're going to move up to 11 and take him.
I will say this. I'm happy with the pick other than the fact that we didn't get an offensive lineman in the first round. I'm happy with the pick. I do wish there would have been at least a little more of a look at Mac Jones because I do believe I'm a Mac Jones believer.
My God.
And it's not just because I'm an Alabama fan.
Yeah, right.
What happened to the Roll Tide? I thought you were going to go screaming and throwing an Alabama flag all over the place. What happened?
I'm going to say, I don't even know what Ohio State's chant is, but I'm going to say that for Justin Fields one time. Like
OHIO.
Yeah, I hate Ohio State, obviously, but
I do too. I'm an Illinois fan, so and that's like the worst thing in the world, being an Illinois fan. Like you just watch everyone else in the Big Ten just always be better than you.
So
here's the thing.
Torture.
Going into the draft, fellas, everybody thought we were going to have 5 quarterbacks go in the top 6, top 7, top 8. It took 15 picks for the top 5 quarterbacks to go.
Wow.
Now, obviously the Bears are no longer a team that has this need anymore. Now that you've went out and they got Fields, what does this do to the teams that we're looking at, Mond and Mills? Does it push them farther back now into the draft?
Yes,
because they didn't all go in the top 6 picks.
So who's left?
I think it moves them up. I think Mond moves up now. I think Trask moves up now. I think Mills moves up.
Or they move back?
I think now
they move up.
It depends on the team and how desperate they are. I
think Washington ends up taking one of those guys.
Right. So now you've got Washington that needs a quarterback.
Washington takes Davis Mills here at their pick.
Think so?
In the first round.
No way.
I think they trade out of that pick.
I have seen a lot of mocks saying he's going to go in the first round.
Yeah, and I
could see them trading back and getting like a later pick, like a 27, 28 type of pick, and then being like, "Hey, we'll pick you there."
Nobody thought Lamar Jackson was going to be a first round pick.
Into the very top of the second round.
Nobody thought Lamar Jackson was going to be a first round pick. That's all I'm saying, boys.
No,
that's true.
And I think they're probably similar level quarterbacks.
I mean, Fields isn't as athletic as him, but he can throw better than Jackson can right now.
I mean, as far as your average run-of-the-mill guy.
40.
Yeah. He had a sick 40, didn't he? Yeah.
That's what I say. He ran 4.38.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about
Jackson
that.
only ran 4.34.
Oh, jam. Okay. I didn't know that.
So here's the question now. Now that we're past the Bears pick, right? The other big news today was the whole Aaron Rodgers Green Bay Packer thing, right?
Was it all bullshit?
No. Was it bullshit? Was it not? I don't think it was bullshit. You had too many big guys out here talking about it, right?
I think it was bullshit. My question is, come out by now.
My question is, how does that affect the Green Bay Packers going forward in this draft process, right? Because let's say you would think they're gonna do whatever they can to give Rodgers whatever he wants in this draft, right? Whether
wide
it's
receiver,
wide receiver in the first
round.
Right. Now, what if he still decides that he doesn't want to be in Green Bay?
They offered him a contract. He did not resign.
Right. Now,
that is factual.
He could have turned that down to wait to see what they do after the draft, right?
Right.
With the 16th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zayden Collins, linebacker.
Who?
That's a good pick.
Who was it?
That Cardinals defense is going to be
linebacker from Tulsa.
Oh, nice. Okay.
That Carolina's defense was pretty decent last year. It's. I think they're going to have a solid defense this year.
It just got better.
Yeah, I would agree.
It got better.
Come on, they added J.J. Watt. Now they added Collins.
It just got way better.
Right.
You know, he was absolutely the second best interior linebacker on the board.
I do want to take this back to the Bears real quick, guys, and just ask a quick consensus question. Do we think this move means that Allen Robinson is a Bear for the future?
Yes, I do.
I said that last night. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's why they also made this move, because they knew they had to get somebody to dangle in front of him and be like, hey, listen,
this is who we got.
Right. This is the guy that we're going to go forward with. We want you to be a part of this team, but they still have a problem here, right? They don't have money. So I would look for this team.
They will have plenty of money when they need it. Look at this thing. The Saints were $90 million over the cap, and overnight they were under the cap.
Right. They're going to make moves that are going to piss some people off. And
they kicked a lot of cans down the road, like Max contract, Eddie Jackson's contract, those kind of contracts.
They're going to go to some of these guys and be like, hey, if you want to stay on this team, you're going to have to restructure. Otherwise, we're just going to have to let you go.
Right.
And I don't see Anthony Miller. I think they're going to trade Miller for like a 5th round.
Miller has to go.
Yeah,
they'll
give Anthony Miller away. I don't want the guy on the team.
I hate his
I think
attitude.
Miller's moved. I think
maybe Graham. Who knows?
I think Foles is moved.
I think Graham's probably gone as well.
Graham's got a lot of money left on his contract.
I think they're going to keep him. If they were going to move him, they would have cut him already.
True.
I agree. I think that they like I think by getting Fields, if you keep Graham, you're giving him an experienced tight end. In the red zone, especially.
Red zone,
right?
yes.
That's why they signed him.
The rest of the field, and you just bring Graham in the red zone.
Right. I mean, this need right now is obviously offensive line, right? But you can move some pieces around, like a Anthony Miller or Akeem Hicks, that type of guy, to get a later pick, a 4th, a 5th, maybe even another 6th. And at that point, if you get a 6th round, you got what, 5 6th-round picks?
You have 4 right now.
4 right
now.
So
if you were to trade one of those guys and get a 6th, you're telling me you can't trade 3 6th-round picks to move up to get a 5th-round pick or a 4th-round pick and pick another wide receiver? You know,
I think those plus Anthony Miller, you might move up to maybe a 3rd, maybe another 4th, or something of that nature. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you have to get rid of Miller. You have to. And if you get rid of Miller, then you get, some guy in the 3rd, maybe maybe Tooney might fall. I mean, it's hard to tell. Maybe you've got a guy like Terrence Marshall might fall. He's a pretty good third round option too, I would say.
We got a Facebook user here commenting in the chat saying, "Can we just say fuck Dalton and start Justin Fields?"
I think that's what's going to happen.
That's probably what's going to happen.
We've all decided that he's better than what they have right now. Currently, he's better than two of the other quarterbacks in the division. At that point, you have to be the week 1 starter. As long as he shows.
Remember when they came out with the QB1 though? Remember when they came out with that?
They were all
Are they going to renege on that right now? Because it's starting to look that way. I want to hear that they have a QB competition going on this year.
Everybody got
just like
so
we did last
upset
year.
about that, and it literally was just the social media department
It
doing
was
what they
just them.
do.
Exactly. Yeah,
but here's the
100%.
thing.
Justin Fields said, "Oh, go ahead, Vince. I'll tell you."
I was just saying. I know a lot of you guys didn't see this, but on the broadcast, Louis Riddick and them, they were talking about the pick afterwards, and Louis Riddick and Mel Kiper and Greenberg, they're always saying it now turns to how fast can you get him on the field.
Yep.
So the plan is to get him on the field as soon as you can. Maybe that's week 1.
Nagy's going to be itching to get him on the field.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He's going to be itching to get him on the field.
He's going to want to get out there.
Get him into camp, and they get him in there, and they see exactly how fast he progresses.
Right.
And maybe he's farther along than they thought he would be.
What were you going to say, Tarbill?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Vince. Is there any chance that he is our week 1 starter? You guys think that there's got to be a competition? There's got to be a quarterback competition, or
I think Nagy's going to get to play with his new toy. He's going to see that this kid has what he wants his quarterback to have, and he's going to start.
There's one big thing that I think leads to or points to the fact that they feel whoever they were going to go get had a chance to play week 1.
Yeah.
When they signed Andy Dalton to a $5 million deal, everything else was incentive based.
Right.
One of the incentives was number of starts.
Right.
You didn't feel that he wasn't going to start for you if you weren't going to go get another quarterback to start.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they made that deal saying we are open to a guy going and taking that spot from him. They have no allegiance to Andy Dalton.
But Andy Dalton came out. Andy Dalton came out by himself at the press conference, which was a shit move by the organization in itself. The GM and the head coach should have been there to say, "This is our guy. This is the guy we're putting out in front of you." No, I don't care. Instead, we get Andy Dalton sitting at the podium by himself. That's not how you do business.
Nagy gonna Nagy, pace is gonna pace, man. That's just the way they roll.
The big thing is,
that was a horrible move in itself. But you have Andy Dalton sitting out there on the podium saying, "Everything that I was told indicates that I'm the starter, and that was one of the main reasons I came to Chicago." So are you just saying?
You remember what they did whenever they signed Mike Glennon?
Remember Matt Flynn? Didn't he go to Seattle and he was going to be the starter?
Yeah, and then Russell Wilson came up in the third round and took over.
The field.
And I'm not at all suggesting that if Justin Fields and him have a competition and Justin Fields shouldn't be the starter week 1. That's not what I'm saying at all. But it just seems to me that that's a whole lot of smoke and mirrors, and you hang this guy out to dry in front of the media his first time and make him answer the tough questions.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood.
Oh, wow. That's a Raiders move right there.
Yeah,
it is a
Raiders move. That's a Raiders move. But anyway, back to your point, man. Like, you're talking about an organization who signed Mike Glennon for $16 million, right? They invited him for their draft party, and then they trade up and draft a quarterback in the first round. Like, that's what we're dealing with.
Devastated. Yeah, I mean,
that's what we're dealing with here, guys. Like, are you really surprised?
Are you? I'm not really surprised, but why? Why can't you just say that we may be interested in a quarterback?
I have to say something. Do you think that Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace had anything to do with Mike Glennon being scheduled for the draft party?
No, but I'm talking from an organizational standpoint.
Who the hell?
I'm not talking
Somebody
about
had
that.
to know, like, hey, we might do this, and he's going to be.
Those guys don't communicate with each other. Yeah,
that's not how football works.
But didn't Ryan Pace do all that shit behind everybody's back, anyways?
Social media department,
right? Like, he went behind everybody's back and took Mitch.
He did.
his head coach. I mean, you think John Fox wasn't fucking?
That. You guys are bashing them for things that there's plenty of things to bash them for. That's not one of them.
I think
that's what you do as a team. You just signed a guy to $16 million. That's what you're going to do. You're going to bring him there. You're going to bring him to your draft party because he's your starting quarterback. Didn't know the Bears were going to trade up and get Mitchell Trubisky.
They don't have a very smart PR department then. That's just my opinion.
They need you.
I'm just telling you, like, you gotta collaborate, right?
So what would you have done? You wouldn't have had him at the draft party just because they were going to trade up? They don't care about Mike Glennon's feelings because he was at a draft party.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, man.
They're in the business of winning football games, not worried about Mike Glennon's feelings.
So real quick.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I'm not surprised.
I think it's bogus that Ryan Pace has tried to pass off these quarterbacks.
Bearing over anything.
I think that it's bogus that the Bears and Ryan Pace have tried to pass off quarterbacks like Mike Glennon and Nick Foles and Andy Dalton as like these. Oh yeah, Mike Glennon's the guy. He's the answer, and I get it. That's what you gotta say. But
that's why you had to pay what you had to pay up to go get Justin Fields. Yeah,
and I'm happy with it. I felt I posted about it a couple weeks ago when I had a Facebook. What the hell is a memory, right? Of when they picked Trubisky. I was not a fan.
Oh, right? I wasn't either.
I am okay with this pick. You know why? Because I feel like the Bears. This was a good spot to pick him. You know what I mean? He fell in the draft, and that's what we wanted. He has what kind of car does Justin Fields have? Did anybody check? Anybody check? Is that what?
Yeah, a shitty car to drive.
Shitty car to drive in Chicago.
I told you.
And this piggybacks off what Angelo was just saying. For all these quarterbacks that they've passed off as the starting quarterback and the fix to the problems. Let's say they had drafted a tackle at 20. Then in the second round, they draft a Davis Mills.
Would have been more mad.
And they try to pass him off to you as the fix to all the problems.
Right.
And we all have that same reaction of there ain't no fucking way.
No.
Right.
But with Justin Fields, we feel he could be the fix to the problems.
So you're saying there's
the move
he better be
wanted was a tackle, but now you finally have gone out and passed off a legitimate quarterback. Oh, Miami's pick is in.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips.
That's an end. Wow, they didn't go after Pay.
Jalen Phillips off the board before Kwity Paye.
Wow, that's crazy.
That does surprise me.
Giants are going to get Kwity Paye at 20.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They are because Washington's not going to take them. They already got their front set.
I'm pretty sure that OA's still on the board too. I don't remember OA coming off either.
I don't either.
No, he did not.
No, he didn't come off yet.
That's probably better for their scheme, though. Honestly.
Yeah.
Who's left for offensive linemen that are guys theoretically that you would see going in the second round?
You're talking tackle, right?
At this rate, I would not be surprised if Tevin Jenkins is there at 52.
That's kind of what I was going to say too, Vince. I agree with that. He might be the one that falls.
Because honestly, he wasn't a lock to go before 20.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it was ever really a position where you're like, well, hopefully Tevin Jenkins is still there at 20. It was like, yeah, you could probably trade back. In fact, we heard Lester talk about it. I talked about it. Alan talked about it. Tarbill talked about it. He's a guy you could even move 3 to 5 spots back and get Tevin Jenkins.
Right.
So now, with the way they've fallen, maybe he's there in the second round, or maybe you just move up a little bit in the second round to get somebody.
I mean,
that's what I
got him. You've got Stone, Forsythe. He's a massive dude. He's like 6'8". He's a monster. You've still got Eichenberg there.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of guys that could be in the second round.
If they get Eichenberg, Mike will be happy. I remember Mike saying last night, literally, that he said Eichenberg would be the second round guy he'd go after.
Yeah, and if you got Justin Fields and him, I would be ecstatic. Wouldn't you?
Walker Little is still there.
That's not a bad one either.
So there's guys out there like we talked
I'm rooting
about
for
it. We talked about
Eichenberg
it for
myself,
weeks
but
about how deep this offensive line draft was, right?
And we talked about it, the three of us, during the show. We talked about it as it went farther and farther, with Sewell not going till 7.
Yeah.
It was going to push all those other tackles back. And then we didn't see that roll. We saw more get pushed back.
Could this be a draft that we talk about in 5 years where we're like, damn, remember the 2001 draft when the Bears got
it
Justin
is now.
Fields and they
Absolutely.
well, obviously for Justin Fields, but I'm talking about like, everything kind of just fell in place, right? The Bears got Fields. They were able to get a decent offensive lineman at second round. I feel like if things keep going the way they're going, that's a realistic possibility. You're looking at a quarterback that you can have for the next 10 years, hopefully, an offensive lineman in the second round that you can have for the next 10 years. Like,
hopefully,
we would all take that as a win at this point.
Absolutely.
I would.
So now with Washington on the clock, we got 5 minutes till their pick is up. Where do you, obviously they probably were looking quarterback. Where do you see them now?
I feel like they're going to trade out.
The front is set.
I think they might trade back.
I think so.
Has Barrymore went yet?
Barrymore's not gone.
Barrymore's not gone.
I think Barrymore would fit on that defensive line with
they've
those two edges.
They've already got their front four set.
So I think they're going to.
Who else do they have, Vince?
They have.
Go ahead.
I can't remember who else they have. I know they got Young on the end.
They got Chase Young.
Yeah.
They got Jonathan Allen.
They
got, is that where Solomon Thomas went?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember their whole line, and I can't remember it.
They were one of the first teams. They started 4 first-round draft picks on the line last year.
Okay. Well, then maybe it's not Barrymore.
That's not where they're looking. You're not looking to move up or improve there. Well, let's tend to do that anyway.
Greg Newsome at corner, maybe. Maybe they need a corner.
Newsome,
possibility.
Maybe they go get a receiver.
I got to go back to my needs real quick.
Maybe they go get a receiver to pair with McLaurin.
That could be.
The pick is in, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting
the Giants at 20 and Indy at 21.
If you're getting a wide receiver here, Elijah Moore. I mean,
Elijah Moore's there.
Elijah Moore's there.
That's got to be Elijah Moore. You never know, though, with Ron Rivera, he's a defensive guy, and he likes bulky linemen, too.
Already, don't be surprised if they go get a Rashad Bateman. He's a little bigger.
Rashad Bateman would probably be a good fit for them. I thought Bateman was going to probably fall to the second round, honestly, but
you knew
that's
somebody
a play.
was going to. There were too many receivers with other guys that were going to go.
I think their biggest needs. Yeah, I think their biggest needs were linebacker and offensive tackle. I honestly thought they were going to go tackle. I've said that a couple times. I just think that tackle was the smart end for them. Washington.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that was the play for them there, but
they could go that way now that all the quarterbacks.
Yeah. That whole argument was I thought that they were going to do that regardless, and then maybe go after Mond or one of those guys.
The Giants are probably going to go Kwity Paye.
Oh, for sure.
Indy, I would think, would go receiver.
Yeah, they need some receiver help.
I'm a little surprised that Kwity Paye is still on the board at this point.
I thought one of them would be on the board right now. I just didn't know if it would be Paye or Phillips.
I didn't think it was going to be Paye.
You know what
I'm surprised.
I know he's going back to his Justin Fields pick.
Yeah,
but I like his toughness on the field. Right, he's just got this.
He has broken ribs.
Yeah,
broken ribs.
Broken ribs.
Like when Trubisky came on the field, he looked like that. Oh, that pretty boy. I don't want to get hit. Right. Justin Fields is a guy like Cutler, right? Where if he's running, he'll dip his shoulder and he'll hit you for that extra yard.
Well, and I like that he's a running quarterback that looks to throw first.
Right. Yep.
Here's Washington's pick.
With the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker.
Inside linebacker.
Linebacker, okay. That's kind of what I thought. I figured they'd go either lineman or linebacker there.
Makes a lot of sense there.
It does.
They had traded for Mason, or they had signed Mason Foster. No,
yeah.
Reuben Foster?
Reuben Foster.
Yeah. Bro, obvious shirts already coming out with shirts for this guy.
Of course they are.
Oh,
I'll tell you what, this kid
there's
stud. Did they
Soldier Fields.
There's some
I like it.
some very, very happy fans. Apparently at the White Sox park, they just erupted whenever they played.
Like I said, he's a guy.
Are the Sox playing right now?
So you're going to come to a
Sox
team.
have a doubleheader today.
You're going to come to a team that's
right.
lacked that on offense, right? That hasn't had that gritty kind of edge to them, and you're going to bring a guy who's, like I said, not afraid to dip his shoulder and hit somebody to get that extra yard. And that's what this team needs. They need a guy who's going to go out there and be like, hey, listen, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to kick you in the mouth. And
Right.
if I get hurt in the process, so be it. But I'm going to make sure that I give you everything I have on this field.
He's a winner that doesn't talk about winning.
Yes.
He goes out and does.
I love it.
That's the difference between him and Mitch. Like Mitch talked a big game, but Mitch just couldn't do it. Like Fields proved that in college.
Everything you have to know about Mitchell Trubisky was when he said that they had turned the TVs off. Because it was starting to bother him.
And everybody made a big. Oh, that's not that big of a deal. No, it was a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
You're
the leader of this team.
It was all fun.
He was talking about parting of being a leader was like cleaning the locker room up. Like, the dude had no clue.
For a week
no
on
clue.
ESPN. Like that was a huge topic on Cap Show. And like Mitch is a guy where he loved the praise, right? When that team in 18 was rolling, he was all for it. You want me to turn the lights on my Christmas sweater? Yeah, that was Santa's sleigh.
Right.
But the moment shit got hard, he clammed up and just couldn't deal with it.
Well, and I think everybody answered that question for you around the NFL when nobody offered him a starting job.
Right. So this Facebook user, remember what I said. Head over to YouTube, subscribe to our channel, and we can get – because we've talked about possibly not being on Facebook much longer. Maybe. But
make the move.
What do you guys think about Foles? You would assume he's gone, right?
Well, as long as you have to wait after June 1st, because you have to bring that cap hit down. It's like a $10 million
they can start
and change
the year with the team.
Yeah, no, he can't. There's no way.
You see a possibility where they trade him?
Yeah, absolutely.
You'd have to trade him for a bag of peanuts.
You
got Teddy Bridgewater, who went 6th rounder, and he's miles better than Foles.
True.
Like, what are you going to get for him? I don't know if you're going to get a suitor out of a 7th round pick.
I'll take a 7th round.
I'll take a 7th round.
Yeah,
like I would.
Maybe, or just some cash consideration or something. I mean,
or
like the Bulls, like the old Bulls, you know.
I take a 6th round pick next year for Nick Foles.
That's what I mean. They'll trade him after June 1st. They'll trade him for a 6th round pick next year.
Yeah.
And you won't have a 4th, but now you double up in the 6th.
And that should give you, I think it's maybe half of that. So then that might give you $5 million. And you have to have roughly around $5 to $7 million for these rookies.
Yeah.
Around there. Roughly.
Well, that gives you
I'm not worried about money
there.
at all.
Yeah. No, I'm not either.
To have people that their whole job is just to know how to move money in the salary cap.
It's just like Cordell Patterson said on Twitter. He said, if you want somebody, you're going to be able to go get them.
Yeah.
You can make it happen.
I mean, and anytime they want, all they got to do is go up to certain guys and be like, hey, let's extend you.
Yeah.
That's the best part about the NFL is that you can restructure contracts almost any time.
You just got to have the guys willing to do it.
Right. That's the problem.
I want to know what the national, not to take the focus away from the Bears, but I want to know what the national impression of the Giants is going to be tomorrow morning when they said that David Gettleman there's no way David Gettleman would trade back.
Yep.
And here we go.
He's going to get roasted in New York. New York media don't play, man.
I don't know.
It depends on who he gets here. I mean,
Greeny's going to have something to say about that.
I'm not sure.
This is why this is my lucky Bears football right here. I've had this thing since I was like 5 years old. This shit has been it hasn't been too lucky, really, until this moment now.
Maybe it was today.
Every time I see that 11 pick come across the screen, I'm just like, oh my God. Did this really happen?
Is this really
real
just
life?
Got Justin Fields?
Is this real life right now?
It feels like the Jay Cutler trade all over again.
It does, kind of, doesn't it? Yeah, it does.
It's not that excitement. Like
hoping it's better than Cutler, but
yeah, I think we all are.
The excitement around the trade.
Yeah, definitely.
Giants
this
pick is in. We're just waiting for Rodgers to walk out there.
Right there, and he didn't look too happy.
It's got to be Quiddy Pay. Oh, yeah, he looks mad.
Yeah, he did not look happy, bro.
Oh, boy.
I feel like he's
I have a streaming app, so I'm like 45 seconds behind you guys.
Me and Alan, we're on the same page here. You guys are the ones ahead of us, so maybe
I'm also paying a lot less than you guys too.
That's right.
I'm okay with it. I ain't mad. I ain't even mad. It's got to be Quiddy.
The Bears have like a big hype video for Justin Fields right now, making me all.
Oh, you know it's gonna be out there.
Do they?
Making me all pumped. If you're Andy Dalton, how pissed are you right now?
I mean, I feel like he knew
They told me I was the QB1.
I think Andy Dalton kind of knew this was coming. I mean, he'd be stupid not to.
I'm supposed to be the starter.
I'm QB1.
Twitter.
You know what? I don't think Andy Dalton cares. He's getting paid. If he never plays the snap, he's getting $5 million.
Yep.
I'd be cool with that job, right?
I'd let him run me over every day for that.
That's what they said. They said Chase Daniels has made like, I forget how many millions of dollars.
Oh, he's ridiculous.
Thrown 200 passes in his career.
Yeah.
Like $30-40 million, I think, or something.
I think it was like 38.
Yeah.
If I can make a living being a backup quarterback, sign me up. I don't need
It's a lot harder than you think it is, though.
Well, that was like
you got to be the guy with the brain, but
yeah.
Well, that was like they said about New England's punter when Tom Brady was there. It's like he's got the easiest job in football. He doesn't even punt half the games. Roger making that slow walk to the podium.
That's kind of like Tyler Bray too. The only reason they had Tyler Bray was because they use him in different packages, like in the practice squad teams. He just show up and run the other team's offense, and that's why they liked him.
And
waste
there is
of money.
some value in that, but not
that's a waste.
Not what they paid him at all.
No.
The New York Giants select
Quiddy pay.
Kadarius Toney.
Whoa!
Oh my God. Okay. Tooney. All right. That makes sense.
Fans are going. What happened?
Yeah, they're just
Bro, I feel like Giants fans are never happy with the draft.
Who's that?
Every time I watch a draft and they pick, the fans are like, "What the hell?"
That's the same with Philly.
Yeah,
I don't think they watched.
It's him. It's an older gentleman behind him that looks like it could be his dad or grandfather, and the whole rest of the room is filled with women.
Smart man.
And then his entire table is filled with the draft hat.
Fans are like, "What is
smart
happening?"
man.
Wait till they show the room though, and then the whole table is filled with draft hats.
Yeah, I see that right now.
Oh man, I got to see the reaction right now. It's hilarious. Oh my God, yeah, you weren't lying. Holy, woo!
A lot of hats. He clearly did not know where he was going.
No, he had every hat in the league right there.
So now here's the thing: you're the Giants. You traded back. You decide you're to go receiver, and you don't go Rashad Bateman. You don't go Elijah Moore. If I was going to go with a smaller receiver, I'd go Elijah Moore.
That's who I thought they were going to go
Who
with.
was the wide receiver they drafted a couple years ago? Eli Apple?
No, that was a corner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Eli Apple's a corner.
He's a corner.
Who was us? What's his name? I know it starts with an S. His last name.
Sterling
Shepard. Yeah.
Shepard.
Sterling
He was
Shepard.
okay.
Yeah.
Right. He wasn't
okay, but they went out. They signed Kenny Galladay. Now they drafted Toney.
I mean, like Tony's not bad though. He's got some good speed. He's got good change of direction. He just doesn't have the top end like run over the top defense speed. He's a twitchy guy. You know.
I mean, he's 5'11". He's 5'11", 180. He's a kick returner, but you know what? In the NFL, you don't do those jump cuts in the NFL and take it for a touchdown.
No,
in the NFL, you do that, and the guy comes in.
Right.
You're getting smashed. Yeah. Well, just look at Tariq Cohen. I mean, that's basically what I see when I see this guy.
Think that was the other guy. I think they trade him too.
East-West.
You think Cohen?
Nick Miller, Tariq Cohen, and Nick Foles are all gone before the season.
Tariq Cohen is the king of running East-West, guys. I don't understand why this organization loves him so much.
Well, and
they love all their guys.
Ryan Pace.
All we heard was that he's Tariq Hill, but he's slow for his size.
He's slow.
He's slow for his size, for sure.
He gets caught from behind all the time.
Bears fans go crazy after trade for Justin Fields. Sounds like we're all really, really hyped about this pick, except
I know one Bears
fan.
Except Fat Mike Chicago.
That's because Mike wants every team in the league in the first round just to draft a tackle or a guard. Pretty sure that's what Mike would love.
Look,
I love Mike.
I
but
still think I still think Vince and Fat Mike need their own show.
No.
Oh man,
just spar and go.
You would never get a word in.
You would just call it the War Room, and it
would be called a screaming match. That's all it would be.
I totally understand where he's coming from.
Oh yeah,
Tackle was a great. It was a great move.
Bleacher Report, bro. Check this. Bleacher Report.
I just saw that.
Put this shit up.
Yep.
They told me I was the starter.
Like I get all that. I just feel like I don't feel they overpaid.
I don't either.
I don't either. No.
Depends on what that first round pick is, but
right. Like could it be if he turns out to be shit? Then yeah, they overpaid, right?
Well, right.
And they're all gone.
But, right.
Thank
and
God.
They're all gone. Right. So this is probably if he's bad.
That's the other silver lining here.
This is probably best case scenario.
This is the last silver lining. It's that if it doesn't pan out, we don't have to worry about him in another 4 years.
Right.
Yeah,
that's my silver lining.
And if it does pan out, if Matt Nagy, if nothing else, you're going to learn if Matt Nagy's a good head coach or not.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's
there's no more excuses. Right?
Because
there's zero.
No matter what side of the fence you fell on, there was always that middle ground where you could say, and Tarbill and I went back and forth about this on our show many times.
Fuck Matt Nagy.
And I'd tell him, how is he supposed to call his offense if he doesn't have a quarterback that can run it?
Mm-hmm.
And
so now he's got his guy, Vince. So
excuse anymore.
Exactly. So now he's got his guy. So
it's
if
time
he
to
calls
put up or shut up.
Plays, and he still calls fucking tight end sweep on 3rd and 2 on the goal line.
Look,
where are we going to be talking?
If he goes for a touchdown, nobody complains.
No,
they don't.
I've listened to you two have this argument a lot, and I tend to want to agree with the way Andrew talks about it, but I get Vince's point. It's that,
if it works,
he never had his quarterback.
Right.
He's never had what he's needed to do this correctly.
And a lot of people
get rid of that shit.
A lot of people say, well, then he shouldn't take the job. He should have taken the job if he didn't want Trubisky as a quarterback. Nobody's going to turn down an NFL head coach.
Yeah, nobody.
No, that's
zero.
The dumbest thing in the world.
He's not going to happen.
It's just like yesterday.
Unless you're Bill Belichick, and you're like, you could handpick where you want to go.
Right.
You're not turning down a job, man.
Under Andy Reid, you're not just going to turn down a head coaching job because you never know when the next one's coming. Look at Eric Bieniemy. Everybody thought he'd have a head coaching job by now, and he had not one offer.
Yeah,
right.
I'm very happy now. The more we're talking, the better I feel about this. There's some stereotypes that got thrown out the window. I won't bring that up.
No, I know exactly where you're going.
Why is Russell Wilson talking about the Colts? Oh, he's the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Because he's the
I
Walter.
thought he was about to go to the Colts.
No way.
Go to the Colts.
He just got Wentz.
They're going
to try to
right.
Carson went to the 21st pick for Russell Wilson.
I'm just glad we didn't trade up to get Mitch Trubisky again. I saw that going around today that
I did too.
They're going to trade up to get Mitch Trubisky again. I'm like, Jesus.
That would be a Bears move.
Nightmare.
I think Matt Nagy identified Justin Fields as the guy he liked out of who was going to be available.
Right.
We knew Wilson and Lawrence weren't going to be available.
Yeah.
But between Lance, Jones, and Fields, I think he identified Fields as his guy. And I feel like Fields and Lance do a lot of the same things. Fields is just closer to being ready than Lance is.
I agree with that.
100%. For San Francisco, you could go get a Trey Lance and let him sit behind Jimmy G with no run.
I think he's like Colin Kaepernick, honestly. That's who he reminds me of quite a bit.
Yeah,
the way he throws, the way he runs.
Right.
He ran a run-first offense in college. I just feel like he's basically the same kind of guy. That's why it's always been kind of a intriguing thing in this whole process with me because he just crept up. He kept coming up the board. Everybody kept saying Mac Jones, and even if you listened to their press conferences, they were very, we need to make sure that everybody's alive that day. It's like he was diverting the Mac Jones question because he knew he wasn't going that route.
They asked him. They said when we traded up to 3, we identified one person as the guy we wanted. Since then, we've grown to like other candidates just as much or more than we did then.
Yeah.
And then that's when they said about Jimmy G being on the team on Sunday, and he said, I can't even guarantee him he'd be alive on Sunday.
Exactly.
That was a weird quote for him to say.
It was a very telling press conference.
Like, question. How are you going to ask a head coach right before the draft weekend, can you guarantee that the quarterback that you're drafting a quarterback, you guarantee your other quarterback's going to be on the team? Hold on, here's the Colts pick.
I wasn't even paying attention.
2021 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye.
There it is.
There we go. Kwity Paye's off the board.
That's a good pick for them.
Colts. Jinx.
I like Kwity Paye.
They had a good defense already, and now you add Kwity Paye.
Yeah.
Right.
He's all excited.
That old man was like, that old dude was
they
like,
really
nah,
needed a
I'm not
corner
getting up
too,
for
though.
this.
I honestly thought he was going to be corner, honestly, but
he's all excited now. He's like, I have to go to the Colts instead of the Giants.
You know, one
He gets
thing
to
I
play
do
in
like
a
about
dome.
Justin Fields also. You know, I think I have this little bit of a connection with him.
Because of the headband.
Because we rock.
You guys cousins or something? Oh,
we rock the
Wish.
headbands.
Shit, if we were cousins, I'd be like, hey man, congratulations.
Yeah, give me some tickets.
That's all I need. I don't need no money.
Hook
I
it
just
up.
want tickets. That's right.
I just want to go. I just want to watch.
I'm taking the boys to a tour at Soldier Field here next month, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Can you guys see
That'll be very cool.
mark under my eye?
What'd you do? Punch yourself?
So I was at.
You didn't go over to Tarbill's house, did you?
No, I was at my daughter's
Hey, now.
softball. My daughter played softball, and her teammate was coming off the mound, and I was like, "No, you got to leave the ball on the mound." And I was standing like right in front of her, and I reached out for the ball, and she threw it at my face.
Looking like Bryce Harper.
Damn. Ouch. Yeah, Bryce Harper had about the same.
Let me tell you what.
His was up a little higher.
97 mile an hour ball to the face, and
like
nothing happened.
Yeah, that's
like he looked hurt, but he got up. He's like, all right, fuck.
He's
all right, I'm good.
He's a tough guy, though.
Yeah.
He's a guy who should have played hockey. He got that hit in the face.
Yeah.
He would have been hockey for sure, man.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have made a quarter of the money he's made.
No.
But
I was like, "Oh, I'm in a hurry to make the Wednesday show," and then she hit me in the eye with a softball.
of course,
I was coaching third. I was like, "Oh, I'm fine. I got the third." And I was like,
talk about luck.
I was
Right,
right. Push on my face. I'm like, "Ow."
Bro, I'm gonna change my my Facebook picture to
You know what, Angelo? You said you were going to change lights for every pick, and you haven't done that yet.
And
yo, once the
you've
Bears
been slacking
happened,
quite a bit.
I was gonna say once the Bears pick
Once
was
the
in,
Bears
it was-
happened, we got so hyped. I changed it for everybody else though.
Where was the blue for the Colts?
But I mean, realistically, guys,
There you go.
You could have went Giants.
we're
Colts,
at the
and
point
that's
in-
perfect for the Titans.
we're at this point in the night where the 21st pick just happened. So it would have been 10 minutes ago. We would have just been here in the Bears taking offensive linemen. We've had a good 30 to 45 minutes to let this pick sink in.
It still hasn't, honestly.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you what. In all that time, no more offensive tackles have gone.
You're right.
This is
So
true.
that bodes well
I
for
think
who?
this.
The
I
Bears.
think this might be the team, either corner or maybe tackle or maybe wide receiver. But I think that's a reach. I'd say probably this
They
is a
need some.
spot for.
They need some wide receivers. They lost.
They
Corey
do.
Davis.
So
They only got AJ Brown.
yeah, is this where we finally get Elijah Moore off the board? is this Bateman? You know, there's a couple options here. There's a couple plays.
I think it's Bateman. We shall see.
They don't know. It's down to 3 minutes. They still haven't made their pick.
No.
They don't know who they're picking.
Or they're trying to trade back because they just have too many
This is the
needs on
best
there.
one, boys. This is the best one right here.
Oh my God.
That's
The Michael
best one.
Jordan crying meme on Andy Dalton.
That's
Wow.
the best shit right there. That's gonna be the background for my first sport court show.
Who did that? Who made that picture? That looks like my buddy Dale. He makes pictures like that. They call him
It
the meme
says
god.
it's Black and Abdallah's Instagram posted that. So
His name's Dale Burgess. We call him the meme god.
meme god. That's what's up.
He
I've been
plays
trying to
football-
get
he
into
plays
it, but
football,
man.
and he always makes memes out of all the losing teams.
The internet will always win.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely. Uh-oh, what, Angelo?
Hoodie came out. You guys want to hear what Hood has to say about Justin
Oh.
Fields?
God. What'd he say?
Oh, we'll listen.
The Bears got their guy. The Bears got their guy in Justin Fields for the draft. You know, it's interesting. there's been a lot of quarterbacks with the same prototype of Justin Fields that have been in the draft before. That guy that can run with the football, guy's got a strong arm. But the Bears were able to lock in Justin Fields because enough was enough. They got Mitchell Trubisky and thought that they can mold and shape him into something.
Are you watching the draft right now?
It didn't work out. And the Bears went up in the draft to be able to get Justin Fields. I'm overjoyed for him because I've watched him in college his entire career, and I just know that that guy can be a difference maker. You know, more importantly for the Bears, it's not necessarily all about Justin Fields. It's about Matt Nagy and Ryan Pace, because just like Fields will be on the clock, Bears manager will be on the clock now too.
I agree. This was a move where, and shout out to Jay Hood on Instagram. I don't want to get in trouble for snagging that little snippet without his permission. But that's a move that we all agree they're all linked together now, right?
Absolutely.
It's the worst case scenario. 3 years from now, you move on from everybody.
I'll tell you what, this is the longest I've seen any clock go down. They're down to 48 seconds on the clock.
They're really thinking about what they're going to do here.
I mean, there's a lot of plays for them here.
There are a lot of plays to make.
Now,
here.
I don't want to be that guy, but I do feel like we might want to end the show.
Okay.
What?
I mean, because we still need some record time for tomorrow.
Yeah,
we're at 3 hours right now.
We have the 3 hour mark back in the first round.
Oh man, I guess you're right.
We're already at pick 22 is about to be announced. So
if the Bears trade back into the first round, Mike's gonna have a heart attack, guys.
What if they trade up and take an offensive tackle?
No, that'll be the worst.
If they go get Eichenberg, it'll be okay. That's all we got.
This dude at the show at the draft, his face mask says the ball to Derrick Henry.
I don't. Can we vote on this right now? Are the Bears going to trade back into the first round?
I'm just saying you never know what could happen.
If they do, we're all going to finish watching the draft, right?
I'd rather.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd rather finish the first round and not do the third round.
All right, I'm cool with that. With that. What else? I'm cool, but we could talk more about. I'm interested to see what the Packers do. I think they're going to go wide receiver.
They have to.
They have to go receiver.
Rashad Bateman's draft party was wearing an Eagles jersey.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
That's why I asked if you guys were watching the draft.
I saw some dude snoozing on the couch, though, in one of these. He was out. He was like, I'm done. I'm past.
I'm out of here.
There's some guy with a face mask that says, please give the ball to Derrick Henry.
His face mask says, please give the ball to Derrick Henry.
I like that. That's awesome.
How'd you guys like my my Marv post today?
That was good.
I thought it was funny. If it was closer to Christmas, it would have been better. But
besides, we're at 22.
It was still great.
24, you get to see Tarbill over there do another roll tide.
Yep.
I'm content with my roll tides for the night, boys.
But now she's
tide
going
rolling, boys. The tide is no longer rolling.
The tide is
going to be Najee.
Down.
Yeah, there's no way Pittsburgh takes anybody other than Najee Harris.
Yeah, they love their running backs in that state. They love their running
backs. They
like
Najee, but Travis Entity, or however you say it.
Etienne?
Yeah. Etienne. There we go.
He's not their style of running back. They're a power running team.
He's a home run hitter. He's a severe home run hitter.
Here you go, Tennessee.
Are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Oh, God.
I love it.
Dad joke.
Dad joke 100%.
Knee slapper. It's got to be Caleb Farley. Got it.
Nicely
I just
done.
thought about that. I was sitting here thinking, I was like, what other corner am I forgetting? Caleb Farley, man. Back problems.
I thought it was going to be Asante Samuel Jr. I forgot all about Caleb Farley.
Yeah, I did too.
Hey, Alan, that's almost as good as Vince getting Cincy's pick right yesterday.
He
nailed that shit on the head.
I kind of thought Vince was right too yesterday. That was the obvious pick, man. You got to team him up with his old guy. Like, it's 100% the way to go. You got a solid number one now. Yeah, they might go in the second round. They're going to get another lineman, I'm sure. Probably Eichenberg, so then Mike can get pissed off. But it's the move you had to make. The only thing about Farley is his back, man. He's had two back surgeries.
March 23rd.
Yeah, he's had two.
Who's the second lineman that's out of Northwestern? I forget his name.
I couldn't even tell you that. I don't even think I have that on my board.
But Northwestern has another lineman that's a second or third round projection, I believe. That.
Let me look and see if I got another one real quick. I don't think I do. I'm not I'm an Illinois fan, so I don't have very many fun games to watch.
No,
don't really watch college
when
football.
they win 2 to 3 games every season.
Yeah, right.
No,
right.
Not enjoyable.
No, not at all.
Don't get me wrong.
They just lost Lovie Smith too.
I follow the Illini, but obviously their basketball program's where it's at, and their football program's nothing.
No. So we've got Minnesota up next, huh?
Yeah, I don't even know who these people are. They're showing the Titans draft room.
Yeah, I
where's
have no
Rabel?
idea.
Why does this guy look like he's wearing a double gun holster?
Maybe he is.
You never know. You never know. The Vikings.
Tell me it doesn't look like Farley's wearing a double gun holster.
It does a little bit.
It does a little bit, yes.
Here we go. Oh,
so Minnesota on the clock.
That's a small table. I can't get a bigger room. Jeez.
So the Vikings
NFL team.
I think the Vikings need.
It did kind of look like a gun holster. You're right.
It does. The Vikings need interior linemen. They need edge rushers. They need. They definitely need a tackle.
I think they're going to take Owe.
Always a smart one.
Here's the thing.
Try to
one of our
enunciate
guys
his
that
entire
watch us
name.
from ESPN.
No, I'm talking about
to
Jason
tell ESPN they need to put the
okay.
needs for the teams on going forward.
Yeah, I don't know why they
Because
stopped
I'm
that
kind
this
of
year.
annoyed that they're not up there this year.
Oh, the pick is in.
They fully expect you to do your homework.
Well,
that's why they're
I didn't do
doing
my homework
that.
in high school, so what did they expect?
I didn't either.
That's why
I did what I had to do and run out. Yeah, pretty much.
Exactly.
Did what you had to do.
If I would have done my homework, I might have been in a Fortune 500
Then you got
company.
Pittsburgh. They won't take them long. They're going to take Najee Harris. Then Jacksonville's up for their second pick.
I don't know. Aaron Banks maybe for them.
I'm just trying to get to Cleveland. I just want to see Cleveland's pick.
I really like Trey Smith.
So now the ulterior
maybe Tevin
motive
Jenkins
comes
goes.
out.
I don't know. It's
Vince was talking about what if the Bears trade back into the first round. I just really want to see Cleveland's pick.
I mean, it's the
You're
whole
kind of a
city.
Cleveland fan, aren't you?
Oh no, I definitely am.
Yeah. I kind of noticed that on
today,
your
I
Facebook a little bit.
I'm just
I
ready
feel
for
like
my
he's like an
Browns and
underdog
Bears.
lover. You know what I mean?
You know what though? I do too though. Like I've always liked them. I've always kind of liked Buffalo a little bit. I've always kind of liked Baltimore a little bit. You know, like those kind of teams always intrigue me.
I liked Jacksonville when they were on the rise and they had Jalen Ramsey
Saxonville.
and Boye.
Yeah.
I mean, because you were just locking everybody down, and then you had that great
Yeah.
defensive line too.
They had a sick pass rush.
So obviously we know the Browns are Vince's second team, quote unquote. Angelo, you got a second team?
So I do enjoy, like when I
Packers.
used to play Madden a lot. Yeah, right. When I used to play Madden a lot, I'd be like, me and my buddy would do the franchise mode or like the whatever mode, and we'd pick one NFC team and one AFC team.
Mm-hmm.
And I always went with the Raiders. I just like their jerseys. I was a big fan of
And now they
the
play in
silver and
Vegas?
black. Right now they play in Vegas. I always like them. So how about you, Alan?
I'd say the Bills probably for me. Either the Bills. I've always kind of liked the Browns because they've always been
So
that
you're
team.
the glutton for punishment with your teams. huh?
Yeah, I am.
The
I am.
Bears,
Like,
the Bills, the Cubs.
I just like those like old school kind of
Illinois.
defensive teams. Oh yeah, definitely Illinois. Like that's just painful. But
Illinois is painful.
like I'm not going to bring up the NCAA tournament. I'm going to leave that alone. We're doing a draft show.
Yep.
So I won't get pissed off today. Just like Mike gets pissed off about when we talk about the Bears, I get pissed off about that. So I'm going to steer clear from that today. But yeah,
What about you, Tarbill?
You know,
2020 draft
I'm going to
look
catch
back.
some flack for this, but I have a picture of myself in a Dallas Cowboys jersey when I was like 6 years old.
God.
Hey, you want to know what my mom put me in? She put me in a Brett Favre jersey once.
I
My
actually
dad
had to do
lost
that
his
too.
mind.
Yeah.
So
I was
I
actually
don't-
duped into
Thanks,
Packers.
Sherry.
I don't actively have a second team, but when I was a kid, I had family that were Cowboys fans, so I did tend to keep up on them.
That's what my dad was too.
They're showing all the houses from last year because all the coaches are doing it at home, and Cliff Kingsbury's badass crib in Arizona, and Mahomes was like, I just want a crib like Cliff K. Yeah, I think he could buy his own now with his $500
I remember he said that, right? Yeah, that's funny.
That's great.
I think like the NFL, the next thing they should add pyro to their draft.
There's Belichick in his draft room with his dog.
No, they need to have like
he's over there feeding his dog again.
I like that idea, pyro. Kind of like some WWE type
Christian
stuff.
Darrisaw off the
Darrisaw?
board.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it'd be tackle. Okay.
That's
that
a
sucks.
good move for Minnesota.
That's a great move for them.
Yeah, that's two of these NFC North teams that picked solid guys to
Especially Minnesota, they traded back.
Well, if you think about it, they're going up against Khalil Mack twice a year. I mean,
fuck, Khalil Mack's over.
But
I wouldn't say he was. He's not over. He's not over.
Bro,
he's getting double and triple teamed. He's getting double and triple teamed.
So
right.
badly.
He is getting double and triple teamed, but so does Aaron
said
Donald.
we were going to be positive.
So does Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald's a little different.
How?
Because he's interior.
Angelo.
You can find ways on the inside for other guys to get around. When it's him on an island on the end, that's a different scenario to me. Sorry.
You
said, but you got Robert Quinn on the other end, who's supposed to be such a great.
Robert Quinn's hot garbage.
Hey,
Period.
hold on. Maybe Quinn has a good year this year. He had no training camp last year. It was a weird year with COVID. He was hurt coming into the year. Maybe coming in fresh in a whole training camp, maybe he plays like the normal Robert Quinn.
Maybe.
I hope so. He's got a lot to prove after last year.
We said we'll bring positive.
That's right.
The positivity's gone, Vince.
Sunshine and rainbows.
Mike came out here. Mike blew the positivity off the fucking
sunshine and rainbow. Pretty sure Mike got rid of the positivity in the group anyway.
Right. He was apologizing to people for waking up their kids.
He was screaming.
He woke up the neighborhood. He was so fucking mad.
I was literally like, Tarbill, you need to just cut him off right now. Just mute him.
Well, there's apartments up
Mike.
there above where he was at.
Oh, the Steelers pick is in.
I love Mike, but he was not a happy camper at all.
You knew
we watched the whole progression of that pick too. He was just standing there.
He looked like a little kid up in a store, like
then
looking up at the toy.
He was like,
somebody took the toy that he wanted, and he fucking ran away.
He went outside so that we could hear him be so mad. That's what he did.
Okay, so we're sitting here at 24. Pittsburgh's pick is in. Jacksonville's at 25. Cleveland at 26. Do we think somebody's going to move up to the back end of the first to get somebody before the end of the first, like we did, what Baltimore did with Lamar Jackson? Doesn't have to be a quarterback, but is there any team that any of you think might be the team, if anybody, to move up into the tail end of this first round? Let's start with Alan.
I think Tampa Bay might stay because they want to take a quarterback for a fifth-year option. How about that?
Alan, that's not what I asked you.
I know I know exactly what you asked, but
into the back end of the first round, they're already the back end of the first round.
I definitely don't think that there's anybody who's going to trade up. Honestly,
it doesn't have to be a quarterback; could be any position.
It's gonna. I don't see it. No, I don't see it. Where everybody lies right now, I don't. I think there could possibly be one more QB come off, but not on a trade.
Angelo?
Ace?
No, it doesn't have to be a quarterback. It could be any position.
No.
I don't think if you're going to move up, what do you move up for? You move up for quarterbacks, right? Or dynamic wide receivers. That's it. I'm trying to think of a team that really would
a tackle before it hits the second round. Oh, Goodell just appeared at the podium.
Maybe the Bears.
Najee Harris, I'm sure. You're probably right. Yep. Okay. Yep. You're right.
I feel like they get running backs every year.
Roll Tide,
right?
There it is. You knew it had to come once. It had to come
That's what
once.
she said.
Oh my goodness! Look at this dude. He's looking all dapper.
I'm all for it.
That's
what she said. I'm that kind of a person. I'm that kind of immature.
I live by that code.
If you don't like it, I'm sorry.
I say that at least 6 times a day.
Today on Waddle and Sylvie, I heard him talking about the Lee Allier rant, and
6'1",
Waddle said he
232
loves
pounds.
it because he giggles because he's a 54-year-old man who enjoys curse words still.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm like,
Can we just take a moment here?
agreed.
I'm not big on talking about
Okay.
Alabama, but can we just talk about he's 6'1", 232 pounds.
That's a dope
and
suit, too.
fast as shit.
Yeah, nice suit.
So you're not big on talking about the greatest college football program of all time.
Anybody can be a fan of Joe.
You want to know? You want to know who he really reminds me of? I think he could be an upgraded Matt Forte. I think he does kind of like some of those like bouncy jumps. I honestly see that with
You're
him.
right. I kind of like that. You're good call.
Yeah,
He's
the
gonna
versatility
be
for
he's
sure.
Gonna be a faster Derrick
But
Henry.
faster. I don't know about that.
He's 232 pounds.
But
He
he's
does have some
shifty
feet,
as
though,
hell.
Mike. He does have
he
some
jumps.
bounce to him like Matt
Like he
Forte.
bounces
You're right.
like crazy. Like
Yeah,
he doesn't really seek the contact.
Let's see. I love
Like-
Matt Forte. He's
who doesn't?
always one of my favorites.
Absolutely. I remember his first game against Indianapolis. I was like a schoolgirl screaming because I was so happy that we had a real running back finally. I was like, God, like he tore it up for like 120 or something. I was just enamored with him from that moment on. I
So
loved him.
Jacksonville at 25, Cleveland at 26, Baltimore at 27. And then who was it? Green Bay at 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
Green
think
Bay.
Green was 29, wasn't they? No, 28.
28 Green Bay.
Jacksonville.
Waddle, Surtain, Smith, Jones, Leatherwood, Harris.
Leatherwood's already off the board.
I think this might.
No, that's the Alabama guys that have gone in the first round.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think Jacksonville could even go safety here.
Somebody should.
They need a safety. They need linemen. They need everything.
What's his name? Morrig is still there.
That boy Mike was talking up last night, big time. Yeah,
He's the best safety in the draft.
yeah. He goes and fucking murders people. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised if Cleveland went and got him.
that would be a smart play too. Honestly, I could see that.
'Cause they got
I
Grant
would
Delpit
agree,
coming
yeah.
back for free safety. They could draft Morrig for strong.
Yeah, for sure. We got. Wow.
But yeah, you got Jacksonville, Cleveland, Baltimore, Green Bay. Who's it? Buffalo.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Buffalo. Yep.
Buffalo, and then Kansas City and Tampa.
I think Tampa could get Trask.
Really?
Why not?
Just to
Why
have
not?
somebody sit
At the
behind
bottom of
Brady.
the first, though?
Dude is
Who else do they need? They brought
44 years
everybody
old.
back.
They have everybody
That is
back.
true. They did
Everybody
bring back
from their
everybody.
They have an
offense.
embarrassment of
Every single
riches right now. You can go get a guy like Trask. He's
They
kind
just
of,
signed Antonio Brown for $3 million.
non-mobile quarterback, just like Brady, and just
Let him
develop
learn.
him.
Why
yeah.
not? That's not a bad
Why not?
idea.
Why
And
not?
you get that
I,
fifth
I've
year if
seen
you
a
get him in
lot
the
of
first
that.
round.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
it's
my
hard-
take.
I
it's
do
hard to say
understand
that-
what you're saying there.
It's hard to say that a team has a more pressing need than backup quarter could. Like they can't do that when they just brought, like you said, you brought back all 22
Yeah.
starters from the Super Bowl.
What are you
Yeah,
gonna
so,
do? I mean,
you don't need to bring in an immediate starter. So
you either
in
get
that,
him,
in that
You know
regard,
what? I
you
think
get
we could
someone
use
you
another
can
corner.
develop.
or if you could get a corner, you could get another running back.
I think Asante Samuel Jr.
I liked him, man. I liked him a lot.
He's just small,
He is.
but he definitely is a guy that I could see them taking.
I really like Tyson Campbell too. That was another
Campbell?
one out of Georgia. Yeah, 6'1", good size guy.
They could go edge rusher too.
Plethora of opportunity for them. They have an
Yeah,
embarrassment
you can
of riches, man. They can go
That's-
anywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy what that team was able to. One, what they were able to accomplish, obviously, last year with winning the Super Bowl, and then two, to bring all of those guys back.
Yeah.
That's
And the Bears
absolutely
actually beat them.
That's why Ryan
You
Pace and Matt Nagy
can't
are
hold
still here.
on to Tom Brady forgetting
they
what
were like-
down it was, Alan.
They were like, "Oh yeah,
I have
we
to.
fucking suck, but at least we beat the Super Bowl champion, so we can't be that."
He had a
far
senior
off."
moment right there. Yeah.
You no longer have to hold on to that senior moment. We have Justin Fields now, guys.
Yeah, right. No, you ain't lying. I wonder what that does for the rest of the Bears team too. Like does that light a fire under all their ass? Because in my opinion, I think
it has to.
I feel like even the defensive guys are like, oh, here we go. All right,
I'm telling you,
got a guy
that can score
Khalil
more than
Mackson
10
at home
points.
going,
We'll try.
Andy Dalton.
Yeah, he's
fans,
probably loving it.
This is a business, right? And you pitched Andy Dalton to be the reason to draw fans back into the stadium. That's not it.
Maybe they
that is like the greatest poker hand bluff of all time, though.
Kidding.
Yeah.
Dude,
Psych.
Poor Andy Dalton. Yeah, poor this. Poor this.
Yeah, we
just
really
kidding.
We came out with a pair, but really we have 4 of a kind. Sorry.
Right.
Moving on.
I have a pair and another pair.
Ryan
He's got a pair of something.
Every time, right?
He's got a pair of something.
I have a pair of aces and another pair of aces.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Matt Nagy just walked out, I'm sorry, Ryan Pace dropped out there and dropped his nuts on the table, and
so
here we go. We're going for Fields.
All right, so let's get back on track here. Jacksonville's at 25. They took Trevor Lawrence at the top of the draft. Where do you can name a player if you got a player, otherwise you guys just want to go position. Who do you see? Where do you see them going with this pick? The last 2 years they took C.J. Henderson, corner, 9th overall, then Clavon Chasen, the edge rusher, at 20th last year. Now they got Trevor Lawrence at 1. Who are they going? Where are they going at 25?
I think they take offensive line.
Angelo says offensive line.
They do need a tackle. They need a tackle, but they can go get the best safety in the draft right now. I wouldn't be opposed to either, but I'm hoping safety.
The safety's going to Cleveland.
He might. That's the big question here. For me, it's either safety or tackle, but I'm just going to go different just because safety.
I think they're going to be typical Jacksonville and go edge rusher again.
That's what they do all the time.
Again?
They always do.
And then they trade them.
Right.
I don't understand that.
Well, maybe they grab another wide receiver since they just got Trevor Lawrence, Like, that's another play.
Didn't they switch to a 3-4 this year?
That I don't know. I can't.
I believe they did, yes.
I do not know that.
You got Josh Allen, but the Chason, he'll probably play too. But, when you're running 3-4, you always need a couple edge rushers.
That's true, yeah.
Roger making his walk down to the podium.
Hurry up. Run.
There's nobody in the chair.
Good. Stop talking to those people in the fucking chair.
With the 25th pick,
He didn't make it to the podium. He's got a handheld microphone. He's sitting in the chair.
the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
Etienne. Etienne went. I thought Buffalo was going to be the team for him, honestly. But nice. That's a home run hitter right there.
Yeah, but
that's a good.
Hold on. So you just had the rookie of the year as an undrafted free agent running back. And you say, you know what I'm going to do with my first round pick? I'm going to take a running back.
I love it. I love that pick.
That can't run between the tackles.
No, but you just got a home run hitter. You got a guy who can take screens on. You got a better Tariq Cohen. Much better Tariq Cohen.
Where did Trevor Lawrence play?
Clemson.
Where did
Who
that
was
guy
his
play?
running back?
Yep.
Right.
So what? They have good chemistry. Him turning around and handing off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey,
you know what?
Where he throws it,
we've talked about chemistry a lot, and in this show, and collaboration.
And I guess Angelo does make a point there to an extent. If you're going to use the guy out of the slot, you're going to use him on some screen passes. There obviously is a little bit of chemistry there.
Right.
Not as much between a quarterback and a receiver, but there still is some timing that's
I'm telling you, the first round is an awfully high price to pay for a guy that you're only going to use as a passing running back.
I get that. I agree with that.
I mean, you're going to have James Robinson on the field for first and second down.
Yurko's pissed right now, I'm sure.
Of course,
you never take a running back first round, especially when you like you said.
I thought he'd go to Buffalo.
Well, and
that's where I thought he was going.
Buffalo, they don't have a starting running back.
Yeah, all they have is Singletary, and he's meh. Yeah,
with the emphasis shifting away from running backs in this style of the NFL, where so many teams like to be so pass heavy, you can get running backs in the second and third rounds that are quality players, whereas you couldn't before. So
right,
you can.
I guess I don't know. I mean, I like
it.
What it is, but
I didn't think that was the route, but I like it.
I don't think that's I would have thought if they were doing anything, they would have went receiver.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too.
You could have had DJ Chark,
Bateman too,
and
Bateman's still there,
Chenault, or whatever his name is.
NFL comparison: Alvin Kamara.
The clip they just showed of Kamara versus the Packers, though.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
the
but
kid's
Kamara
a home run
runs
hitter.
between the tackles.
Well, he didn't when he first got there, did he?
Is that something? That's something you can learn, though, right?
That's something he can.
You're either
he
big
can,
enough to run through the tackles or you're not.
I mean, how big is he? He's
Etienne is small.
hang on, I have it. He's 5'10", 205. Yeah, he's 5'10", 205. So he's not very big.
No,
but
5'10's a little short, obviously.
I still like.
I don't mind the 5'10 part, but the 205.
205 is what I don't like. Yeah, like I don't mind.
You can put
it
some
being
weight
short.
on though. You can get some.
Not if the frame isn't very big. He's a great player. Don't get me wrong, and he's great value at 24 or 25. I just didn't think that was where they would go. I thought
no,
there was other spots they could have went.
I mean, they do need everything, so
right.
Yeah, but they picked
I'll
the
take
second
one
round.
of everything.
I think they could have got him with the first pick of the second round.
You're probably right. Yeah, they probably could have. But you and me were saying Buffalo.
Right, unless Buffalo took him, but
they were the play for me. Cleveland safety. It's got to be.
It could be because the safety's still there. I mean, somebody's going to take him. I think it makes a lot of sense.
They need a defensive lineman.
He could play in the box with Delpit at free safety.
Yeah, you could get an edge here, another corner.
And
that's really all I can think about.
I thought they'd go inside linebacker, but
yeah,
all three of them, the three that I thought would go in the first round, are all gone.
Yep.
So I don't think there's another one that's worth taking right now. Come on, Roger. We're trying to finish up here. Let's go, buddy.
Is he still sitting on the chair?
No, he walked to the back to get the card.
So nobody can bring the card out.
Nobody can bring the guy the card. I mean, come on.
I know we're almost there. We're almost there.
And the draft is in Cleveland, so that's always cool.
I'm ready to go. Too bad.
Yeah,
I hear you on that. I gotta be up early too. I just love every time it comes across number 11, Bears, quarterback.
Yeah, I know.
It's
just crazy.
It's still hard to believe. It really is.
They could go receiver. Cleveland could go receiver.
That could be a play.
They got Beckham and Landry, but they're thin after that.
Get a nice slot guy.
Elijah Moore, maybe.
That's a good idea. That's solid.
Yo, you see my setup, right, Alan? I sent that shit in the chat. I'm enjoying this shit.
Hell yeah.
Big ass TV right here. I'm fucking chilling right now.
Living it big, man.
Absolutely.
Living it big.
Wish I was drunk. That'd been nice.
I'm glad you're not.
They all wear these masks out there when they take them off to make the pick.
I've never been drunk for a show yet. I've been tipsy.
Let's
I've never been drunk.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Let's just keep that narrative going.
You got it. You got it, HR department.
Here it is.
Greg Newsome. Bam!
There we go.
I love that pick.
I was like, I'm sitting here like,
love that pick.
Greg Newsome. Bam.
That's
I do too.
There you go.
You got Denzel Ward. You add Greg Newsome. You're getting Greedy Williams back that you drafted last year, and he missed the whole year or most of the year. You have all three of them. I love it.
And here comes my delay. Like an hour and a half behind you guys.
I got it too.
Alan will be wrapping up at 2 a.m.
I just think it's a huge pick, especially the value of 26.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like there's still some really big names out here that have potential to really be some serious muscle in the NFL.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can say after tonight that this draft went the way it was anticipated.
He's got good length at 6'1".
I haven't seen a center coming off the board either. You still got another Bama guy up there.
What's Baltimore's
Landon
needs?
Dickerson.
Offensive line?
Dickerson's still there.
Wide
Yep.
receiver.
Baltimore needs a wide receiver or something fierce. Like, that's what I think they go. But
I mean, they added Sammy Watkins, but they could use about 3 more of them.
Bateman.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Toilet paper on the sideline probably too for Lamar Jackson.
Maybe Bateman.
I'm telling you, I love this pick for Cleveland.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Their defense is good, man.
He's physical. He
just got better.
The ball away. He'll play man to man.
Yes, he does.
You care about. You got Denzel Ward at the shutting down the number 1 receiver. Then you got Newsome and Greedy Williams at the other corner in the slot. I like that a lot.
Dude, watch the Bears trade up with New Orleans.
And then you got Grant Delpit coming back at free safety. They got Ronnie Harrison still that they got from Jacksonville at strong safety. And they just signed Devian Clowney.
Oh, yeah, they did get Clowney, didn't they?
You got Clowney on one side and Myles Garrett on the other.
I like it.
Okay. I do like that.
I thought they might go defensive tackle because they released Sheldon Richardson, but I love this pick.
I do too. You think they're going to be at the top this year of their division?
I think they win that division for sure.
Or do you think Baltimore's going to take it?
Nah, I think they take it.
I think
Baltimore's kind of on a little bit of a
downslide. Yeah,
decline, especially now you had another stud corner because now you've got that great defensive line with Adam Jadeveon and Clowney, and then now you've got the legit secondary too.
I like it. Works well.
Baltimore needs a wide receiver.
That's what I think.
And then you got New Orleans.
New Orleans is Chicago trade.
And Green Bay.
Bears move up. Take a wide receiver.
God, please no.
Give away all hopes of getting an offensive lineman that's decent.
He's just going to wait for Mike to jump back in and scream again.
Technically, they could be like, hey, we'll give you our 3rd round this year and maybe
I'm surprised. I love the Cleveland pick, but I thought they might have taken the linebacker out of Notre Dame.
He's I know his name. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try.
That's the guy that Mike says that I said was good. He hit that.
Yeah, Jeremiah Owosu.
Somebody get Mike out just so he can say the dude's name and then cut him off.
Jeremiah Owosu Koromoa.
That's the best enunciation we're getting out of the four of us. Good job, Alan.
6'1", 221. He's a beast, man.
You should have heard me try to pronounce Karnishovas.
Karnishovas.
Yeah, it's
a lot of people. Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people say Karnishovas.
I mean, dude, like the second Sport Court episode I ever did, it was right after the Bulls signed him, and I was like, how the fuck do you say this name?
You just say AK and move on.
Right.
Pretty much.
I realized afterwards that's the way
what I
go.
say. That's what I say.
AK, I said it twice. I was like, oh, Karnishovas or Karnishovas, whatever he goes by.
Whatever he goes by.
Yeah, man. My last name is Camacho. You know how many times people call me Camacho? Like, bro, it doesn't even look like that. What do you mean?
That's difficult.
It's clearly Ka and then Macho. Right?
I used to have people call me Brat Shear, because it's like Cher.
Whenever you get the
that's all right. I said Witeska.
The telemarketers.
Witeska, yeah, you did.
The telemarketers or whatnot, they call it, oh, is Mr. Mucky there? I'm like, what?
Mucky?
No, he's not. See ya.
Oh, man, I love it.
Man, I love seeing Justin Fields pop up.
So the pick is in for Baltimore.
Just, Bateman? You don't see that very often, and then to have the Bears be the one that went and made that move.
Oh, they're going to get praised.
Talked about all nonstop on
everybody on ESPN was on that. Everybody, man.
But they'll be talking about they're the only ones that really made a move.
Yeah,
I'm interested to listen to ESPN tomorrow and hear some of these takes. I think it's
someone's going to say we won the draft. I guarantee someone's going to say that we won the day. I promise you.
Louis Riddick will say it because him and Matt Nagy are close.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Louis will probably jump on with Waddle and Sylvie. I bet.
Oh yeah,
I'm okay
Best
with that.
available: Elijah Moore,
on that show.
Christian Barmore, Jeremiah Owasu Karamo.
Yo, real quick too, I've watched some other shows like this on YouTube, but I'm just going to say it. I think we're the best communicators. I think we're the best just all around like chatters. I've watched. They've struggled some of them.
You're welcome.
There's some times that we're over chatty, I would say. Like we
no.
kind of roll over each other. Yeah.
Yeah,
But like whenever Mike and Vince are in the same room.
Yo, whoever's the fucking from now on, like if that
I'm just
shit
like
happens
waiting
again,
for a vein to
Tarbill,
pop out in someone's head.
Tarbill,
Look,
if that
there's
shit
a
happens
dude in
again,
Bateman's draft room.
you
He's wearing
gotta
a
just
Philadelphia
mute
Eagles
both of them.
jersey.
Let them scream into the mics with nobody listening.
I
Can't
was
believe
taking my
Barrymore's still here.
moderator powers and trying to stop that, but there was nothing
There
I
was
could do.
Look
I
at this
tried
dude
to
on the
move it
couch.
on.
He's
I was like,
fast.
Tribal, what do you think of it?
The way that we need to do that, and I don't want to get into too much live, but
We'll talk about it later.
yeah.
We will talk about it later.
The Baltimore Ravens select Rashad
Bateman. Yep. All right. Yeah, had that one.
So then the other
Makes
guy's
a lot
gonna
of
go to
sense
Green Bay,
there.
right?
And Elijah Moore's just sitting there like,
Yeah, he's gonna go to
the
Green Bay.
hell?
Moore's gonna
Yep.
go to Green Bay then. Yeah,
Right.
that's
It makes
Unless New
a
Orleans
lot of
takes
sense for
him.
him too because Moore's
That
the
upsets me.
faster of the two. Bateman's bigger,
Yeah.
but Devontae Adams, he's big and physical, so they can use another speed guy.
That's upsetting.
Unless the Saints say kick rocks and they take him.
Well, the Saints were trying to move up all day, but not for a quarterback. But they
were
didn't
talking
say
about them moving up into the top 10. Angelo and I
Yeah.
and Tarbill, we were talking about it moving up in the top 10 to take Mac Jones.
Oh wow.
That was the report that came out like right as we
Really?
started the show.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Nice. I would
Bateman's
say
nice. I like Bateman a lot. I do
I do too.
I'm kind of glad he's not going to Green Bay.
You know what Mike would say? The Big Ten doesn't produce wide receivers.
all they
Linemen.
produce is linemen
Edge
and the
rusher.
occasional edge rush.
That's right.
Linemen,
What about running
corner.
backs? They produce good
I-
running backs.
I that's a fair assessment in my mind. Running back for sure. I still think they have a few tight ends here and there. Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't go against the Big
I
Ten
mean, have
completely.
quarterbacks been that successful?
Tom
it's
Brady's a
debatable.
Big Ten quarterback.
Yeah. The Tom Brady won a national championship.
So did you guys see? I know we were just talking about Jacksonville. Did you guys see Tim Tebow worked out as a tight end?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
come on.
give it up. That dude is so thirsty for attention. It's ridiculous.
They
can't stand
say that they liked him. The tight end coach liked him.
out here.
That's
Tim Tebow
probably
is-
because
Get out of here with that. I mean, come on. You go from being a NFL quarterback to
look who the coach is. Are you surprised that he gave
Yeah,
him a
but-
shot?
Yeah, but I
Right.
mean, if he gets signed, he still has to play. I mean, I think he could have played tight end when he was in the NFL the first time.
I
When was the last
agree.
time- How long has it been since he's been in the NFL?
At least
8 years?
yeah,
Something like that's
somewhere
what I
in
heard.
there.
Years.
Dude, that's a lifetime. That is a
Right.
lifetime.
That's a
His body-
millennium.
The one thing he does have going for him, he is in great shape.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he always stays in good shape.
When,
But-
when has he been hit? Like he'll be hit as a tight end.
That's the thing.
As a
And
quarterback, because he
he
ran
hasn't.
all the time.
Yeah, but that
I
was
feel
so
like-
long ago.
That was
Yeah,
so
like-
long ago.
I
You're
feel
a
like
baseball
baseball
player,
shape. I feel like baseball shape and football shape are definitely two different things.
Absolutely.
But his
Oh,
body's thick
absolutely.
enough to where he could hopefully withstand that. Just like Vince said, he should have done that whenever, 8
Yeah.
years ago.
When
He should
everybody
have
was
made
telling
that
him.
switch then. But
Yeah.
or like a receiving fullback type guy, like something like that. Just not. God, he could not throw the ball for his life. That motion just made me cringe every time I saw him throw the ball. I'm like,
I'll still
I
never
hate
forget
that throw.
He won a game with only completing one pass.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
Look,
legendary.
Look, you can't take it away from though. He beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
He did, and I'm pretty sure he.
He hit that slant in overtime and whoo,
Yeah,
see ya.
he
Even a
also
broken
T-bowed
clock
us
is
too,
right twice a
if I
day.
remember right.
that's right.
Yeah.
A blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, a broken
Yes,
clock
sir.
is right twice a day. I'm just saying.
Yep, right here.
He still he still has made some throws that I've seen Mitch miss.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, everybody's made
Would
throws.
you
that Mitch has
rather?
missed,
Would you
though.
rather have Tim Tebow or Mitch Trubisky?
Tim
Tebow in a minute, because I wouldn't play him at quarterback. I would put him at tight end or at a fullback or something of that nature. I would not play him there ever.
Or I would just run slants all day.
Yeah. Or just run slants just to give him quick shots, Some like crazy little flea flicker play where he can just run downfield and catch,
then Green Bay, then Buffalo, Kansas City, and Tampa.
And then Tampa. New Orleans pick is in. I didn't even look at what they needed. I know they need.
See, you guys were
They
telling
definitely
me
need some defense.
You guys were telling me I was full of shit. And when I said 11 o'clock, it's 10:37.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was gonna go a little faster than this. Not gonna lie. Thank God for this Bears football. I'm fucking tired.
See, Angelo.
Catch me on.
I hear you, man.
Catch me on this show sleeping in 10 minutes, and then be like, "What happened?" Everybody's gonna pass out.
Yeah, I was thinking we're going to be 2.5 to 3 hours. We're at the 3 hour and 40-minute mark right now.
Yeah.
So
your show tomorrow is going to be just the second round,
minutes.
right?
Yeah,
20 minutes.
Second round. Nobody wants to see the third round.
Yeah, I was going to say after that, it ain't no reason, but the second round will go quicker.
Yeah.
They knock off like half the time. Yeah,
they get half the time, and you start to see picks where they don't wait for Goodell to announce it. They just flash that shit on the screen.
Well, they have that other dude come on.
Yeah,
I can't remember his name. I would say here they need corner. They definitely need another corner.
Edge rusher too.
Edge rusher and linebacker. That's what I got wrote down.
I could see him going edge.
I think they're going linebacker.
So I need you guys to tell me what's going on because I turned my TV off.
Did you?
I'm getting ready.
What a quitter.
Go to bed as soon as this shit's over.
Angelo's got to be up early. I got to be up early.
I don't have to be up early.
I do. I got to be up early.
I'm just sleepy.
I thought you had to work at like
3:30 in the morning
or something weird, Angelo.
Nah, not tomorrow.
Nice.
I got to be up at 3:30.
Ow. It's in my head.
Damn. Probably won't go to bed till then.
Angelo over here headbutting the mic.
Well, I started the show with the shit on mute, so
that was so funny.
Oh, did you? I didn't even catch that part.
2 weeks in a row, or 2 shows in a row.
He came on. I said, "Angelo, how you feeling tonight?" He talked for a solid 30 seconds. I'm like, "Angelo, you're on mute. You're on mute."
I'm like, "You're on mute, bud."
Don't tell Mike; he'll be mad as hell.
You know what though?
Like that.
Every time Mike gets on me on a StreamYard, he always starts out on mute because his mic like has this setting, I think, to where it just goes to mute automatically. And every time I'm like, Mike, you're on mute. Every time.
Here we go.
Without fail.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we
are. Yeah, I
are.
just said that, Louis Riddick.
Yeah, you did.
The 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end. Houston.
Oh, wow.
Well,
defensive end.
We talked about it at the beginning of this show. When was you going to get that first wow moment of, well, I didn't see that coming. Peyton Turner off the board.
Peyton Turner.
I don't even say this, man. I'm really happy with how far the offensive linemen have kind of fallen in this draft right now.
It's going to turn out really well for us tomorrow.
It is. I really think so. I think the Bears have found themselves in a situation where there's going to be 2 guys there, probably 2 or 3 guys that they could take and make a difference. If that's the case, maybe you even look to trade back on that number 2 pick.
I'd go get that lineman.
I'm not saying super far back. I'm saying, but if there's 2 or 3 guys there that they say, hey, we like, you got to maybe think about.
I mean,
but the problem with that, Angelo, is people go on streaks, right? Teams go on streaks when it comes to liking that type of personnel. So 1 or 2
got Tevin Jenkins.
You
got Tevin Jenkins.
Bro, watch the Packers take him.
You've still got Forsythe. You've got Eichenberg. I mean, there's still some good guys there. It's just do they fall?
No, the Packers should take a wide receiver, right?
Oh, for sure.
They should. It should be Elijah Moore.
It should be 100% Elijah Moore.
But they didn't.
Unless they want Rodgers to be even more pissed off.
There's a lot of knuckles going on around there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and they don't do like they said. He's had like no first round wide receivers.
Yeah, that's going to change tonight.
The only one he's thrown a touchdown pass to is Tavon Austin.
Right.
That's the only one he's ever thrown a first round touchdown pass to.
How
that's
sad
a sad
is that?
state. That's like over the hill, dried up fucking
wait, they
Tavon
got Adam
Austin.
Schefter on.
Right.
Jeffy?
That it would be Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers has told some within the Packers organization that he doesn't plan to be back in Green Bay, doesn't want to be back in Green Bay. And the Packers are well aware of the situation. You see the team president, Mark Murphy, he has flown out west this offseason to meet with Aaron Rodgers to try to change his mind, as has the general manager, Brian Gutekunst, and new head coach, Matt LaFleur. Now, again,
Where are you at, Tyler?
situation, he was not happy with the
He's in a room crying now. He's in a closet crying somewhere.
They traded up to draft a quarterback and didn't inform him of their decision before they selected Jordan Love. And so the Packers created this situation. Aaron Rodgers not pleased. They have told teams they're not trading him. We'll see whether or not that changes here. Certainly it's not going to happen tonight, but it could be in play after this weekend, though the Packers are convinced and steadfast in their belief that they want to hold on to Aaron Rodgers.
Chef, the outstanding work.
Not going to.
I come to you here because, as he mentions, it was a year ago tonight, if you will.
Man, watch fucking Green Bay fuck around and trade Aaron Rodgers to Houston for Deshaun Watson.
That'd be, I don't know about that.
I would be pissed.
I heard you say that earlier, and I was like, I don't think that.
Why would you bring that negativity into my life, Vince?
You know,
I don't think they would do that.
You said you were
We got Justin Fields, guys. We're supposed to be happy here.
I'm just over here worried about Jordan Love like actually becoming something.
So I listened to Waddle and Sylvie. They had forgot his name, but he covers like the Packers. Jason Wilding, maybe that's who it was.
Yeah,
I think that's who it was, right? And he was talking about just how shitty Jordan Love looked in the preseason. He was
he's a third string guy, right?
Well,
yeah, he was like
they didn't take him the second string.
He was
well,
like,
I mean, realistically, they've had two Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yep.
What are the odds that third one's even average? Those odds mathematically are horrible.
I hope so.
There's a lot of big names left right now.
There are. I still think it's gotta be.
You'd think it would be
if anybody. It's Elijah Moore. I mean, you got to make Aaron happy. I know it's about impossible.
Unless their plan is to really just piss him off and get him out of there.
At this point, the value for
they draft another quarterback right now.
That'd be sweet. Kellen Mond or some shit.
Yeah, something dumb. Some guy that they could get away later.
Kyle Trask. Shit, if I was the Bears, I'd take two quarterbacks.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, Georgia.
They got a corner.
What?
They took a corner and didn't even take a Santo Samuel.
They took a corner.
Bro, what are they doing, man?
They're like, fuck you, Rodgers. We don't care if you want to be here or not.
I mean, at least he went to Georgia.
Bro, you didn't even... Bro, Aaron Rodgers is pissed off, and you didn't do anything to make him
I love it. I love it. Thank you, sir.
Rodgers thinks we should get a wide receiver. Well, you know what we should do, guys? Let's just go corner.
Yeah,
Let's go get a corner. Wow.
I mean, I don't dislike the pick.
I mean, like,
I just
all right.
don't
So
like for the Packers.
just because I know you don't really probably know who this dude is. He did play at Georgia. He's 6'1". He can play in or out. You know, he's slot or outside. He had some pick sixes that he took to the house last year. He had 2 pick sixes last year. He's really good in press coverage too. He's fast as shit.
Maybe they were scared. They're like, oh shit, the Bears got Justin Fields. We need somebody to stop him from going off.
This dude seriously has some work to do. He doesn't have the technique yet. He's definitely not good downfield from what I saw at least. I mean,
I've seen some tape on him too.
He goes and gets the ball. He's a ball hawk. Like I said, he could be a gunner. He could block punts just like you just saw on ESPN. He can definitely do some things, but I'm not scared of that pick. I'm not 1 ounce of me is scared of that
like
pick.
That's the Packers every year.
It is.
Right?
One of my buddies is a huge Packer fan. He said that he's like, we'll probably go get a fucking corner again. I can't wait to message him.
And they did. Oh man,
I'm excited for that. Thank you, sir.
I don't get it. Like,
I don't get it.
Like you got the news broke less than fucking 12 hours ago that this dude was pissed and wanted to leave. He's been pissed every year because you don't draft him any weapons in the first round. You have a tailor-made wide receiver there for you to take, and you don't take it.
And it started last year with trading for Will Fuller. And it was like, well, we don't want to give up too much. We could just go sign him in the offseason.
Yeah.
But then he goes to Miami.
Right.
Like, even go sign him then.
Even if they would have took another tackle here, I would have understood it. I mean, I know that they needed corner a little bit.
But you could have went out and you could have signed Kenny Galladay. You could have signed Will Fuller. You could have signed any of these guys. Then you figured, okay, well, they're going to draft a receiver in the first round.
Just make sure you go get Aaron Jones signed again, and
like what?
Your left tackle who fucking can't play a whole season.
Aaron Jones played really well too. Like
Aaron Jones played well.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't overpay running backs. It's
but they paid Aaron Jones, which they didn't franchise or anything. They paid him when they got Dillon. AJ Dillon.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's the guy, AJ Dillon, right?
Yeah, AJ Dillon.
Drafted him last year. He played well, and then everyone's like, "Oh, well, he's going to be the starter because they're not going to re-sign Aaron Jones." And they're just kidding. Here's a bunch of money, Aaron Jones.
Silly.
I love this. That makes me so happy. So they're obviously gearing more towards their defense, but hey, Angie.
What? I was reading on Twitter. I'm trying to see if this. I don't think this is the real. This is some fake account, but it's
fake Adam.
There's a Captain Justin Fields account on Twitter.
God, that's already started. So the Bills need a running back. They need a corner. They need edge, and they need another wide receiver to pair with Diggs and Beasley.
I mean, there's a good player.
There's a lot of good guys on the board for them.
They could take Elijah Moore.
Yeah, who would be perfect for them?
If you went for receiver,
perfect.
There's Jason Owahu or however you pronounce his name.
Wow,
he's there. He's there if you want an edge. So is Tryon. Tryon's still there if you need.
I mean, and if you want to go up a little bit for a running back, you've got Javonte Williams. It's the only guy I can see. He's out of North Carolina.
Yeah, he's
in between the tackle. Yeah,
everybody had the main three was Harris and Etienne, and then him after a little bit after them.
Yeah,
bro, I need to get Mina Kimes on this on this network. She is too good on Twitter, man. She is just too good.
Yeah.
I
love her on Twitter. She's fantastic.
Give on the Twitter, maybe.
Props.
On Twitter, maybe. I'm not.
What does that even mean?
I won't go.
She won't be anywhere on this show after she hears that.
Yeah.
It means you can discuss it after the show, boys. Moving on.
Absolutely.
I think she's fucking.
There he is. That's the guy I'd take if I'm Buffalo.
There's the boy. Yes.
So no, the Buffalo Bills are going to focus on somebody who can help Mitch Trubisky because he's going to take over the QB1 status, right?
Yeah. Anyway.
So I did hear something recently that they believe the Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator is going to groom Mitch Trubisky and take him away from the Bills when he gets a head coaching job. So.
I've heard the same thing, and
it makes sense.
If you look at what Josh Allen was whenever he was coming out of the draft, I thought Mitch Trubisky and him were identical. I thought Mitch was going to take the steps that Josh Allen took. That's the perfect place for Mitch. It is. I still don't think it matters because up here, I don't think he's there. I just don't think he's ever going to be there.
Here you go.
Hey, look, we got a Facebook user guy here still.
Yep.
Yo, Facebook user.
We need a wideout linebacker or corner for what team?
Buffalo.
Great pick.
Good end.
Great pick.
Good end.
To get Rousseau this late, I mean, get him at number 30.
Yeah.
Right.
Why do I hear Mike right now?
Oh. Is he ranting on Twitter or what?
Is he on Twitter?
The New York Jets is obviously the 1-2 picks. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson. Okay, I get it. That's cool.
Turn it up.
Cisco coming out of nowhere, grabbing Trey Lance at 3.
I don't think that's out of nowhere. It wasn't out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
We all thought that.
I honestly didn't think
Kyle
that
Pitts
was going to be the case. I thought that San Francisco was going to take Mac Jones.
Yeah, because you're
So
an
much.
Alabama guy.
No, not because I'm an Alabama guy.
Missed the trade. Baltimore's at 31.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Did that just happen, or did they?
Yes,
make a
it
trade with
did.
Kansas City before.
I think Kansas City made a trade with them just now. I haven't got anything popped up yet, but
So,
Yeah,
no, the reason that I hoped Mac Jones went to the 49ers is my dad's a 49ers fan, and he absolutely hates Mac Jones. So it was
I wonder
just
what Fred Hubner thinks about this.
I'm sure him and Mike are having a good time discussing it.
I'm sure Mike.
I wish
I'm
I was
sure-
there, man.
I'm sure Fred was pretty pissed off about Trey Lance too. I don't think he wanted Trey Lance, if I remember right. I'd have to go back and look, but
Yeah, so it happened a week ago.
did it? Okay.
The Kansas City Chiefs are trading the number 31. Oh, it was part of the Orlando Brown Jr.
Oh yeah, that's right.
that's right. Okay, yep.
Yeah. Which was a great trade.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Oh, agreed, 100%.
that one made me sick.
So let's see. Baltimore's on the clock. They got Bateman on the last one. I would guess they go defense now. I'd go Elijah Moore.
Yeah, just give him another guy. Just give him more. Just load up.
I'd give Bateman and Elijah Moore. Like,
Oh
here you
yeah.
go.
Just give him everything he
You've
could
now
need.
got plenty of. You now went from no weapons to plenty of weapons, Lamar.
Absolutely.
No kidding.
Wait, what?
They need
happened?
an edge. They need an edge rush and a safety too, though. Nothing
A week
happened
ago,
yet.
When Kansas City
It was a
traded
week
for
ago.
Orlando Brown Jr., they gave their 31st
Oh, yeah,
pick
that's right. I
to
forgot
Baltimore.
about that.
So he said
Yeah.
Baltimore drafted Bateman 2 picks ago. Watch them pick Elijah Moore now.
Yeah.
I think this is edge. They also need a tackle and a safety, though. So
Edge is a wrestler.
It's
He
got-
doesn't,
I think
he's
it's
not in the
safety.
NFL.
yeah, it could be.
Do not
The
bring up
safety.
wrestling on draft day.
Oh God.
Oh,
here
wait.
we
What did I
go.
miss? Wrestling? What about it?
Nothing.
Alan said, I think it's Edge, and I said, Edge is
Edge
a wrestler. He's not a
rusher.
football player.
If it's
Edge
not Edge, it'll be
rusher.
Christian.
Christian sucks.
He does. But come on, it was a good joke.
We'll save that for the wrestling.
Please. Oh, there he went.
No, Tarbill kicked me.
Don't talk about wrestling on my
Good
show.
job,
damn it.
Tarbill. Good job. Way
We'll
to go,
talk about
bud.
that on our new show, Canvas.
You just got points right
Canvas
there.
Conversations.
Ooh, I like that.
That's right.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Canvas Conversations.
Trayvon Morig, or however you say his name.
Yeah, that's who I think. That's who I would pick.
That's probably the smart move here. They need a safety or a tackle.
Stop
'Cause-
saying tackle.
They got rid of Brown. They need a right tackle.
They could have Charles Leno.
Yeah.
God.
take 'em.
For
The
what?
Bears trade him
Peanuts?
right now.
You couldn't get a wet paper bag for Charles.
Here come the
Leno.
Bears. They're going to trade with They're going to trade with them Anthony Miller and Charles Leno to move up for that.
And
pick.
Tariq Cohen.
Yeah.
Boy,
all
I'll tell
three of
you. I'll tell you, this guy that went to Buffalo just does not look happy up at the mic. He's just kind of, I'm here. I guess I'm going to Buffalo. It's
Right.
cold.
That's,
Yeah, I mean,
also,
does anybody
that's also in
Does
New
anybody
York.
get really excited to go to Buffalo?
I mean, they got a good team. I would like to go to Buffalo.
Buffalo
You're
is
a
the
Buffalo fan.
is the best out of the 3 New York teams. I mean,
Yeah, 100%. But this
If
kid
you're-
just does
if you're
not
going
look
to
like
New
he's
York,
interested.
that's-
Yeah, but
place to go.
having to go to Buffalo is like it's like being the tallest midget. Like
It's
being
like-
a big is still a midget.
It's like when people say
on
that
that note, guys,
nobody
Guys,
goes to Cleveland
The
for a
FCC
vacation, you know.
won't let us be, okay? You have to stop what we're doing right now. Can't.
Wow.
Come on, Baltimore, get your pick.
Of all
in.
people
Bro,
to
can
say that,
somebody make
I
a
can't
pick,
believe
bro?
it was Vince, honestly.
Right.
I figured you'd be the last guy to say something like that. Like, I'm
Is that 'cause
expecting
I'm
Mike
short?
to jump
Is
in
that
and
a
say
short
that.
joke? 'Cause I'm short?
well, yeah, I mean, the
That's
shortest
not where
guy
I was
in the
going
group
with
is a
it,
short
I
but-
was
joke.
just saying, I'm
No.
that tall at the live show. Y'all aren't that tall.
You're just the guy that
I mean-
doesn't say stuff like that. That's what I mean. If you want to take it how you want
That
to,
was-
man,
that
be my
was a
guest.
short
But
shot,
I mean,
man.
4 hours.
That's
You
not
hit
what
it
I
pretty
meant.
low.
That is not. Oh no, that's a short shot. That's a short shot. I actually wasn't trying to do that. I just view you as that guy that never says anything like that.
Look, that's what you get the 4 hour mark.
That's
right.
Bro,
yeah, right.
I'm done.
The short jokes come out.
I would just like to give a big shout out to our one viewer right now, our one Facebook user.
The guy stayed with us the whole time.
He's the real MVP.
Right.
I mean, dude, Facebook user, go to YouTube right now.
What's your name, guy?
Your name, bro.
What's your name?
It's Mike.
It probably is. It's probably Mike. I bet you anything it's Mike.
No, because we said we need a wideout linebacker. Oh wait, no, that could be us too.
Probably. Oh yeah. What do we got here? Nothing yet.
Oh, pick is in for Baltimore.
Pick is in though. Yeah.
After that, just Tampa's on the clock now. Last pick of the first round.
That'll
Trade
be fun.
back.
No.
Bears move up.
Kyle Trask.
Bears move up to take Tevin.
The Bears trade Nick Foles to be Tom Brady's backup.
That would be Tom Brady's favorite thing ever.
No,
because he'd never have to lose to anyone ever again. No, he'd never have to lose again. He's the only guy who beats him.
Did you see Tampa re-sign the backup quarterback?
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, he was the one that was
that carried him off the.
He was carrying Brady around when he was drunk.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Ryan Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin. Yeah. Hey, you know what?
It's me seeing if it.
That's a hell of a backup quarterback. I'll tell you that.
What the hell does that mean?
What?
Our Facebook user, he said, "No, it's me seeing if it was worth it."
Me, Tyler? Tyler's not on Facebook. Hold on.
I don't know.
I'm gonna figure this out.
I don't know, bro.
You know what to do, Angie. Go Rocket. This last half of this draft has drug on so long.
It's because we already picked.
excited
Our
that
shit
the
was
Bears
gone.
got
That's
Justin
why.
Fields. And then after that, it was
Right, you know what it was? The Bears moved up, so all that emotion came out early.
It just
Yeah,
blew
and now,
up.
like,
Right.
My adrenaline was here. Now it's like
I'm like down to
not
my
even on the
kneecap
camera.
right now. Yeah, I'm down to my kneecap.
Maybe we'll trade into 32.
I doubt it.
I highly doubt that.
They give all 4 6-round picks and
I'm watching
second round
that,
pick. They got to do
Chiefs
something.
got Orlando Brown Jr. and a 2021 second round.
Well, I feel like it's been longer than
and
10
a
minutes since this
2022
fucking team's been on
sixth-round
the clock.
pick.
Like,
And the
That's what I'm
Ravens got
saying.
2021 first round pick, third, fourth round picks, and a fifth round next year. I still like that trade for Kansas City, man.
That
You
is a
gave
good
up-
trade.
You gave up the 31st, but you get Orlando Brown Jr.
You got a
And you gave up
24-year-old
your
tackle.
fourth round picks.
never
but you got a
changed
second
my
round.
lights after
Right.
the Vikings picked.
Yeah.
That was a
No, you
while
didn't.
ago.
You can make
Yeah.
them orange.
You got a 24-year-old guy that you know is proven at the position.
do
That's
this.
Yeah.
definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
You got a guy for at least 6-7 years.
Roger Goodell at the podium.
And the Ravens on the clock with the 31st pick of the draft.
With the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Oh, way. I bet. Maybe.
Jason Boye, linebacker.
Yep.
God, I'm getting good at that.
Yeah, well,
I've got a couple of them tonight.
He figured this would be an edge, and there was so much value there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a guy that some people had going in the top 10.
Yeah. I like Owe. I like Owe. He's I had his notes right here too. 6'5", 257,
Damn,
big old
Tampa's
boy.
pick is in.
Tampa's pick is in? Yeah, Tom Brady's
I
been in
hope
bed
it-
for like 6 hours already. Early
He
bird
had-
special was
Right.
over at fucking 5, man.
He had his melatonin and he went
Tom
to bed
Brady's
early.
got grandchildren by now. Come on.
He's on his plastic covered couch watching MacGyver right now and he's passed out.
I like this kid a lot.
Yeah, I do too. I watched a couple Penn State games. I definitely like that kid. He looks happy as hell too.
Well, that was the crazy part. The pro day, him and Parsons, when they ran, one ran 4.38 and the other ran like 4.42 or whatever.
It's amazing how fast these guys run now. It's
They're
just
running 4.38
it's
at
mind-boggling.
250
it's
pounds.
insane. Like linebackers running 4.3s, like
Right.
solid all over the
Who
board.
would have thought? Yeah, I mean,
Man, not
it's the
same,
evolution
man.
of the athlete, though. I mean,
It's the evolution
training
of
methods, the
of people
technology.
in general. Yeah, like
He's
we're
all kinds of
evolving.
excited.
Oh yeah, He's a good one though.
Yeah.
He's perfect for what they do. Just swimming around defenders.
I always love NFL
great on the
draft
run.
After they like they make the pick, they look around like who oh, good pick. Oh, good pick.
Everybody's high-fiving everybody.
Right.
They're just looking for dudes to high-five. They don't even know if they've high-fived the same
It's like,
guy
bro,
twice.
you just told me that who I wanted was stupid, and you were taking this guy. Get away from me.
Right? That's great.
Who
Yeah, he's
was
definitely
Riddick bringing
happy.
it 4 hours later.
4 hours.
4 hours and 3 minutes later.
Ugh.
Imagine if the first and second rounds were both on the same day, guys. I would have had to take tomorrow off work.
You wouldn't have had me here this long, I'll tell you that. I would have been out.
Here we go.
I'm still sick as hell, man. I'm tired and sick. I'm going to try this one, too. It's got to be Trask.
Joe Tryon, linebacker.
Edge.
Linebacker. Yeah. That's all they need is another edge guy to go kill people.
Big splash there at the end.
Yep. Yay.
Yeah.
We made it, boys. 4
Looks
hours.
like we made it.
That is your first round of the NFL draft.
So here, real quick, who do you think was the winner of this first round?
Bears.
I
know. So that's actually not a bad pick, but
Honestly, you know who I think won the first round? I think Baltimore won the first round.
Baltimore did good. I still think Jacksonville made a good pick.
Teams that are up there,
I think the Packers did really well tonight.
The Packers got an F.
Honestly, I have to say I think New England, just because they got the guy they wanted without trading anything.
Yep.
And
they didn't have to
the
move.
way everything played out, it played right into their hand.
Right into it. They knew. They
Bill
knew the
Belichick
moment the
was
Bears
sitting there
jumped up.
feeding his dog,
England,
going,
Pittsburgh, same thing. Pittsburgh, they stayed where they were. They got the guy they wanted.
Yeah.
They knew the moment that the Bears traded up, they were set. They were like, all right, we're
but
good.
I think it was, like I said, Baltimore had a really good first round. Getting Rashad Bateman he fills a major need of theirs.
Yeah,
So
that's a massive.
Rashad Bateman, and then you followed up with Jason Owahu. I mean, nobody thought he'd be there at 31.
No,
Most of us had him going in the top 10, and he goes 31.
I had him going I think 18 or 17, if I remember right. I have to go
Yeah,
look.
and like I said, some had him even. I think the earliest I saw him going was 8. Somebody had him going.
I was surprised how late the edge guys went. Honestly, I was expecting one higher. Because I mean, the NFL today, it's always pass rush, and it's having a good quarterback, and I just didn't see linebacker too. I was kind of surprised we didn't get one, earlier. But all right,
we made it to the first round. The Bears got a quarterback. We still got a second round pick. So
Super Fields,
second and third, right?
Absolutely.
No, but I mean,
the Bears got to move up without having to get rid of either of those two picks. That was actually pretty big.
That's
a
pretty
huge
big.
thing.
It's massive.
So those of you that joined us,
got it at the end.
those of you that joined us, we appreciate you coming on to join us for the draft show. Want to say thank you to our sponsors. Give a big shout out to Nick and Ivy Brewing out in Lockport, as well as the John
Where Mike's
Darren
at right
team.
now. Make sure you
Hopefully
get out there.
Mike didn't burn the place down.
Actually, they close at 10, right?
I don't know. For an hour. Just commented.
Mike just said boo. But anyways, want to give a big shout out to Paul and the team over at Nick and Ivy Brewing out in beautiful Lockport, as well as the Jonathan Darren team with the Coldwell Banker Real Estate Group. It's because of you guys that all of this is possible, so we appreciate
I got
that.
one thing to say to Mike before we leave. I'm gonna buy him that Justin or that Soldier Fields shirt,
T-shirt.
So he can rock that shit every
He will
Fields.
probably throw it away.
Super Fields Super Bowl.
That's right.
Yeah,
Super Fields
Super
Super Bowl.
Again,
Super Bears, Super Bowl.
Again,
I'm starting to buy,
man.
man.
Right?
I'm starting to buy.
Right.
Again, thank you to those who joined us. Thank you to our guests. Thank you to our sponsors. Everybody have a good night. We will see you back here
Thank you
tomorrow
for
at
dealing
6
with us.
p.m. for the second round of the draft coverage. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye, bye, bye.